Trev Francis donated $100 to charity.
Why, hello. Did you just give $100 to charity, Trev Francis? Holy moly, dude. I'm like not fully awake yet, but that is insanely nice. So thank you. Alright, I'm gonna grab water. We're gonna get started. Alrighty, I'm back. Starting my stuff up. I want to try to make a model today. Just like a fireball thing. I don't know what it's going to look like. Because I'm using the baseline one.
Mitsunari donated $77.77 to charity.
What? Mitsunari? That is wild, dude. I'm getting the pre-release batch line set up. Give me just a minute. You see Simon's tweets about Jeb and the documentation? I saw a bunch of tweets about documentation. I also saw some tweets about the Grimoire. So they put that out as an example of summoning. It is not their magic system. Our magic system works a lot different. It uses cauldrons to gain elemental powers to combine them into stronger spells. So I'm going to need to make a couple of assets today to start our magic system off. That's basically how that's going to go. Yeah, negative 41. I got a buddy who's up in, I think, Minnesota, who's got negative 43-degree weather right now. Which is nuts. And they sent me a picture, and I was like, that's bullshit.
Underscore bubonic underscore plague donated $77.77 to charity.
What a boss. Bubonic plague. I hope you're doing okay, by the way. I know you've had a rough one this last year. Hope you're alright, man. Setting stuff up still. To our host. I'm gonna pull up our panel and switch our server over. Because we gotta switch it to the pre-release patch line. But I don't know how. Ah, there it is. Cancel. It's gonna override our existing mods. I gotta pick it up. I'm gonna message Jake. I may just do it for local then. I won't do it on our server. Just so we can see what it's like. Beep. Oh, hi. I exist. Alrighty. How much are the charity donors up to? It is now $5,457.23. And don't worry, you don't have to hit the goal. I just put up an amount, and that was it. Whoop. There we go. Also, you guys bought 190 shirts, which is kind of wild. Don't know yet. No ref check. It'll be done when it's done. I release updates every month. I was actually working on it earlier today. It's what's behind this. Boop. Boop. All right. So let's see what this is doing. Spoilers. That's hardly a spoiler. Gonna end that music. We're gonna turn on the. Listen to this music. Listen to this music. Yeah. Music is sick, dude. All right. I guess we have to create a new world, yeah? Is it worth the $20? Beyond worth the $20, dude. Alright, let's check it out. What is the item called? No. Give to me the flat world. I need the flat. Alright. There's supposed to be a book in here. That might be why. No? Let's go see what they did in the asset editor. So this is supposed to be the pre-release patch. This is local server for this. Necro. There we go. Necromancer Void spellbook. Block set Necromancer Bones. Model asset Necromancer Void. What is that, dude? Has that always been in? I don't know if that's always been in. What does this spellbook do? This game just has an editor in it? Yeah. If you haven't seen me working on this stuff, dude, it is, imagine Minecraft, but easy to mod. Right? And they just put out the pre-release patch, and what we're looking at today is all the changes they put into the pre-release patch. And we're going to go through the patch notes, but I just wanted to see this first. This is wild, dude. In Blender? No, you don't actually use Blender. You use Blockbench for this. So check this shit out. Here's Blockbench, and here's the salvager in-game. And you could just go straight up and modify it. Or, you can go up here and go to Paint. And if you want to make stuff in Blockbench, you can just draw right on it. Or, if you like drawing on texture pages more, you can just draw right on the texture page. On the top left. Isn't that neat? Yeah, wild, right? Blockbench is amazing. Or, if you want to get into animating it, this is what I was playing with the other day. This is actually how they handle animations. So we're going to add an animation. Actually, we're going to import an animation. And we're going to grab the animation for this. And that's actually the processing animation. And you can see here, it looks like that. And that's how it does the processing. And it swaps the texture on it when it does this. And that's it. Isn't that wild? Yeah. Stop doodling on the artwork? No. I refuse. I'll doodle on anything I want to doodle on. I think the funniest part is if you look at this, it's really efficient with this, too. Like, see these models here? They're actually just using the same texture across the whole model. So it's like, it's wickedly efficient, the way that it's actually doing texture pages. Super nice. Yeah. Anyway. Let's take a look at this. It is called Necromancer Void. That is the NPC. What is the skeleton book? Spellbook? Skeleton spellbook? Okay. That's the item player animation. No. Did they actually add this thing in? Spellbook Demon. What does this thing launch? I don't think this thing launches anything. No? Huh. Skeleton Sandmage Spellbook Corruption Orb. What is this thing called, man? In-game it's Grimoire? Oh, did they just supply it to one of the other Grimoires? No? No, they didn't do anything to it. The hell is it called? Grimoire Weapon Spellbook Rekindle Embers. That's the name of the damn thing. Weapon Spellbook Rekindle. Okay. I was like, it's gotta be necromancy or skeleton, right? Like, no, it's not. Is it in the preview build? We're in the preview build, yeah. Okay, let's see how they actually put this thing together. I want to go look at functionality. We'll look at weapon. So it doesn't have any stats on it. On interactions, it's got a secondary and a primary. Primary is charging. That's interesting that they put the primary on the charging side. Right-click is also charging. Fails type simple. Goes into the interact. Takes 0.8 seconds. Now that's an interesting type. Run on block types? Let's override this. An asset pack to create... blah, blah, blah. Where's my new asset pack? Add pack. Okay. Override that asset. So, run on block types is really interesting because I don't believe that was in before. I might be wrong. Oh, did they fix... They fixed my bug. Hey, look at that. They hooked up all the stuff. That was our #1 bug. Hold up. That was this one right here. On the list, look. All of these actually have explanations now. Because all of them were already in there, in the editor, they just weren't hooked up. So the pre-release, it's all hooked up. Hell yeah. Not only do they act on a bug report, but this is going to make the community so happy. This is so sick. No, this is great, dude. This is everything that I wanted it to be. That's huge. I'm gonna put a tweet out about this. Let me go back to the non-pre-release patch line, actually. Also, let me close this. There we go. Yeah, this is crazy. No, I'm really happy about this. Need another MS plant. Twitter gets to learn where the parent is. I know. Okay. So if we close out of this and then quit this to desktop. Yeah, I'm really happy about this, dude. And then close out of there. Let's go into this. We'll swap this over to release. And then play that one. And then we'll get back into that. Ugh. Why is it not dragging? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Game needs friction? No, dude, get out. No, this is a really big deal. Nope, wrong one. There we go. Close that out. And then we can go into Spellbook. And it won't have the same spellbook, but we can go to a different one. Go to interactions, interaction vars, primary. This will just reference root, so we're going to override that real quick. And then delete it. And then add a new one. Run secondary, create embedded. This one doesn't even have the parent, does it? I think they may have fixed a ton of shit. Yep. That was the other one. Look what it changed to. So it's just that to this. So I'm saying the pre-release patch line of Hytale fixed the most impactful bug that I put in. There was a documentation line for every key in the asset editor, but none of them were displaying. Looks like they hooked them all up, and now we have descriptions for everything. Yeah, that's huge. Did you eat yet? Yes. Yes, I did. I like how Faye Viking, I like how you've turned into Mirror, too. When was this update? Today? Ah, that's not what I want. Here. There we go. Sick, dude. All right, that is out. What the? Get out of there. Release patch of Hytale fixed the most impactful bug I reported. There was a documentation line for every key in the asset editor, but none of them were displaying. Looks like they hooked them all up, and now we have descriptions for everything. There we go. Post. That is now out. Sick. Nice. That is huge, man. That is absolutely enormous. There we go. Grab this. I'll send this off to you guys. Is there news about Hytale Windcraft? Yeah, they debated literally everybody and pissed off everyone at the same time. That's not... It didn't work out very well, actually. None of that was good. All of that was bad. They are not going to Hytale. which is yeah, they said sorry, somebody messed up the cropping. Here's the real one, and they said you're now entering high lock. They've just been baiting everyone. You're now entering high, and yeah, they baited everyone. They're not actually going to hightail. And then they put out this tweet afterwards when people got very angry. Because people were really mad. Yeah, people were, like, very angry about it. Yeah. Because they've been doing it for, like, 5 days. Yeah, congrats. Now you can't take us seriously. Sorry. That's exactly what happened. So, like, for the last few days, they've been, like, making all these vague post tweets about it. Recommend you make a Windcraft account and link it to game. It'll be useful soon. And then hightails have yet to be told. And then you are now entering high. So they've been baiting the shit out of people. That's why. That's why people are mad. Because they're like, oh shit, they're coming to hightail. And then they're like, oh no, it's actually high lock. It's, we're not going to hightail. And then everyone was pissed. And then they were like, oh, wait, no, I mean later, maybe. It's not good, dude. That was, it was like a weird marketing campaign. Like, I get it, but, like, that's not what you want to do. Yeah, that's not what you want. I like this, though. So, at least they're going to do it later. Yeah. In the meantime, while we wait, we'll soon reveal the Fruma expansion containing 7 years of love and hard work from our team. Just like Hytale. Yeah, I hope they do go to Hytale eventually, but this is just bait, dude. This is hype baiting. Like, it even got community noted, man. Like... It was so much bait that they got community noted, which is rough. That's rough. That's rough. This is sick, though. This is super sick. That's gonna make my life so easy. Oh, I don't even want to work on the basic one anymore. Shit. That makes me not want to even run the non-pre-release patch. Oh, I know. Mag. Like, I'm super well aware. That's the biggest thing, is like, that's why I put it on that list. I was like, yo. I told them on here, I was like, if you add .documentation to a custom asset implementation, it won't display. Looking through definitions, we can find that things like max placement distance do have a .documentation defined, and it doesn't display in the editor. Fixing this is a massive and easy win. Yeah. Like, that's the biggest thing about it, dude. So I'm really glad they did that. That's huge. Every MC mod would be better in Hytale. Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with that. Hey, Calrus, thank you for the rating party of 7. 7. Minecraft would be better in Hytale. Well, lucky for you, somebody already got Minecraft working in Hytale. Oh yeah, let me go restart the MC Blockgame server. Sorry, bud. Grab onto that real quick. Hytale can Funko Pop any character? What did you just say to me? That's horrific. Let me rename this one. And can we make it crossed out? I don't know if I can. Can we put an emoji on it? Like a check mark? Boop. There we go. That one's been done. That's sick. Yay. Alright, let's go see if anything else has changed. I also wanted to see if run on blocks is a thing now. Run root interaction. So we're going to go close this one out and try these other... We're going to quit that to desktop. I'm going to switch over to the pre-release one. And we're going to see what new interactions they have, because it looks like they had some new interactions. It was kind of a big deal. Wrong version. Go to this. And if you're wondering how to change your versions, by the way, just take your launcher, click on this, swap that to pre-release. You're good to go. You just run it. But, very, very easy. What if you put Hytale in Minecraft? I think it would explode. Yeah, Hytale hiring Violet is another huge win. I agree with that. crossplay thing, doesn't that count? Let's see. Let's go back into the asset editor. Who's Violet? Like the OG modder for the game that has been making cosmetic stuff for Hytale before it ever existed. Violet finally got hired by Simon and the team. So basically what they're doing is they're hiring people from within the community instead of just hiring outside, like, random talent. They are choosing people inside of the community that are already very excited, and they've been hiring them as actual staff members. Like, bringing them into the company, which is a big deal. Yeah. Yeah, Violet was already making modding concepts for the game years ago. Exactly. They're doing a really good job, dude. All right, let's go take a look at this real quick. Oh my god, everything has names now. Most of them did. Okay, so there's still ones that are missing. Oh, yes. It all has documentation. Dear God. Some of it doesn't still, which is fine. But a lot of it does, which is great. So the real question here is, there's charging. There's charging. Type run on block types. This is a totally new interaction that didn't exist before. Because all we had before was run route interaction. Searches for matching block types within a radius and runs interaction on each block type found up to a configured maximum number of blocks. That is fantastic. That's a really good one. We didn't have run on block types before. Yeah, because if we have run on block types as a first party one, I was like, I'm just gonna have to go make that. So this is great. How many blocks can we do this on? Horizontal speed, runtime. How many blocks? Max count 5, max range 5. So it's choosing 5 random blocks in the area. Does it say what kind of blocks? No. Spawn NPC. Risen Knight. So we also got Spawn NPC. That didn't exist either. Okay. Okay. That's new. What does that do exactly? So we got some new interactions, right? One of the interactions is run on block types, which it will select a certain number of blocks within a radius around the character. And then we also got a couple of new spawns. So we got spawn NPC, so we can actually spawn an NPC at a specific location, which is already being chosen by that. And spawn prefab, which is another really big deal. Yeah. So both of those are fantastic and very big for building shit. But if we take a look at this, we can choose the entity. We can choose the spawn offset. So if I wanted to, I can make a monster that spawns under the ground and then crawls out of the ground, because we can spawn an offset for it. Very good job. I don't think we had spawn prefab before, did we? Yeah, I don't think spawn prefab was in there. I know we had spawn minecart, which is kind of weird. So a zombie can explode into smaller zombies? I mean, if we wanted it to, yeah. Yeah. Zombie cluster bomb, exactly. Yeah, no, this is super sick, man. Destroy block. I think we had destroy block before. Destroy condition? Checks if the target block is destroyable. That's interesting. Destroy block. Modify inventory. Adjust held item quantity. What does the item gotta be? What? Does it eat the book? What item does it want? Weapon spellbook rekindle. Let's go look at this. Consumes 1 grimoire per minion raised. Oh, you gotta have like a bunch of this thing? What? That's a bit odd. Huh. You need bone piles? Pile of bones or pile of skulls? Dead skeletons? Let me look it up. Because it just says adjust held item quantity. I'm wondering how they choose the item. I think it's only skulls. Does it have to be in the environment? Like in the area? Block sets. Necromancy bones. So the bones have to be placed on the ground. Necromancy bones? What are necromancy bones? Is that that's a set? Hold up. Okay, so it's a block set, and it's including Deco Bone Skulls, Deco Bone Pile. Okay. Bone. Pile, Deco Bone Skulls. Alright. Well, bye. That's pretty cool. So it eats the grimoire, and it blows up the skull piles. My God. There's so many of them. And then if you go into creative mode, they disappear. Yeah. That's pretty vicious, you know? I think it's actually pretty wild that it, that they built it that way, because that's not the way you would expect it, right? You wouldn't expect it to, like, eat the bone pile and eat the grimoires out of your hand, right? That's kind of cool, but we've gained a bunch of new shit from this. I do want to go into here and just make a new item. And we're just going to take a look at some of the new interactions that they've added to see what all it saved my time with. Game mode swap. Primary. Create embedded. Go to interactions. Create embedded. Builder tool. Trying to see what all they added to this. Check unique item usage? I don't know if that was in there. How about a lava burst spell that consumes lava? You could do all kinds of stuff like that, to be honest with you. I really like material components. Like, a lot. Like, I really like material components. In Magic. I think that's cool. So, our Magic might have more material components in Blockgame Hytale. I don't know yet. Or his material components. Oh, I like them, dude. I like the idea of it.
Sasho Windfeather has obtained the cursed quest.
Good luck.
A poll has begun for chat to decide their fate.
Wait, contextual use NPC. Interacts with the target NPC, passing it in context for it to use? Okay. Is this new? I don't remember that one. Checks if a given cooldown is complete. Yo. I'm pretty sure we didn't have all these cooldown related ones. Screenshotting that. I'm going to check each one of these.
Chat has cursed Sasho Windfeather with writing.
Ooh. You are amazing. It is time. Are you ready, Sasha Windfeather? You are a writer? All right. All right. Let's think about this. We have to write a short story, chat. It needs to be 1 page long. Fan fiction. Good. The internet doesn't write enough of that, obviously. You need to write a horror story about the time that chat ran out of glue. 1 page horror story. Yeah. Yeah, people are saying horrible, see? Fanfic about Thor and his love of components. I do love components. Oh, that should be easy? Nice. What kind of glue? None. None glue. Being killed by your own skeleton seems pleasantly amazing. Killed by your own skeleton? You know that will happen one day. Your skeleton will hatch. It will join the skeleton war. That day is not today, though. Survive. Okay, let's see if they did anything with spawn deployable from Raycast, because this thing was a mess. And I don't know if they have. I'm going to need to get my test items in. Let's go and grab them. Boop. Let's go to games. Grab this. We'll go into Hytale. User data. Mods. Oh. Oh, did this straight up just delete my mods folder? When you swap from one to the other, I think it just straight up deletes your mods folder. Let me grab it from our server. Because I think we just have that on the server. That's a little spooky. It's a little bit spooky. Is that the same mods folder? I don't think it is, actually. User data. I think it's under worlds in some way. Okay, it didn't delete it. I'm just in a different world for pre-release. Delete that one. Continue. Cancel that. We're going to close this out. No, that's not what I want. I want to delete the file. Come on. Quit the desktop. Delete the damn file. There you go. And now we'll take this one and carry it over to the pre-release world. You aged like sour milk on asphalt? That's rough, buddy. It's downloading. Yeah, this is done. It's done. There we go. Waiting on it. It's taking 10,000 years. Please, download all of the shitty things that I built. Please, God. 50 years later. 50 years, chat. What do you think? What is this? Do you hear about the German WoW event? I don't know what's going on with the German WoW event. I don't know what that is. The only thing I know about Germany is that they want me to play Factorio. A lot. That's basically it. No matter what is going on, the Germans want me to play Factorio. I know the factory must grow. I know. They just want me to play factory game. No matter what it is. Efficiency game. The factory won't grow itself. I know. It's downloading. It's downloading all the stuff. Please, Stream Deck. I know you don't know how to hook up to Spotify very well at all. Ah! This is the worst part about this. Look at this. See this? When I press it, when I click on this one, it does nothing. It does nothing. Until I make Spotify the focus, and then I play it manually on Spotify, and then it will work to turn it off. And then it'll work to turn it back on again. It, like, loses connection somehow. It's like that button shouldn't even exist. What about Satisfactory? I played that on stream for a little while. The button does nothing until I manually turn the music back on. Oh yeah, the Change the Centaur video came out. It's done. It's out. It's out. I know, it's a web app wrapped as a fake app. Like Discord. It's great. It's downloading all of these files. I'm really glad that it's downloading these files at a rate of 500 bytes a second. Oh, it's increasing. Welcome to SFTP. The sadness. The infinite sadness. A Genshin-like called Enfield has factories in it if anyone needs more ammo to fire. I played that on my phone today, and I kind of didn't like it. Gonna be honest. Yeah, I tried it out. It was, kind of weird. Yeah, the camera angles are not good. I'm gonna try it on PC, because I tried it on phone, because it's supposed to be like a mobile game, and, like, it is awful to control on mobile. It was, like, deeply frustrating to control on mobile. Your camera's basically in your own ass 90% of the time, or in a wall or some shit. It's, like, really annoying. Played any Helldivers 2 recently? No, I haven't for a while. Perfect? Yeah, but not good. Not like in a fan service way, Ari. In a I'm stuck in the polygons way. It's not good. Oh, I think we're good. Yeah, oh bad. Yeah. Witchfire is amazing, dude. Alright. We should have this now. The download is done. Whoop. Yes. I don't care if it's experimental. Experimental is better. It's better in every way. You got Witchfire last month? You've been playing it a ton? Nice. Show me this game to say... You know to stay away? It's funny. No, it's Enfield on phone. I'm betting that the experience is a lot better on PC. Legitimately so. I'm betting it's going to be a lot better on PC. We'll go over to Blockgame and Firebolt. Let's see if anything changed. Actually, let's just test their abilities. Firebolt. Oh dear. Well, that's already bad. Test. Instant AoE. Wait. Raycast AoE. No. We need instant AoE. And we need test reticle AoE. Okay, instant AoE still works. Okay, I need to go to... What? Oh, that's weird. They put them in a weird folder. Have you tried out World Gen V2? Yes. On Wednesday, I played with it a ton. I'm gonna be making some stuff in World Gen V2 today. Okay, I need to quit the main menu and then jump back into the server, because if you change servers while you do that, it's broken. Stop that. Discard. Worlds. Re-release. Experimental breaks your old worlds. They're not compatible. I'm not worried about that. To bacon or not to bacon, you are not still marked. You got unbanned. Good. Good. I'm glad you got unbanned. So you did your appeal, yeah? Yeah, we got our bacon back. Did they explain anything about why you got banned at all, man? Because they said that your name was offensive or some shit. You want to see my appeal? Sure. I'd love to see it, because it was really weird that you got banned, man. Did you send them bacon? Because if you did, I'm going to laugh my ass off, dude. Close this one. We need the local. Just to ship Dan Clancy a whole rasher of bacon, I know, right? Twitch is doing weird shit lately. So I'm not... I don't know. Feels weird right now. Did you put it in stream chat? Waiting for the bacon, man. It's the vibes, man? Yeah. You gonna play Star Rupture? I do. I do actually have to play Star Rupture. Do I have my mods open source? No, but I'll teach you anything that I did. If you want to know anything at all, I can show you things. I'm super down to do that. So let me think here. We did... What is the name of this spell? It's named Test Reticle AoE. Reticle AoE. And this one, I had to change... Interaction config, use distance to 50. I'm going to change it to 5 and see if they fix this bug. Nope, they did not fix the bug. It also makes a noise now, which is new and weird. This was your appeal? I don't understand why I got banned or suspended. My name is a delicious question that helps me understand your actual tastes. You were indefinitely banned for your name, and then you unbanned yourself with this. That's insane. I don't even know why they banned you. That has to be automated. They say they don't do automated bans. They say they don't. But I'm going to tell you right now, they have to. There's no reason that someone would ban you for that name, dude. And he was banned. We went to his channel and it said he had been banned. For his, yeah. And he showed us the email for him being banned. And it was for offensive name. So there's no... Twitch can't bullshit their way out of that one, dude. Like, you got banned for offensive name, and your name is not offensive. That's gotta be automated. Like, I'm just gotta be honest, dude. Yeah. There's no way around that. Hey, Seven, what's up? Is it because you have tobacco in your name? No. That's not how tobacco is. Doesn't tobacco have 2 C's? Yeah, tobacco's got 2 C's. Yeah. You know AI slop? Speaking of AI slop, did you see what freaking YouTube announced, man? Holy shit. So, like, a couple of months ago, YouTube was like, hey, we're going to be cracking down on AI slop on our platform. You remember that shit? You remember that announcement that they made? And they're like, oh, we're gonna be getting AI slop out of there. And then YouTube's CEO, Neil Mohan, says users will soon be able to use AI to generate shorts using their own likeness. He added that over 1 million channels used YouTube's AI creation tools daily in December. That's a cool 180, man. That's great. That's I'm sure that only creators will use their own likeness to generate shorts, and definitely nobody else, right? 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 Right, guys? Yeah? No one's going to use anybody else's likeness to make a short, right? Right? Okay. You know when you let a robot generate infinite videos and you don't have people to moderate infinite content generation, and then you have to rely on AI to review AI-generated videos, and it becomes an arms race of who has more compute? And then you can't generate enough money to support all of that compute because there's not enough advertisers in the world to pay you for infinite growth? You know that problem? You might not know it now, but you will in a few months. That's cool. That's a cool future. So my response was this. Yeah, that's probably the best response that I have for that. Yeah. I'm really glad that we're replacing all of human culture with AI-generated garbage. Yeah. No exosouls? Are you okay, dude? See the drumming mushroom? I did. Drumming mushroom is cool. It's kind of a magic trick. They're just hooking it up to the mushroom and getting signals out of it that are, like, randomized, right? Like, complaining about it? No. Like, I just think that's a weird question to ask, Exo. Like, one of the things that I've been doing is helping the devs in reporting bugs. And I'll show you, man. Like, we've been reporting all of these as feature requests and also bugs, and this one got fixed today in the pre-release patch. So now, because of that, instead of getting this, you now get this. Hey. The entire editor had .documentation as a variable for every single one of the keys, and it wasn't hooked up. So because of that, you weren't getting any documentation inside of the editor. And now that they've hooked them all up, you actually get that in the editor. Because we turned in this bug. Boop. Yeah, no, it's been super awesome. And I turned that in right to Buddhacat, who's the community manager. Glad to see documentation. I'm really happy about it. Yeah, really happy they fixed that one. There's a bunch of other ones that are in there as well. So I'm waiting on those, and we're kind of going through and like looking to see what stuff got fixed. The spawn deployable bug was not fixed, so that's still on the list. I'm gonna go look at these. I've got a bunch of items that are like items that show when things are broken or not broken. It looks like my Firebolt and Frostbolt are dead now. Weapon Frostbolt interactions 1 primary. All of these are missing. So we're gonna go find out what's up with that. Frostbolt. Let's find out what went wrong. Blockgame item broken check. Oh, that's not them. That's on our side. This is our custom one. That's only on our server. That's why. When this bubble finally bursts and these companies explode, honestly, it's ridiculous. Item condition, cooldown condition, effect condition, stats condition. Can we do a stats condition for this? Destroy condition, effect condition. I don't know if we could do that. I might want to do another interaction in here and just test to see how that works. Because we've got cooldown in here. I'm going to do another interaction. We'll take a look at this and see what they've done. Condition. Because we've got a condition here, but I think that's just movement conditions. It is. Do we have an item condition? Stats condition. Value type absolute. This is going to be the stat on your character. What is lenient? Huh. Okay. Costs. No. Doesn't say what stat. That's a bit weird. Yeah. Condition. Interaction modifier ID. Weird. Will AI actually cause another Great Depression-style crash when the bubble pops? I think that governments have over-indexed on it, and I'm a little bit worried as to what happens when that explodes. Yeah, it's not great. A little bit doom and gloom, to be real. We got ads. We're going to wait on the ads.
Sasho Windfeather with 500 bits said, "Yah cheer 500. I don't know what eldritch horror Jared Leto sold his soul to, but since he sucks the joy and happiness out of every IP he touches, I'm leaning towards the primordial elder god of human misery. He destroys beloved franchises and our lost joy feeds the deep places of darkness."
What did he kill? What did he kill this time? The AI bubble will need the Fairly Odd Parents fairies. Yeah, no, it's pretty rough, dude. He's Skeletor. I like how everyone is saying he's Skeletor. He is Skeletor. Did he destroy Tron? Did he actually kill it? I don't think he destroyed Tron. I thought Tron was in a cool place. Oh, it was a bad movie. Tron Ares was a bad movie. I thought the Tron remake was good. He's Skeletor in the upcoming He-Man movie. Oh. Tron Ares is bad. What makes it bad? It was kind of mid. I'm going to be honest with you. I think most movies are kind of mid now. Like, I think most movies kind of suck now. Because they don't have wild, weird movies. We were talking about movies during the ad break. I think most movies are not good now. Legitimately. And I think it's because I grew up in a time of movies where... How do I explain this? We had movies like The Princess Bride. Or Blazing Saddles. History of the World. Yeah. Those types of movies were really interesting for a couple of reasons. It didn't need to be flashy visual effects. And because of that, they had to rely on story, interaction, facial expressions on characters, and dynamic acting for all of it. And they were phenomenal because of that. They also didn't care if somebody was perfectly beautiful for the role, which I think a lot of movies do today. It's probably also why I like Bollywood videos. Like, Bollywood movies are great. They're actually fantastic. And it's because when they can't do a special effect because they don't have the money for it, they do a practical effect that is silly. Like, really silly. Like having a guy slide on a motorcycle sideways underneath a big rig, and it just looks ridiculous, and they're okay with that. Bollywood is crazy extra, and I love that. I really, really love that. And I think what I found is I like low-budget movies. You'd never get Buckaroo Banzai today. That's true. Oh, my God. The ending music is playing in my head now with all of them walking. No. Buckaroo Banzai is so good. Like, you just wouldn't get Buckaroo Banzai today. You wouldn't. You're totally right. You wouldn't get Six String Samurai today. And I think that's the thing is I like low-budget film. Because low-budget film forces them into a box where they have to try weird shit with practical effects because it's cheaper. And I think that turns out more interesting to me than a green room. Does that make sense? Blair Witch Project, good example. Yeah. Donnie Darko, very good example. Yeah, constraints breed innovation. Exactly. Which is why I like game jams. Yep. Rubber Suit Godzilla, you're goddamn right. Yeah, Donnie Darko is like one of the best low-budget films I've ever seen. It's phenomenal. Because it's super weird. Ties up neatly at the end, too. You want to know a really, really weird movie, actually? That was kind of low. I wonder what was the budget of this movie? It wasn't even low budget. It didn't even do well. You know what a weird-ass movie? You want to know one of the few weird-ass movies that I would say is like a weird-ass movie that I guess isn't even low budget? Being John Malkovich. That was a weird movie. And I love that movie. It's so weird. It's so weird. You have to watch that movie. That's a weird movie. Yeah. You still need to see that one? You need to see that movie. That's a weird movie, dude. It's very John Malkovich. 50 Shades of Grey is pretty weird. Yeah, but that's weird in a horny way. This is weird in a John Malkovich way. I don't know how to explain that. Go watch Being John Malkovich. Malkovich. It's a great scene. You have Being John Malkovich on Blu-ray? Hell yeah. 50 Shades of Grey is is weird in a cringe way? Yeah. Army of Darkness. Yeah, that's another good example. I like low-budget film, and I think I could blame my dad for that, to be honest with you, because he's like a movie head, right? So when I was growing up, he's like, you're going to watch all these movies. You're going to watch all these weird movies. And then we would watch stuff like Princess Bride and just like all kinds of weird movies. Weird stuff, right? And like, I think I gained a great appreciation for low-budget film because of that. Because, yeah, Mel Brooks, everything Mel Brooks. Everything. Yeah, he's like, we're sitting on the couch, we're watching these movies. And we'd literally just watch these movies, like, as a family, you know? And anything Mel Brooks. That was a big one. God, what else? The Goonies. Being John Malkovich is a weird-ass movie. That's where I saw Six String Samurai the first time. Yeah, Robin Hood. Hell yeah. And he's just like a huge movie nerd, dude. Time Bandits? Yeah. Time Bandits. Time Bandits is really good, man. Holy Grail? Of course. Anything Monty Python. Anything. Yeah. Hey, what is Hytale? Hytale is a new block game that has been around and in development for a great deal of time, and then got bought by Riot, and they got canceled, and they got bought back by Simon Hypixel, and they got uncanceled, and is now out. And they just released their pre-release patch for a new update, and I'm going through all of the new interactions that they put in, that are built-ins, which is kind of a big deal, because some of them are really cool. Like, we now have a Spawn NPC, which didn't exist before, and Spawn Prefab, which is interesting. Can break respawn point. Also interesting. The Adventures of Baron Munchausen, that is a good movie. That is a really good movie. Blair Witch Project is not good. Troll Hunter did it better. I think, let me actually see what the budget is. Budget of Blair Witch Project, $60,000. Budget of Troll Hunter, because Troll Hunter was really good. 19 million NOK, which is $3.5 million. I'm pretty sure Blair Witch did it better at that point, where you have $3.5 million to 60,000. Just gonna say. Also, Troll Hunter is really good. If you've never seen Troll Hunter, that's an amazing movie. Really, really good. A lot of people die in it. A lot of people die. It's a lot of death. It's full of death. It makes you feel bad for the trolls. It does. It's kind of like, what is that Magical Beasts Harry Potter spinoff? You know what I'm talking about? What is that one called? You know what I mean? Fantastic Beasts, that's the one? Oh, it actually is Fantastic Beasts? Okay. So, the spin-off for Harry Potter, Fantastic Beasts, imagine that, but people die constantly. And it's kind of like a found footage horror film. And that's Troll Hunter. It's amazing. And there's no magic. There's just trolls. You ever seen Dark City? Yeah. It's grim, dude. It's a grim movie. What about Big Lebowski? Yeah. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Big Lebowski. There's a lot of weird movies, man. But, like, when was the last time you saw a new weird movie? Right? I can't remember the last time I saw a new weird movie. Because it's all stupid superhero bullshit now. 99% of the time. The only films that I see that are weird and interesting come out of film festivals. And that's about it. Everything else is like regurgitated crap most of the time. It's just not interesting. Yeah. Yeah. There's very few. You were in a film festival movie? That's awesome. Did you watch Jumanji, the new one? No. I wasn't interested at all. I think the original Jumanji was just fine for what it was. Have you seen Rare Export? No. I think the superhero bubble has well and truly burst now. Thank God. Like, I want weird, deep movies again, man. Human Centipede was a masterpiece. Okay, you, right there. I'm watching you. That's horrifying. You are a special kind of person. And the kind of person that needs to have oversight in some way. You need to be watched. It's terrifying. Actually, you're on a list. You are definitely on a list. And not just mine, right? Human Centipede. Dear God. What was that? There was a song about that. There was a song where this dude was on a date with this girl who loved Human Centipede. It was like her perfect date night movie. What was it? It was a really good song, too. It's got a good beat to it. Yeah, it's called Red Flags. Yeah, that's a great thing. That video is, yeah, Tom Hardy's incredible. You watched the South Park episode, though? God damn it, dude. Yeah, Red Flags is really good. Red Flags is very funny shit. Everything Everywhere All at Once is pretty good. New weird movie. Okay. Oh, I haven't seen that one. It's... I just need shit like that. I need to consume weird movie media, and I just don't have it anymore. You know? When did that come out? Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Release date. Man, I'm going to tell you this right now. You just said that it's a new movie. That came out 4 years ago, man. No, not 3 years ago. 2022, dude. It's 2026 now. Yeah, it did. Yes, it did. It came out April 8th, 2022, man. It is January 23rd, 2026 right now. Time is moving ever forward. It's new, I'll die on that hill. You know, it's a really good, like, somebody was actually bringing up, like, martial arts movies. Ip Man. Have you ever seen Ip Man before? Ip Man. Ip Man was really good. There's a bunch of them, too. Yeah. That was an awesome set of movies, man. Ip Man. It was like the history of Wing Chun, I think it is. Let me look it up. Ip Man. When did that release? Release date. Yeah. 2010. It was a Hong Kong release in 2008. And then Ip Man 4 came out in 2019. So not that long ago. I actually haven't seen Ip Man 4. Is there going to be an Ip Man 5? Oh, shit. Ip Man 5 is in development. We get another Ip Man, dude. Hell yeah. Kung Fu Hustle is a good movie? Nah. It's memes. Ip Man, spelled I guess IP Man. You wanna? I think it's Ip Man is the way to pronounce it. Pretty sure. IP Man. Yeah, exactly. Shaolin Soccer. I mean, there was. I think that was kind of like there was a time for martial arts movies where they were all jokey, you know? Like Kung Pao, Enter the Fist was like that. Kung Fu Hustle was kind of like that. And it came after. What did it come after? Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. It was like after that. Shaolin Soccer was like that. Yeah. It was Kung Fu Panda did too. Yeah. Jackie Chan was a trendsetter. I really like Jackie Chan, actually. I think he's quite good. He's got good facial expressions when he's doing stuff. Also, he does his own stunts. That man is terrifying. Kung Fury. Oh my god. Insane. I wish we could have... Let me have a whole list of this. Cancels an active chaining state for the given chain ID. That's interesting. Jackie Chan is awesome. Yeah. Rush Hour movies are peak. Rush Hour movies are great. Kung Fury. I never liked those films, dude. I never liked them at all. I know they're like super loved, but I was like, ugh. Yeah, Jackie Chan's really cool, though. Jackie Chan Adventures, the best morning show? Oh, shit, that brings me back. I forgot about that cartoon, man. That was amazing, actually. That didn't suck at all. It was like that and Teen Titans. Not Teen Titans Go. Take the Go and throw it away. Teen Titans and Jackie Chan Adventures, great morning. That was a good Saturday. Is this pre-release? Yeah, Jake, you're going to love this. You ready for this? Guess what they added? Spawn NPC. And Spawn Prefab. But then one other thing is run on block types is new. So we can now run on block types to cast on specific blocks around the area. And it will cast on blocks of a tag. So they did that for their Grimoire. If you go into here, I did not change our server over, by the way, because if you change the server over, it deletes our mods folder. So, I'm going to switch over to that soon. But I have to... I think we should actually version control our mods folder. I think we just need to do that. So we got to make a section of the GitHub for it. So I think I'll do that now. I'm going to hook it up. Let me switch out of Heartbound. Do you have it under Blockgame for this? I haven't looked at the code base yet. for the Java side of stuff because I've just been doing editor the whole week. Yeah, on the Hightail branch? All right. Bupe. I'm refreshing the repo. 1 sec. Courage the Cowardly Dog? Yeah. No, 100%. Bupe. Pull everything. Okay, what branch are we on? Origin Hightail. Switch branch. Branch swapped. Preview pull request. Let me grab everything. So much cleanup, Jake. Jesus. All right, there we go. Bupe. I think I actually have to pull everything down. Yeah, I gotta pull down everything new. Because you just did it in a branch. Yeah, give me a sec. I'm cloning it down now. I should have a different folder for this. Did you leave Blockgame and everything on there, man? Oh no, it pulled it from main. The hell? No, switch branch, man. There we go. Now it's checking it properly. Alright. Assets. Oh, you actually already copied it in. Yeah? When was the last time you pulled the assets from the server? Jake? It's outdated? Alright, I'm gonna take from this. Yeah, give me a sec. What I'll do is I'm just gonna copy it into this, because we've got it directly on the server. We will also need to pull these two together. So both of those will need to be in there. Under the asset server. Database is not necessary. Got it. I'm just going to take this one then. Shoop. We'll see how many changes I have on there. It's probably going to be a shitload. Because what will happen is, well, you say database is not necessary. When I update the server, it's deleting everything in the mods folder. You know that, right? Like, everything dies when we change to pre-release. It wipes this folder clean. So are you sure? I see you, Jim the Dandy. Oh, it's got credentials in it. Okay, if it's got credentials, we don't want that on Git. Yeah. You'll have to repopulate it yourself. Do not put it on Git, then. No credentials on Git. Ever. Oh, sneezing to death. Do not. Return the slab. You modding Hightail? Yeah. We've been modding it for the last, like, week, dude. Do not the database credentials, please. Yeah, we've been modding Hightail for the last, like, week or so. I know the asset editor like the back of my hand now. If you want to know anything about building anything, let me know. And I'll talk about it. Excuse me while I advertise my personal account number in skywriting. Hell yeah. Our credentials. Okay. Tell me about the back of your hand. Well, currently it contains a sneeze. So I'm going to go wash my hands. 1 moment. And I'm back. This is what brings me to the streams, the stories we tell each other. Hell yeah. Did you hear about what? The project to digitize and upscale the original reboot? No shit. That's kind of crazy. There's a 24/7 80s commercial channel? That's kind of amazing. Hell yeah. Reporting Blockgame from Minecraft to Hytale. Yeah, Blockgame is our MMO in Minecraft. It's got thousands of items, hundreds of monsters, dungeons, and professions, and bullshit. It's a lot of stuff. What is the word cap of an item description? I don't know. Maybe I'll just try to find out the character size. Bacon or not to bacon? I have no idea what that is. You can now hide individual armor pieces in your character? You can, yeah. They actually made it so if we do that, let me grab copper. You can now do this. That cool? And it actually visually hides it as well for everybody, not just for you. Which is really nice. Yeah, it's really good. Claude code? No. What? Bro, you alright? You know Claude doesn't actually know how to use Hytale yet either, too. It's just, like, really funny. Alright, there we go. Jake, I may have made a few changes. I may have made a few. I'm gonna go put that up. I'm gonna throw that in. What's up? I think it's gonna be exploited to hide what things you're wearing, so we should disable it. You know what I'd rather have, Jake? To be honest with you, I would rather have a secondary slot that is a cosmetics slot. Legitimately, because we're going to have cosmetics anyway, man. Like, they're going to go over your character. It's not a PvP exploit to not see what the other person's wearing. Like, it just isn't. Like, transmog is totally fine. I think an expression of your character's creativity is more important to me than silhouette baiting in PvP. Because whatever weapon they're holding in their hand is the most important thing for PvP in Blockgame, not the gear they're wearing. What they're holding in their hand determines what kind of damage they're doing to you, what range you need to be at, all of that. So if they run into combat and you see them wearing a spellbook, you'll know immediately what that spellbook is. And we're adding cosmetics to the other slots anyway, so they're going to be able to go over that. Can you turn off weapon image, though? No. There won't be a way for them to do that, no. This is always going to be out. Spellbook will always be out, as long as it's equipped. So I think if we're worried about PvP silhouetting, I'm not worried about that, personally. Based on the way that we've done PvP in Blockgame for years. PvP silhouetting has never been a big deal. And I'll give you a reason why. There's a shitload of sets in Blockgame that are just leather. And people figured it out just fine in that, right? It's just colored leather. PvP silhouetting was fine, right? Everyone was like, that guy's got a book, kill him, right? That guy's got a sword, run away. You know what I mean? You tell from the main hand offhand what that dude is. I was under the assumption you could hide everything? No, it's just the armor pieces. And I think the armor pieces are largely irrelevant. In terms of PvP silhouetting. At least for our system. I feel like personally a bigger tell is armor for me. But I understand what you mean. Yeah, I mean like, there could be an off chance where you're covered in warrior gear, right? And you pull the book out and you have the offhand of a mage, right? And then you swap your offhand and your main hand at the last second when they jump on you and you're like, surprise! I'm actually a warrior wearing a robe, right? There is technically a possibility for that. Do I think that matters much. Not really. Like, I think that's pretty rare, right? I think that's a very edge case scenario. I would rather players have more creativity control over their characters, because we are doing cosmetics, so, like, you know. I'd rather see custom skins than armor, or you could do a thing where in combat armor shows while fighting. Could be. You could fix that by having separate cosmetics by class. The way that classes work in Blockgame, though, is based on what armor you're wearing, right? Yeah, the barbarian disguised as a wizard ploy. Look, all right, all you have to do is cover a guy in heavy armor and then put a robe over him. And have him carry a book. But he carries the battle axe on his back. Right? That's it. That's all you gotta do. And then right as combat starts, he drops the book, because everyone gets in a melee with him, grabs the axe, and it's go time, right? This is the ultimate ploy in D&D. This is the way that it should be. It's a normal cleric, exactly. Surprise, the book is an axe painted to look like a book. Exactly. Yeah, no, I am less worried about PvP baiting in that way. Blockgame PvP right now is kind of fast and brutal, to be honest with you. There's a little bit of nuance. Time to kill is not super low at high end. It's about 30 seconds for a good fight, I think, which is quite good. I think that's fine. And I have never seen a problem with silhouetting. Yeah, and we have dramatically less interesting models right now. So the way we could handle it is when you mouse over someone, it shows a buff above them that shows what kind of armor they're wearing. But think about it this way. If we did that, that would extend to a player using a macro to automatically swap all of their armor at time of combat entry. So they would just be like, I'm wearing wizard armor, and then you jump on me and I swap everything to tank, and now I'm actually a tank, right? I'm a guardian now. So, like, I don't think there's a way we could stop them from baiting with armor even if we didn't have cosmetics. Does that make sense? Yeah, armor swap on cooldown? That's gross. We could make it so you can't change armor in combat. That could be totally a thing. You play a game where they don't show equip. Not every game has to be old school RuneScape. True. I think stopping a player from changing armor in combat is a good thing. I think we should stop that. Not a cooldown. No armor swap in combat should be the way. Only change armor in town? No, only change armor out of combat. Because the idea, like, imagine this, right? Getting out of a chest plate is not an easy thing to do. Here, let me show you something. All right. So imagine you're in combat, right? We got ads for a moment. We got ads for a minute, and then I'll explain. I know it's super muffled, right? All right, so the ads are over. So we're talking about removing your armor in combat, right? Now imagine this is belted underneath. This is belted in here. So you have to raise this shit, right? Then you gotta unbuckle this. Then you gotta take it off. I put my glasses back on. In the middle of combat? No. Like, imagine doing that shit in the middle of combat. That's not happening. No. You tried to implement this into Minecraft Blockgame before, and you were met with a lot of backlash? What if you're in profession gear and you get jumped? You're screwed? Yes. Yes, you are. You are screwed if you get jumped. So something that I noticed in this. Listen to this. You hear that? You know what didn't work in Blockgame Minecraft? Sound. If you hear a person coming up on you, you could immediately start running away. And what I could do is I could make it so profession gear has speed boosts. Now that would make it really interesting. Profession gear can't fight, but if I make them faster, that would be more interesting. Right? So we make it so you can't change your gear in combat, but you're faster so you can get away from other classes. Ah. We could also make it so that it reduces your volume, too, for others. Speed boost is profession gear, exactly. Hey, Waffles, what's up? What of the hearing range of the sound of footsteps? We could probably make a sneak stat. That won't be instantly abused with a bow or anything. I'm going to tell you, so with Blockgame, the way that your damage is calculated is very, very much so based on your gear. If you're wearing profession gear, you're shooting blanks with that bow, dude. That shit ain't going to do nothing. You can be like, wow, I did 5 damage. And like a dude in just like tier 1 ranger gear is like, I did 50. Right? Like it's not... profession gear is for professions. It is not what you want to do. Yeah. There's no assassin that will happen out of that. It's just your ass being out. Hitting with the bow and melee? Yeah, that's what you'll have to do. Bow puts your profession target in combat and can no longer swap gear. I mean, you wouldn't be able to swap gear either, because you're in combat. I don't understand what your benefit is there. Guerrilla warfare is super solid. They have to land the range hits, guys. Projectiles have range. Like, they have range, but they have projectile speed time. Bows are not instant. You gotta land that while a dude is running away and he's faster than you. Right? Like, that's not a thing. Yeah, no SS in, only SS out. Exactly. There's no hit scan weapons right now. And I kind of don't want to add them. Yeah, arrows have fall trajectories, too. And we can change the gravity on those arrows as well. I think I'm going to add this. Hold up. We're going to make this into a section. There we go. Will there be any counter to projectiles? There already is. There is already a counter for projectiles. I actually really like Blockgame's PvP right now. Guardians are really good at countering projectiles. Warriors are really good at jumping on ranged units. Rangers are quite fast and quite agile, and they do like a good amount of damage, but they've got a long bow time where they have to pull the bow back to fire. Mages shit damage. They're just but then they burn through all the durability on their tomes much faster than others. And if they get jumped on by a warrior, they just die. Thaumaturges are probably the strongest, I would say, because they will beat you through attrition. And that is a problem that we've tried to solve over time. Maybe make it so swapping equipment makes a loud sound. I really don't like the idea of swapping equipment in combat. I really don't. Yeah. Life Drain is very good, yes. But you gotta land it. You gotta land Life Drain. If you can't land it, you're in trouble. In DDO, you can change armor in combat, but there's a long timer on it. Yeah. I don't like that. Any thoughts about doing a Geomancer style class? That will go into Mage. Like, mages do that. They've got a spell called Collapsing Earth that slows others. I really do like Geomancy. This time around, I think I want Elemental to be much bigger of a deal. So if we go into different areas for different elements, making those elements do different types of debuffs is kind of a big deal. You can also do rainbow damage, which is like everything. But it'll be dramatically reduced in terms of, like, strength, you know? Like, I actually want to put in talents for, like, your burn damage is increased, right? Like, we could be, like, plus 10% burn damage per point, up to 5 points. You know, stuff like that. Where, like, you specialize in a damage type.
Noctis6502 donated $35 to charity.
Actually, boss, thank you very much, dude. I feel like Earth Magic is underappreciated in school and games. I agree, which is why I'm actually doing Earth Magic as poison, and poison is going to reduce healing on the target and deal damage over time. Which means poison is going to be really, really wanted for all raids. Like, you need to poison the boss, and if you don't do that, the boss is going to heal very rapidly. Aren't druids like Earth Magic? Well, mages in this are elemental, but we'll be able to do Earth Magic on anybody. So the idea is that you shouldn't have to choose just the class. You should choose damage element, right? Be like, hey, we need an Earth Magic user. We need a Wind Magic user, right? Like, you'd want to choose the element, and that way any class can fit the role. You could be like, hey, we don't need a warrior, necessarily. We need somebody who's doing frost damage. Is anyone out there frost damage? Right? He's coding his own game. We're actually porting our MMO from Minecraft over to Hytale. And we've been looking at all of their tools and stuff for the last week. I've basically just deep dived for 12 hours a day into their asset editor, learned everything I possibly can about it. Now we're on the pre-release branch, and we're theorizing how we're going to be changing gear balance going from the Minecraft version of the game into the Hytale version of the game. What is Hytale? So think Minecraft, but dramatically easier to mod. Like, do you see this environment? How beautiful this is, right? And like all the little particle effects? You can change all of that. Like, you can just make a custom block. You can just make one. Horrible, isn't it? There he is, trapped in the grass. You can just do it, though. You could just make whatever you want live on a server, and it's server side, meaning every player can see it if you're an admin. And you can just make that. You're moving your Minecraft stuff over? Yes. And we're rebuilding it to make it work with what Hytale is possible. Like, is possible in Hytale, which is a shitload. So because of that, I'm making improvements to our systems that we couldn't do in Minecraft. Stuff that we were pretty restricted on. And, like, the Minecraft version of Blockgame is quite cool, but I can do so much more here. And Jake can do so much more here. Yeah, like Giga Minecraft, exactly. That's really what it comes down to. Like, here, I'll give you an example. Look at these trees, dude. Like, look how insane that is. So, let me show you this now. Let me grab a good one. Where's a good one? Sir? The biome didn't spawn. There it is. Look at these trees. They grow in helix patterns, but look. they actually grow their fruit on the tree. So instead of mindlessly breaking branches and mindlessly breaking all the leaves on a tree, like in Minecraft, to get apples, you just go up and you're like, oh, I can just get these. And you can just do it. Like, it's wild, dude. And they designed these trees to be climbed, too. If you look at these, they have a spiral pattern going all the way up them. So you can climb the tree while you're grabbing all the fruit. Yeah. And it does this without mods. Baseline. The player can climb or fly. They can't fly. I'm in creative mode. So, like, if you're looking at this, dude, like, I showed Shay. Like, Shay is, like, a hardcore Minecraft player, has been around in Minecraft since, like, forever. And she was really skeptical. And I was like, she was like, show me Hytale. And I was like, okay. And I sat down for 10 minutes and showed her, and she's like, this is insane. Like, this is everything that Minecraft was supposed to be. And basically, Mojang, Microsoft, just stopped developing modding tools for people. And Hytale was like, all right, I guess, you know, we ball. Can you make a nuclear reactor, though? Yes. You just add one into the game if you want to. Such a tiny and good thing. The pickup notifications on the bottom right. You can actually see what you just picked up in your inventory is super cluttered and full. Yep. Yeah, you can. It's like a Power World Pokemon situation? No, kind of. And the reason why I would say kind of with that is Pokemon's audience aged. And Pokemon hasn't really aged with its audience, right? There's a lot of older people, like my dumbass, that grew up on Pokemon. And we're older now. And Pokemon with guns kind of just fits. We want a darker, weirder Pokemon. And Power World just kind of fits the bill on that, man. But imagine Minecraft, but it never stopped developing modding tools. Instead of releasing one new monster a year, they just kept upgrading the modding tools. And that's Hytale. And it was made by Hypixel, which is one of the top servers in the world in Minecraft, so they know exactly what they're doing. Yeah. How do you like Hytale? I love it. I love the shit out of it. Yeah, but new Pokemon games actively suck. I know they're shit. They're really bad. I haven't played them because of how bad they are. I was like, dude, I'm out. I don't even like this. I think they lost me when they started doing the Gigantamaxing bullshit. I can't. I just want to fight Pokemon, dude. I don't need like a wristband that makes me summon God and then fight like the conceptualization of death. You know, like no one needs that. You love the new Pokemon games? I don't. I think they jumped the shark really hard, man. I miss when you just had like a legendary Pokemon and it was like, wow, that one's really rare. That's it. And now it's like, no, this is a legendary. Why? Because it's God. You mean like it's really strong? No, it's actually God. It is like the embodiment of creation as a guy that you put into a ball and summon to fight other guys. Why? Why did they do that? It makes no sense. Yeah. Throwing shade at Bidoof is crazy. Bidoof is king. Bidoof should exist. Bidoof is the perfect Pokemon. And don't you ever say otherwise. Pokemon doesn't need lore. It does need lore. I'm fine with it having lore. I just think they went in a weird direction. I think they went in a weird-ass direction. Yeah, Bidoof is the best Pokemon. I used to name mine HM Bitch. And then I would cover him in HMs, like Surf. And that was it. That was all he did. He stuck around to get all the HMs. That was... Pretty sure he could learn Cut and Dig, too, if I remember right. He was the dude, he was the Swiss Army knife in my party. It's actually wild, though. I've been playing Renegade Platinum, it's fun. Really? Yeah, Swiss Army Doof. I don't like the new Pokemon games. But I will say this. I'll give you an example of this. How many of you guys have ever wanted to make a custom block in Minecraft? You wanted to make one, right? Who's done that? Who's wanted to make a custom ore or a custom stone or some shit in Minecraft? and then you look into it and you're like, Jesus Christ, this is a mess. This is how easy it is in Hightail. We're going to say create right in here. We're going to make a new one. We're going to say custom block. Create that. We now have a custom item right here. We're going to go down here to block. We're going to create an embedded block type. It's going to be drawn as a cube. We need to set up here in show all properties. We just need to give it an animation. Player animation ID. And it's going to be, I believe, item. Pretty sure it's item. Let me check. Let me make sure. No, it's block. I'm dumb. We're going to take their pre-existing animation set of block. We're going to go down here to block. We've already got one. It's already working, technically. We're going to take a block model texture and a block texture. We're going to make a block texture on this. We're going to say all. And we're going to make it so that it's my face is a lemon. Then we're going to go into the game. We're going to type in custom. And it's in the world. And we can add that key of custom block to world gen. And it will build in world gen. And let's say that we want to change that block, right? Let's say we want to change that to something else. We want to do any other texture on that. Maybe we want to make it have its own custom drop tables for custom items, right? We'll go into here, and we'll change it. And it changes live on a multiplayer server with no downtime. Now you understand why Hightail is amazing. You can also make liquids that way. You can make it so liquid interactions turn into whatever you want. Can you essentially animate that? Yes. You can do whatever the hell you want. Do you want to see how animations work? Check this shit out. We'll go into the salvager. Pop a salvager onto the ground. Boop. Hello, salvager. We'll take a mithril sword. Pop that into it. And look at it go. That's fully animated. Now let's go one step further. You want to put your own custom animations and own custom blocks into the game with cool geometry like this? You just do. Because you can go pop it open in Blockbench and edit it. And make your own custom ones with your own custom animations. You can even draw on this if you want to. Wow. Wow. You can do whatever the hell you want. Now imagine doing that and uploading it directly into Minecraft in seconds. You can't. You literally can't. And I think that's the thing that's insane about this is if you want to make something in this, you can. And I'll show you how it's changed kind of the modding community. Let me show you this. Let me grab this. There was a person the other day that said... They said they went full-on side quest mode in Hightail. When doing some building, they were trying to use diagonal rope as a way to add more detail to the exterior of builds. But it just didn't do what they needed. So given that this is Hightail, they just made diagonal beams. Literally. They just made them. And they put them in the game. And now their builds have diagonal beams on them. You could just do that. Does Minecraft not allow diagonal? Minecraft can't do any of this shit. And if you want to do things like this, it comes at a great, horrific cost to be able to pull it off. It is insanely hard to do anything close to this, and it will never, never reach how good this is. And you can do this in seconds. Yeah, the closest you can get in Minecraft is stairs. That's it. It's wild. And look at all the detailing they did on the wall. You can just take assets and put them on the wall in this. You can put any asset any way that you want to. They can spawn in as entities and do whatever you want. Minecraft is better, though? I disagree entirely. Make 500 sheep in a 10 by 10 square in Minecraft. Do it in Hightail. Which server crashes? It's definitely not the Hightail one, because Minecraft is single-threaded, and Hightail is not. You haven't played either game? Basically, think of it this way, dude. Minecraft has a long legacy of being very, very good because the modding community carried it. And I feel like Mojang has let that modding community down. And because Mojang has let that modding community down for so long, Hytale now exists. It wouldn't exist if Mojang had prioritized the modding community. And I think what we're at right now is this weird impasse where there's a lot of people that are emotionally connected to Minecraft. But a lot of people are figuring out, wait a minute, Hytale is just better in every way. In terms of the speed of you being able to mod something, the freedom of you being able to mod something, the fact that the servers are more performant, they can handle more players at once. It's just better in any direction you want to go to. It is better. If you are playing Minecraft in a modded server, Hytale will do it better. And I think that's the thing that's really going to draw people over to it. And I think over time, Hytale just wins that. And I don't even think they want to destroy Minecraft. I think they just wanted a better tool. And now we have a better tool. And it is this. I have, like, having worked on Blockgame, our MMO in Minecraft for the last, like, several years. I think it's been, like, 4 years now, 5 years. I have no reason to work on it in Minecraft anymore. Because when I leave the Hytale framework right now, and I've only been in this for, like, well, how many days has it been? 10 days? And I've spent, like, 12 hours a day on it each day. When I leave the Hytale framework and I go back, how many of you guys played Kingdom Hearts 1 and Kingdom Hearts 2? How many of you guys have? Have you ever played Kingdom Hearts 2 and then been like, man, I want to go replay Kingdom Hearts 1? And you go back to play Kingdom Hearts 1, you're like, holy shit, this feels clunky as hell. You know that feeling? They're both really good games. They're great games. But when you go back from 2 to 1, you feel it. That's how I feel going from Hytale modding to Minecraft modding now. That's the exact feeling that I have. Where I'm like, man, that was really cool when it was the only option. And now that we have another option. Right? Like, that's exactly what it feels like to me. Same with Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. Not so much on that one for me. Not so much on that one for me. Because I think those are very different games, if that makes sense. Yeah, this is also the worst state it'll ever be in, which is wild. Minecraft started going downhill the moment Notch quit. I think Minecraft started going in a weird direction when they promised a modding API a decade ago and then never delivered. I think that's when it went weird. The only good thing that I've really seen Minecraft do in terms of modding for the modding community is a little bit of a focus on data packs and then the item component system, when they added item components. That was a big deal. Switching over from NBT to item components, that was huge. And, like, outside of that, right? Like, not a huge amount. I mean, like, I guess the entity billboard system, like, that's about it. Restricting guns was super weird. Yeah, like think about it this way. Like, how many of you guys have ever played on a Minecraft server that's like a mil sim? I was talking about this the other day. Like a military sim? How many of you guys ever did that on Minecraft? You're like those shooty guns servers. It was like Call of Duty and shit like that. Military simulators. Mojang banned guns. You know who didn't ban guns? Hytale. Is something like Redstone planned? Not as far as I know. People have already modded it in, by the way. They had Redstone working on day 2. It's insane. It's a Glock. It is. It doesn't have any ammo in it right now. But here, let me get a rude arrow. For whatever reason, it uses arrows. Yep. Glock block, dude. You don't use arrows in your gun? No. This is like, they just set it up to shoot, right? You got a Glock. Down. Killed those cows. Yeah, it's a block 18, dude. I got a block. It's not a Glock, it's a block. But I mean, that's the thing, is like, if you want to add that to the game, you could just do it. Yeah. You can get all these mods in Minecraft just as easy with the right client like Modrinth. Here's the problem. You have to go get a client like Modrinth. And then you have to build into the Modrinth system for that. That's all third party. And you're building on a system that is single-threaded, meaning it will never reach the performance that is required to run a server with hundreds of players at once. You will always be hamstrung in Minecraft. And I know that because we've done it. The only time you can fix that is if you're running Folia, and Folia makes it like multi-threaded, but it does it in chunks like server workers do for Ashes. Same shit. So like, you're just building over the top of something that doesn't work as well. And it will always be that way. What do you know about my hamstrings? I know. Also, you can't have guns in Minecraft. They will come after you if you do that. Your server will actually get in trouble. Does Hytale run Server Worker 7? Maybe it does. There's no logical reason for tribalism. I mean, MC isn't going to die. Yeah, there's no tribalism there. It's just this is a better tool. And you have to be honest about that, man. Like, the workflow for creating something in this game is better than Minecraft's workflow. You can't really argue that. Just because it's possible in Minecraft doesn't mean it's easier. Just because it's possible to do something in Minecraft doesn't mean it's faster. This is easier and faster. Straight up. Yeah. And my hope is that it forces Minecraft to actually innovate. Because they just haven't. For ages, man. And they need to. They really need to. They need to drop this one, like, monster-a-year bullshit and actually start supporting their modding community. Because if they don't, man, everyone's just going to go Hytale. Like, they just will. Mod packs through Prism have been very painless, though. Again, you are sitting on a single-threaded server. There is no possibility of that being improved. And that's the problem. You are always going to be sitting on a system that is less efficient. And I hate that. Yeah. In Notch's name, stop with this blasphemy? No. It's a 15-year-old game that's single-threaded. You cannot possibly make that as efficient as this. And like that. Does Hytale have VoIP? It will. They've already talked about it. Sounds like Minecraft is pulling a Smash Bros. Ultimate and effing over the community. Some of it, yeah. I mean, like, the idea of banning all guns in their game and getting rid of all the milsims, yeah, that sucks. Minecraft has sold over 350 million copies worldwide. Doesn't matter. Like, the amount of copies that it's sold is irrelevant. When a better tool comes along, a better tool comes along. This is a better tool. And that's it. Yeah. Minecraft has guns? No, it doesn't. Numbers says it's all. This game sold 1 million copies day one. It's been out for 10 days. Minecraft has been out for 15 years and has not improved its modding community even 1% of what they've already done in Hytale, which is wild, dude. Yeah, Minecraft can't have guns. Mojang banned them. Not a joke. If you have a server that has guns in Minecraft, it's actually in violation of Mojang's TOS. In Hytale, you literally program the graphics of the game. You can do whatever you want. So, like, Waffles, let me show you something. Where is a flat world? Did they move it? Maybe they moved it. Did they get rid of the flat world? I think they did. We'll go to the NPC gym. Yeah, I'll show you in a second. Bezos block is in the way. I do think it's really weird that people are getting tribalist and, like, defensive over Minecraft. Microsoft doesn't care about you. Promise. Alright. Waiting on ads. Ads are gone. Watch this. See this? Let's go into here. we can, in real time, change every aspect of this weather system based on every time of day that we want it to be. And look, I can change the moon to a giant red version of my face. And I can make it so that it increases in size at a certain time of day, on a certain day on the server, easily. Yeah, the moon. The moon is there. So, like, when you're dealing with weather effects, have you ever wanted to make it snow in Minecraft? In an environment that isn't a biome that's set to something snow? You ever wanted to do that? But you have to make it rain, and you have to have a cold biome for that to work. Or you have to make a custom biome and put that into World Gen. And that custom biome has to be set to something that is a snow biome. Right? In this, you can just make it snow. You can make it do whatever you want. You can change every aspect of this. You can change the phases of the moon to have many different phases of moon, as many as you want. Or the layers of cloud to be any layers of cloud that you want them to. Or the timings for this to change throughout the day, the colors, everything. So, like, check this out. We'll go into here, and we'll say weather, set, and I'll set it to poison, lands, purple twirl. And it doesn't even snap when it does it. It does it slowly. Do you see those particle effects? You can actually set the particle effects on it, too. It looks like it killed the clouds off when I opened the editor. It's kind of funny. Let me go to another map, and I'll show you something interesting as well. We'll go to Instance, here, and Zone 4 Volcanic 1. So look at this World Gen, right? This is their World Gen V2. Look how desolate and shitty this looks out here, right? Looks real rough. Weird monsters all over the place, and these volcanic tubes. But under these volcanic tubes is a completely different biome. Down here, the audio changes. It changes to a completely different weather system. And it's a dark environment with particles going off because it's a jungle underneath. You can set up layers and layers and layers of biomes through this. That's not hard to do, though. Do it with particle effects, do it with audio transition in Minecraft. And now do it in seconds. Anything that you want to do in Minecraft, you can do in Hytale with a fraction of the time. That's the difference. What GPU do you need to run? People are running it on an integrated graphics, my dude. It runs on a potato. Like, that's the difference. Yeah. And without a reboot. You don't even have to reboot the server. Yeah, the copium is super real. I think it's really weird to see people, like, actively being like, Minecraft can do that, Minecraft can do that. Get into Hytale and try it. You'll find out really quickly that all the stuff that you can do in Minecraft, you can do better and faster in Hytale. That's it. And it's just a better tool, dude. It's just nostalgia is clouding your vision on this. And that's just how it is. You can't just say not true. It's not how it works. Go and make this model in Minecraft. Here. We're gonna grab this guy. See this? Go make this dinosaur in Minecraft right now. False runs away doesn't work with me, bud. Go make that him. Go make him. And do it without armor stands. Go on. Literally Jurassic Park mods in Minecraft? I'm aware. Do it without armor stands with first-party tooling. You can't. This is all first-party, dude. This is unmodded. Base Hytale. Do it. Do it. You can't. That's the difference, dude. Like, Hytale is literally made for this. Minecraft is made that way because the modding community let it be that way. I agree with you that Hytale is better for modding. It is still going to die because Minecraft is superior. So it's better. You've admitted this now, but Minecraft better. My friend, we call that cope. That is cope. I'll see you in a month when I'm still modding in this. It's like, dude, you have to be honest with yourself. You can't just sit there and turn into like this weird tribalist tower of like Minecraft is the end-all be-all of all block games that exist, when you have something that is so much easier to use and so much faster. It's unlocked so much for different people in terms of like the ability to modify items and change them. I'll give you a good example of this, right? We can open up Blockbench. I can make a new model, or I can modify an existing model. Like, here's this. We're going to select that file real quick. I'm going to go grab this, pop it on there. We can take this, drop it onto the server, and without a restart, we can put it in-game. Without a restart. Like, that's... You have to stop making Minecraft your identity. And you need to realize that it is a game and a tool, and it is only a tool because the modding community made it one. That's it. It is not your personality. It is a game and a tool. We can have that right in the game. Immediately. With particle effects you could never have in Minecraft. See that warp on the ground? I made that live yesterday to make it look like water was splashing onto the ground. And it's a distortion effect that is not possible in Minecraft. And it's baseline in Hytale. Sorry, it was 2 days ago. Yesterday was Thursday. Time doesn't exist when I'm offline. Are you a mod? Maybe. Looks like shit. UTZ, oh my, you are so broken, my dude. You're so broken. This poor man. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I know why you're like this. The last time you were here was January 14th, 2025, when you were filling my chat with other vitriol about something else that was going on stream. You don't actually care about Minecraft. Or about Hytale. The only other message you've ever sent was a year ago, bitching about something else in my chat. You're just an agitator. You don't give a shit at all. Ban me because I'm right about Minecraft? No. I'm not banning you. I'm just calling you out for shitty behavior. Foolish. Now go sulk in the corner. Stop being an agitator. Do something better with your life. It's Thursday? No, it's not. Oh, it's Thursday +1. On to you. Thor bullies baby dinos? You goddamn right. Look at him. Look at that dinosaur. Look at him. Actually, I kind of want to get that dinosaur model into Blockbench and take a look at it. Because what I think they did was they did... You see the glowing on there? I think those are set to full bright layers. Which is kind of sick. That's kind of sick. Oh, you know what? Here, I'm going to show you something. All I have to do is this. See this? Now what? Good luck, Minecraft. That's all I have to do. Nothing else matters. Yeah. That's all I have to do. And by the way, you don't need creative mode to do that. Yeah. You don't. You hit R on your keyboard, that's it. Just hit R. Instantly better. I'll show you something else. Ready for this? Every block can waterlog. Because it doesn't need a block state to do it. You can just put it in water. And it's fine. Both ways. Not just one way. Both ways. Based on which direction you are pushing on it. Hytale is the Minecraft that we all wish we were growing up with. That's what that is. Hytale is just Minecraft finally better. He's already dead? I know. I know. You know, with these next time, instead of the modding functionality argument, I think from now on, when somebody comes in and is like, Minecraft better, I'm just going to do this. And I'm not going to say a word to them, and they're going to know. They're going to understand immediately, and I'm just going to be like... That's my opening argument. From now on. It's just like 100% a flex, dude. Like, that's all you have to do, and it's over. That's enough? Yeah. That is my opening argument from now on. It's my instant checkmate. Are you able to tame the dinos in a Hytale? You can if you want to. Check this shit out. Let's go into here. We're going to go into Creative Tools. Asset Editor. I'm going to grab this dinosaur. We're going to hit F7 twice. That is a Trilodon. We're going to grab him. Trilodon. And we'll go take a look at his stuff. He's a template animal neutral. Appearance Trilodon. Drop list drop Trilodon. So that's his drop loot. So this one right here is drop list. He has 145 health. He is a memory, so you can capture a memory from him by being nearby. And he doesn't have a flock. So if we go to Flamingo, we go take a look at this. Flamingos have a flock array, so you can make certain monsters move in groups with other monsters, which is super useful, actually. Like, really goddamn good. And you can just kind of pass that on. They don't have these in the asset editor yet, so when those go into the asset editor, it's going to be a lot easier to add interactions and functionality to an animal. So not yet for that. But if we go to sheep, they might have them in sheep. I'm not sure. Harvest timeout. So it's got harvest for sheep wool shear, and then there. With sheep lamb. Yeah, so they're just in a flock array together. I don't think there's interactions that do that yet, but you can build that. It's just harder because the editor doesn't display these guys yet. Goblins can flock around glue? Yeah, I mean, there's goblins in the game. Actually, have you seen the goblins? Check this shit out. Look at that goblin. Let me fly up into the air. Turn this off. Goblin Duke. Look at him. He has different phases, too. He gets big. A hermit. A lobber. These guys actually have an interaction that you can see where they juggle the bombs, and they can fail and drop one, and then it explodes. Which is kind of cool. The miner, the ogre, horrific. Deeply, deeply Nurgle. Scavenger. One with the battle axe, one with the sword. Scrapper. A thief. And it'll test a combat elite goblin. It's kind of neat. But yeah, there are actually thousands of models. Also, you can do things like this. Where they have, like, graphics. That is new. I don't think that was in the game before the pre-release. That's new. I don't remember this. Simon, you sneaking shit into the build? You're sneaking shit into the build. I'm on to you. What are you? Look at those swords. That's new. That's got to be new. Can we get those swords? That'd be awesome. Those are already in the game. Let me grab it. It's this one, Spectral Longsword. So yeah. Yeah, you can. It's actually just equipped with Spectral Longswords. It's not new? This was in the game? I don't feel like that was in the game. Oh, dude, it like disintegrates. That's amazing. Because I looked up Knights before. He's a boss that wasn't ready yet? Is he actually... Was he in the pre... Let me go see if he's in the other build. Let's see if that's true. Also, the 3 people who were dying on the hill for Minecraft, why were you also all 3 people that were bitching about World of Warcraft the last entire year? Your chat history binds to your account forever, and we can just click it and see it. It's a bit weird. It's a bit strange. All right, let me go grab this. I'm going to grab the launcher. We're going to switch over to the other version. Because I want to see if that guy's in there. We're going to go to the release build. Yeah, a little bit odd. I'm going to say that's a little bit odd, man. Because to be real with you, tribalism has no place in this. This is just a better tool, objectively. Trained pirates offered deniers? I mean, seeing as your only comments ever have been World of Warcraft bitching and this, and they're a full year apart, I would say yeah. I would say that you're probably a little obsessed. And that it's... Oh, wait. Nope, we're not doing that one. And it's probably time for you to do something else with your life. Legitimately. Like, don't spend your time on weird bullshit like that, man. Invest in yourself. Do something else. Anything. Do something positive for you. Right? There we go. Spawn entity. Go into here and look at Knight. Shadow Knight was in. Interesting. I'm going to take a picture of this. We're going to put that over there. And then I'm going to go back to the other pre-release line real quick. Because I want to see... Because I think there was one before it that was in there. Go back to pre-release. Launch that. Yeah. Yeah, there's not enough hours in the day to spend it hating shit. Every minute that you spend shitting on things on the internet instead of doing other things, you are wasting your own time. And you will not get that back. Use it, dude. Use it. Heartbound still developing? Yeah, I release an update every month, man. Last one came out 24 days ago. So it was the end of last month. You can go see it if you do exclamation point updates. Yeah, use it. Use it for something, man. Okay, so there is a new monster in this. This is not the same. Risen Knight was not there. It started with Shadow Knight before. So that's really interesting. I wonder if the Risen Knight is the new one that they're using for the skeleton from the summon. Test Combat Knight. Skeleton Burnt Knight. Yeah, so let's look at Risen Knight real quick. I think Risen Knight might actually be the one from the new book. Grimoire. It is called Rekindle Embers. That's the name of it. There we go. Rekindled Embers. It is going to be in the Hytale version? What? Is that not correct? What is the name of it, actually? It is Spellbook Rekindle, not Rekindled. I'm dumb. Boop. There it is. And so that one, if we take that and we make 5 of them in the inventory, and then we take bones... We make 5 piles of bones on the ground. And then we do... It is those ones. It's the Risen Knights, so that's why they have the graphic around them. That's quite cool. So it's bound to the model itself. Fight the dinosaur! Kill him! Kill that dinosaur. Kill him. He's running away. Punch him. Punch him in the ass. Yeah, get him. Go, my beautiful skeletons. I like how they're randomly blocking. Get the dinosaur. And then I go back to creative and they disappear. He gets to live today, chat. He gets to live. He gets to live. We're going to space. Can we eat him later? I mean, yeah, he's splooting. Oh. Don't worry about it. I got him. I got him. I got him. Take him back home? I mean, I could. I could take him back home. Be free. He's home again. Yeet him across the verse? I could. Return him, he doesn't like it up here? True. So it looks like they added those new assets. There were a number of things that they added that were really, really good as well. Different functionality, which is nice. How do you turn off collisions? Hit F3. F3 will turn off collisions for you. O will change between creative and not creative mode. And both of those are quite useful, I think. Double jumping will just let you fly. You can also hit F2, and F2 increases your overall speed by a multiplier, so you can kind of go ham with it. It goes up to 15. You move real fast. And, by the way, all those chunks are loading on my local machine right now, but when we actually do that on a server with only 8 gigs of RAM, it's the same speed. Which is kind of crazy. Slowing down, you hit F1. Every time you hit F1, it changes the speed multiplier again. Necromancy stuff basically added Summoner as a class, so that's cool. Kind of. It is more of a tool for us as modders to be able to see what is possible, right? There we go. Yeah, it's less about being in the video game and more about being showing us an example of how to mod it. Yeah, pretty much, Persistent Goat. They've already gotten Minecraft running inside of Hytale. They've also gotten Hytale running inside of Hytale. They've gotten Doom running on blocks, and they've gotten Doom running on the map. So, already done. We'll receive World Gen 2 with patch 2. We actually already have World Gen 2. I was playing around with it the other day. You can already do World Gen 2 right now and modify it live. Which is kind of cool, to be honest with you. Yeah. As someone who Minecraft? Minecraft? No, no Minecraft. Alright. Let's go back into... We're gonna leave all of this. Hey Jake, I'm gonna switch our server over to pre-release. I've taken a copy of our modding tools down to GitHub. I'm going to upload that now to the Hytale branch. So that way we have that nice and stored. And is there anything you need off the server before I nuke it? Because this is going to nuke this folder, man. Waiting on Mr. Jake. Do you know when the temple's portals will be done? You can make them right now. If you're talking about the basic, like, baseline Hytale, I'm going to be honest with you, I am less focused on that experience. Like, you can just make these things. We can just have a portal that does whatever we want. You know what I mean? And we now have documentation for World Gen V2. I think Jake messaged me. Good. Yeah, no, it's way better, Jake, if we're going to go that direction for the DB. I'm quite happy with it. How do you add the area size of the house on which the workbenches grab the items inside the chest? I think you might be able to do that inside of the bench itself. That is likely inside of that. I'll look into it today. That's not something that I've looked into. Is there any easy way to say what all items require something in crafting, like green crystals, and what items are use that for crafting without having to go through all the items, the assets? Go into the green crystal itself. You should be able to pull it from there, which is kind of interesting. I don't believe you can search by item information from that, which is a little bit weird. Where do you find the documentation at? Well, now that they fixed the bug that we had, it's right inside the asset editor when you mouse over it, which is huge. Yeah, we're waiting on the ads. I wait for ads. I don't want people to miss stuff. Waiting on ads. There's also documentation on hytalemodding.dev. The Hytale team gave them. I have not seen this one. I'm going to look into the docs. Because the only websites that I saw before that had any type of documentation had AI generated documentation that was just showing how to mod Minecraft wrong and saying it was Hytale. So I've stayed away from all documentation source websites until the devs actually put out the docs. And I've spent the last 10 days actually going through and trying to change everything and learning how all of it works before the documentation even came out. So, like, I have stayed away from any website that is purporting to have clean documentation. When they say the devs gave them this documentation, did they actually? And I don't know. Yeah. If they create a mod like Factorio and Hightail your soul, you can make that mod. The devs are actually on that Discord? Okay, good. I've just been really wary of it. I've been really, really wary about any of the community-based like documentation because a lot of it has been AI-generated bullshit. And it's been a huge problem over the last week where like people are like, hey, check out this documentation. And then I go and look at it and I was like, this is documentation from Minecraft, but also wrong. Because somebody vibe coded documentation, basically. They vibe documented, which is like, dude, that's not great. It's not necessary at all. Like, don't do that shit. I'm asking Jake if he's good to go. We're going to wipe the mods folder. Because I got to swap it. And I need Jake to say yes, that he's good. So that way I don't delete any of his shit. What's the updated version of the game? Release or pre? It's pre-release. That's what you're after. Boop. What is this? Yeah, this is the World Gen V2 documentation. Oh, it is actually on there. Okay. So he did give it to them. We're going to be playing with this today. So I can learn. I wish to learn things. Waiting on the old Jake. Jonk, why do you not listen? Waiting on him. I'm just going to send it. I'm going to do it. Bubonic plague, what are you talking about? Going to sleep? Night, dude. Jonk isn't working right now? No, he's definitely doing whatever he wants right now. God forbid he needs 5 minutes for a toilet break. We were in the middle of a conversation, you goblins. We've been talking in DMs this whole time. Got a Hollow Knight Easter egg and call it the land. That's cool. I dig that. Maybe he's on the toilet while DMing. You should never be a DM in Dungeons & Dragons from the toilet mirror. You're just going to get the minis wet. Gross. Ugh. You might drop one in the toilet, right? Yeah, sorry, Sabby. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to time you out for 10 minutes. That's in really bad taste and kind of gross. I know, like, you might be used to, like, Twitter brain rot shit, but that doesn't fly here. Cut that out. You DM our game in the toilet realm? Nice. If a player dies, you throw their minion and flush. Nice. That's the way, dude. Everything in the toilet is a natural one. If you get a natural one, we throw your mini in the toilet. It all makes sense. I think he actually died. Jake is dead. For real. Committing to our Hightail branch real quick. It's that construction crew. Nice. I understand that you use X on the toilet because it's all bullshit anyway. You're goddamn right. That's a website for shit posting. Where do you do your shit posting best? When you're taking a shit. Why do they call it taking a shit when you're leaving one? We'll never know. All right, let's see here. World generation concepts. How to edit and create biomes. Oh, look at that nice transition. Look at that. Oh, it's so fancy. I'm really glad that this is official documentation. This is really nice. World Gen Pack tutorial. Let's go and look at this. Yep. We already do this. We do this a lot. This is just how to make a asset pack. Generator defines which biomes spawn together. Biome assets with content configurations. Density assets that can be referenced by another generation asset, so it's the same as doing structures. Prop assets that can be referenced by biome assets, so assignments. Now we know how the assignments work because I played with it 2 days ago and yesterday a little bit. So with those two, we've got this set up and we're good to go. Turn off the mic filters, dude. Your LARP is getting lame. If you're gonna write fan fiction about me, you got to get better than that, man. It's the same tired fan fiction for a year. I'm waiting. Got to evolve it, man. So if we're gonna have this, I think if we set this up, I'm gonna start playing with World Gen V2 today. This is gonna be the go time for this now that we have actual documentation. Terrain, material provider, props, environment provider. I've figured out some of these, but having it written is good. How did preview your work? The viewport radius 5 we learned. Instances spawn. That I didn't know. Interesting. Enjoy this ping meme? What is this? I'm not clicking that. It's Twitter. Take off the glasses filter. We know you don't really wear glasses. Oh, shit. Like, what if I did that and it went right through? I did know a guy, like a number of years ago. It was like 9 years ago, that wore glasses with no lenses because he thought they made his face look better. And I was like, you know, at least fair. But I can't see shit without my glasses. It's a mess, man. I got Prism in mind. It's like 3.5, I think is what it's set to. It's bad. I get like I can see 2 chats. It's not good, dude. You don't like contacts? No, I don't like contact. I'm going to be honest with you. I tried contacts once, and it scared the shit out of me. Like, it was... I don't like putting things in my eye. And it just... LASIK? No. I don't want someone to shoot my eye with a laser. You know what I'm going to do instead? I'm going to wear this on my face. And that's it. Also, when I look at myself in the mirror, if I'm not wearing my glasses, not only do I see 2 of me, which is weird, but also I look naked. So I'm just going to keep them on for the rest of my life. Yeah. I don't want a naked face. I don't want 2 naked faces looking back at me, right? Lasers are cool, though. They're cool when they're over there, away from my eyes. You do look weird without your glasses? I know. Classic glasses wearers take? True. I know it's like a super slim chance that LASIK goes wrong and they, like, burn your retinas out of your face. Like, I know it's a really slim chance. But there's a chance. You know what's not going to happen? My eyes aren't going to get lasered out by my glasses. There's 0 chance right now, and I'm fine with that, right? And if I die because of a Velma situation, then I die because of a Velma situation, where I'm like, oh no, my glasses, and then the murderer gets me, fine. So be it, then I was wrong. But it hasn't happened, and I'm happy with this. Okay, Jake is now approved. We're good. His stuff is all backed up. My stuff is all backed up. We're going to fire the bomb. Firing it. Change version. When changing server versions, we recommend generating a new world to prevent compatibility issues. Create new world. Restart now. It's blowing up. Jake ate some bacon? True. We nuked the server. Mirror what? Chance they mistake the laser with phasers? Oh. You got laser to prevent glaucoma. How do they use a laser to stop you from getting glaucoma? That's crazy. There's also a chance that your eyes absorb the lasers and you get laser vision. That's kind of like the old tale of like staring at the sun gives you superpowers, but the government's trying to stop you from doing that so you don't get superpowers. So they tell you that it actually makes you blind. Yeah, that was a psyop to make you blind. Don't look at the sun. Yeah. Never seen you stream before? What's up, dude? I stream 6 days a week. Glaucoma is pretty much just crystals in your eyes. Sometimes. Weird. Now that one's true? I don't think so. You don't want to be a Cyclops? Being a Cyclops would be pretty cool. I feel like that would be kind of cool. You'd have no depth perception. But if you stare at someone, you stare at someone with a really big eyeball. What is this? Wow. Oh, this is going to be wild. Jeb, Minecraft's lead developer, made statements on social media where he said, I wish it was something more different than Minecraft. It's very polished, but the feeling I get when playing it is that I'd rather just play Minecraft. It's still very early, though I know modding will be an important aspect. I'll definitely play more in the future. Jeb saying that Hytale feels very polished is the best compliment we could possibly receive. He's someone I deeply respect, and I know he doesn't often speak publicly about other games, so I really value that. I think a lot of people don't understand just how complex Minecraft design is, all the features and systems working together to create a complete game. It takes more than 10 years for games like this to mature into a full game loop. It's incredibly difficult. I've been working with Minecraft as a modder for 14 years, and have hired and worked with over 300 people throughout my career. I know the genre extremely well, and I'm very critical of our own game. I agree with a lot of the negative feedback, and I spend all day taking notes. I've been saying for months that Hytale still has a long way to go, and I still believe that, which is why I keep working every single day. Hearing that Jeb said he'll come back and play more later is great. I hope he gets to experience the true vision we have for Hytale. Respect to that Mojang team for playing. I hope they come back to understand our different vision better and feel more comfortable with our presence. By the way, I totally understand Jeb's feeling when he says, I'd rather just play Minecraft. At this point, he's probably right to feel that way. We haven't had time yet to add all the features that make this unique, and the early game experience we have right now is pretty basic compared to what we can do with World Gen V2 and other upcoming features, which we're going to get into today. Right now, we don't have instance dungeons, bosses, quests, stories, or anything like that at all. All of this is planned, and the good news is that we have the team to implement it. The truth is that many of us want something new, more focused on combat, adventure, exploration, and fantasy, and that's why we're creating and playing Hytale. It's not to compete with or replace Minecraft. For me, it is. We just want something that resonates with us. Personally, I grew up with Warcraft, Diablo, D&D, and all these incredible fantasy experiences. I want my kids to feel the same way I felt when I stepped into those fantastic worlds, and for it to spark creativity in them the way it did for me. Over the next few years, you're going to see significant difference between Minecraft and Hytale as we expand our extensive modding tools, fantasy worlds, and much more. I recommend everyone reread our blog post about World Gen V2. That's where we're going to shape the future of Hytale's adventure mode. It's well worth the read. I also consider PvP quite important to us, so keep an eye out for what's in the future. Thank you all so much for the support. Now back to work. Let's make it all happen. With that in mind, I think Simon's being a little bit shy about it. The modding tools in Hytale are dramatically better than Minecraft's modding tools. Legitimately so. And I think that I'm hoping that eventually he believes that too. I think he's being gracious. I think he is. Because the modding tools are so much better, dude. Yeah. Yeah, better shy than boastful. I think for sure, though, like, as someone who is also modding in this, Hytale, the modding tools are very good. There's no modding tools in Minecraft. The modding tools were made by the community. And, like, even with the modding tools made by the community, Hytale clears them in a lot of ways. It's like everything you'd ever want. And it's just there, right? Minecraft walks so Hytale can run. I kind of feel that way. And I want to be clear about this. There's a lot of animosity building from Minecraft people. A lot of animosity building for Minecraft, where they're like, it's just Minecraft again. Before you turn into like a tribalist, you know, like, oh, I'm dying on this hill for my block game because it's part of my personality. Before you do that, take a minute, get into Hytale, and make a custom block. It will take you under a minute. then do it in Minecraft. And that's the difference. That is 100% the difference for the modding community, is you can just do it in Hytale. And in Minecraft, it will take you hours, if not days. If not, you will give up before you finish. And it is fine to like Minecraft, but the modding framework in Hytale is just better. Yep. Microsoft Mojang? Forgot. Developers. Yes. What do you think of Vintage Story? Awesome. Vintage Story is very goddamn cool. Yeah, you're also allowed to enjoy both games. There's nothing wrong with that. It's fine. But you got to be realistic about this shit. The modding community is to be the sole reason Hytale will be a major success in the coming years? Just like Minecraft, right? I'm going to be honest with you. If it was always just vanilla Minecraft, Minecraft would have died a long time ago. The modding community carried Minecraft. Entirely so. The modding community carried Minecraft so that Microsoft could produce Bedrock and sell you microtransactions. The modding community carried Minecraft so that Microsoft could sell you products. And that sucks. And I really, really wish that Mojang had doubled down on just modding tools over anything else and updating Minecraft to be multi-threaded, as an example. Like, I wish they would have done that. And they just didn't. I wish they would have delivered the modding API that they said they were going to a decade ago. And they never did. Like, I wish these things existed. Some of the changes they made to Minecraft have been fantastic. You know, the item component system, amazing. Awesome. Really good move. Fantastic move. But, like, outside of that, it's kind of basic changes. Really basic changes. And Bedrock is a mess, dude. They made me a target. What is this? Getting a Minecon cape? I don't understand what you mean. I don't know what the Target by Thieves thing is. Can't exactly do that when Microsoft's... Yeah, no, I think that's the biggest problem with it, dude. Is, like, I think there's people that are very passionate about it, but, like, they'd have to completely rebuild Minecraft in order for it to compete. Hytale has a... Like, I think the thing that a lot of people don't realize is Hytale just has a better base in terms of software. And because of that, we can already build everything that I want to build. Like, it's already there. We just do it. It just takes time. One problem with Minecraft has is that there's things they can't really change because so many players would get upset with it. Yeah, I do think that the community holds them back. I do agree with that. I think that the community in Minecraft holds Minecraft back because they go, I don't want that to change. And then Mojang is in this weird holding pattern where they're like, we could upgrade this. And players go, no, it needs to be the same. And it's not like all of the Minecraft community, but some of them are very much so like that. Like, I'll give you an example. When they upgraded the item component system, and I think it was 1.21, somewhere in there, right? When we upgraded to that, we had to rebuild our entire item system to go from the NBT system that it was originally to this new item component system. And when we did that, it took, like, weeks to get that done. And it was a mess. So, like, when Minecraft updates something, it can be devastating for custom servers. It can be very devastating. So there are a very large amount of voices that say, I don't want anything to change in my Minecraft, in my block game, right? Which is why there's still people that play vanilla, which is fair, right? But I'm going to be real. If we're talking about server performance, if we're talking about ease of modification, if we're talking about adding things to the game, there are so many people that are getting into modding in Hytale that otherwise never would have because of how easy it is, which is exactly what Minecraft was in the beginning. You had hundreds of thousands of young people suddenly able to express themselves through the media of a game that they could share with other people. And that created a generation of people that were interested in creativity. It's the same thing we had when we had Flash back on Newgrounds back in the day. Suddenly everyone could do animation. Everyone could make short videos. Everyone could build that and then put it out there. Minecraft was like that. Hytale is like that, but faster and easier to enter. So because of this, you're going to have another generation of young people that are able to express themselves through the media of modding a game, adding models, creating stuff in Blockbench, creating animations, making sounds, and putting it into a multiplayer server so they can share it with others. And it's easier to do in Hytale than it is in Minecraft. That's fantastic. That is the greatest tool for creativity that we have seen in like a decade, dude. Like, that's really good. That's really good. And the fact that it already has adoption by selling over 1 million copies in a day, good. 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 I'm overjoyed to see that. Legitimately so. Yeah. Yeah, oldschoolnewgrounds.com. I know, right? Age old, dude. The old days. But, like, it's... Hytale had 2.8 concurrent peak. We don't actually know it had 2.8 million. The screenshot, the number that you got came from a screenshot of somebody impersonating Simon on a server. Already looked into that one. We have not found an actual source of them saying 2.8 million. Yeah. So, like, I really think this is a big deal. You had no idea? Thank you. No problem, dude. Yeah, so, like, I think this is, like, a really big deal that I don't think a lot of people understand quite yet. Because if you haven't been modding Minecraft and then also tried to mod Hytale in the last 10 days that it's been out, you just wouldn't know. It's wild, dude. Yeah. All right, server should be up. We have modified to the next version. I'm going to go get on it now. I'm in the pre-release version. Pop that. You. Yeah, we don't actually know the real number. Simon and them have to release it, man. You've been developing mods and plugin for Minecraft for 5 years? You've been making things in Hytale for like 72 hours straight. Isn't it wild, dude? Like, it's so much easier. I've had very few people come in that are like, no, Minecraft better, And when I look into each one of the accounts for that, they're people that historically have just been agitators in the channel. Ones that show up like once a year to shit talk and then leave. So I don't know if a lot of that is real or not. Legitimately so. On to the server. Some people fail to realize how hard it is to make a Minecraft mod pack. You're right. Like, we work on Blockgame all the time, and it's not easy, man. Okay, Fireball is still working. Make my speed back down to 1. Collision enabled. There we go. Fireball works. Upgraded Fireball works. Crossbolt's working. Instant AoE works. Reticle-based AoE is working. Yeah, everything functions. All right. What? You show up every few streams to watch and listen, then on occasion use the emotes to make you uneasy? You have talked in this chat 537 times. The last time you used an emote in this chat was June 5th, 2025, when you put feet on Kronos' channel and we were doing a stream together. Those ones. On to you. Hytale is on Xbox? No, they're focusing on PC first. Then they're going to put it on console and mobile, they were saying. The reason why they're not doing that at launch is because that's exactly what Riot tripped over. Riot owned this for a little while, and they kind of fumbled it. And one of the things they were trying to do is put it on every platform first, instead of getting it out. Getting it in people's hands, you know? Okay, special effects are working. Looks like everything's good to go. Let's start playing, man. Alright, I'm going to make a flat world. First, we're going to say world prune confirm. Get rid of all those instances. World instance, what was it called? Let me go grab that command line from them. There we go. And we'll go do instances spawn and then flat. Instances spawn flat. Instance asset name with flat does not exist. Do we not have one? Oh, did they get rid of the flat world in this? I think they may have accidentally gotten rid of flat world. There is no flat world. What have they done? Default flat. There we go. It's a flat world. Okay, so now we're going to do viewport radius 5. And now we can go into here and grab this. And we need to start building our world gen out. So I set this up in a structure last time, but we're going to make some new stuff. This is going to be under server hightail generator. We're going to grab this up. And grab this. Reload here. Oh, it actually kept all of our mods, man. Yo, Jake. It didn't even delete our mods folder. Sick. Okay, server hightail generator. We're going to take all of this, and I'm going to start deleting stuff. So we've got world structure, biomes. Oh, it's actually world structures. They got that wrong. Density and assignments. We'll need to make an assignments folder. Because we did this last time. How to visit our worlds. The generation assets define a set of generators. Do TTS.
Lbear 2021_H with 500 bits said there is an anomaly in this video. Can you find and identify it for chat? https://www.youtube.com.
Maybe? I'm gonna make fun of something first, though. We're gonna wait on the ads. And then I have to show you something hilarious. There's a couple of typos on this page. They should really edit this. Do you live in Agartha? Hell yeah, dude. And my life is very peaceful. So thank you. I do. I live in the woods. Unironically. In the woods of Washington State. You still stream daily? 6 days a week. Yeah. And then in December I did every single day for all of December. Yeah, I live in the woods. I go foraging all the time. I'm a weird forest nerd. Yeah, I'm a forest hermit. I love being a hermit, dude. All right, ads are gone. There are some typos on this page, so I would be very aware of that. They have instance.bson. Definitely not a JSON file. It's a BSON file. That's not right. And they have world structure instead of world structures on this. So I would be wary if you were trying to do this. Because that's not right. Yeah, that's there's definitely some oddities on this page. Yeah. BSON is a thing? For what? Is it actually? Don't lie to me. I've never heard of a BSON. Is that actually a thing? I have never seen this. But they don't use BSONs, they use JSON. Configuration of the files in server instances. I don't know if they actually use BSONs. Or not now. Because this is just JSON. But a BSON is a binary encoded JavaScript. But this isn't binary encoded. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if this is wrong now or not. No, BSON is a thing. Yeah, no, BSON's a thing. Programmer Jeff. I didn't know about it. I've never used one before. Binary JavaScript object notation. It is binary encoded serialization of JSON documents. BSON has been extended to add some optional non-JSON native data types, like dates and binary data. BSON can be compared to other binary formats like protocol buffers. But this is just raw JSON, so... I feel like they're not using a BSON and this is a typo. Does that make sense? What is this hightail tracker? Cool. Track your hightail identity. Neat. Horrifying. Look at that one. Test face guy. Neat. BSON? Yeah. You can create your own world instance that points to a custom world structure asset for testing your work. You can do this by duplicating the basic instance config and changing the world structure key to the name of your asset. The basic instance config. Okay, so we can take this. This will be made in server instances. Let's actually go into here. Under Blockgame Dev, and we're going to go to Instances, and we'll look at Basic, right? Because this one is called Instance Default Instance, and we'll go into here. This will be under Server Instances. Do they actually have an Instances thing in here? They do not. So it's not exposed to the asset editor, whatever the hell this thing is. But Hightail Generator actually has a number of different things for us. So we'll be pulling from these and playing around with them. And I'd like to do that, I think. Basic is the one that we played with before. Density asset. I think there's a flat asset. World structure asset. We're going to do this in a local server so that I can play with WorldGen live. So give me just a minute to set that up. I don't think it's actually a BSON. It seems highly unlikely based on the rest of their structure. I could be wrong, but that seems weird. User data, saves, pre-release, mods, Blockgame, server, Hightail Generator. There we go. We're going to be working out of this folder. Yeah. Grab this. Yeah, this seems wrong. You're catching up on West Wing, top tier show. Cool. That is a cool show. I think House of Cards is also very good if you like political drama. Both of those are fantastic, to be real. Okay, rerun this. Please, hightail. Yeah, I was going to say, you shouldn't be able to human read Bison, so I think it is a typo, man. I think it's a typo. Because, like, I was like, I've never even heard of this format, and then I looked it up, and I was like, this is supposed to be binary encoded. They shouldn't be able to read that. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Bison not being human readable is kind of like the whole deal there. Okay, creative tools, world, instances, this, default, flat. So we're going to say instances, spawn, default, flat. Have you heard of the comedian Josh Blue? No, never heard of him. Nice. Pruned every other world. Very cool. Why are you playing God? It's my job. Welcome to programming, my dude. Alright, so we're going to build a new thing in here. We're going to grab this. We're going to go into our hightail generator. Actually, this is not the thing we want. We want this one instead. And we need to do how to edit and create biomes. Mathematical function nodes that calculate the physical shape of the biome's terrain. Logical nodes that determine the materials to make the biome's terrain. Props. Okay. We don't need that. World generation concepts. Terrain, three-dimensional terrain output. So that's actually the terrain system that we were playing with the other day. Simplex 2D, generative two-dimensional noise field. Okay. And then two-dimensional curve drawn between a height and a differential. Y curves. Okay. This is going to be a really good reference for me as we go through this. Yep, positions. This is exactly the same as what we were learning the other day. Scanner, I don't know anything about. An area or column around each position to scan finds the locations that match the pattern. That's cool. That's really cool, actually. This is the basic positioning system of structures in Minecraft, by the way. That grid-based system is very familiar to me. These, scanner and pattern, are new to me. Technical hightail generator. Let's go into scanners, because I don't know anything about that. Oh, that's interesting. So we can do scans of very specific behavior, or as a specific behavior to look through how the world is generated and then do interesting stuff. So there's a dart throw kind, where it chooses random blocks in a column, and then a pick valid where it goes from 1 and then scans all the way down. That's neat. Do you get snow where you live? I do. Didn't get any this year, though, which kind of sucks. It does rain 75% of the year here, though. Oh, we can actually export a scanner and then import it into another section. That's neat. I like that. Props are these. We can actually build those out. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do is we're going to go into... Do you remember that like, write-up that we saw before for World Gen? There was a kind of a better get started one for World Gen. I don't think this is as good for that. Because it doesn't even tell you what to put in each of these folders as a baseline. Let's go grab our basic one. There was a command that I used the other day, and I can't remember what the hell it was. There we go. World Gen settings, World Gen type, hightail generator. And now we'll give it a couple of seconds. Will it change it? Or will it be broken? Let's see. It's on pre-release. It's on Hightail Generator. It's on Biomes. Do we have to clear the world? I think we have to clear the world. And it's going to make it into the weird blocks, yeah? Oh, here it goes. Turned into rocks. All right. So it worked. We have our weird world. Good. Good, good, good. Yeah, that's how fast it regenerates, by the way, just to be clear. So now what we do is we set the radius of the viewport to 5 around us. And we can go up here, and then we can sit here and play around with this. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into Creative Tools and do Asset Node Editor. Yes, allow it. I'm cool with that. We'll grab this over here. I'm going to say File. I'm going to grab this biome here. Say File, Open. Grab that one and pull this in. And now we have a live editor for what we're trying to do, what we're trying to build, right? And we can go up here and do things like, in this case, it is building a material across the whole world, and it's rock stone. So we could say rock. Why are you opening another file? That was weird. Rock, bedrock. And then, because I have it set up in this way, I should be able to hit Control-Save, and it should pull it automatically into the world and change that radius of 5 chunks around me based on my settings. So we can modify this in real time now and play with World Gen and build whatever it is that we want. That cool? You inked? Okay, buddy. So now we can go into this, and we can say, I actually want to build a block of soiled dirt. Whenever we have rock, bedrock, like that. Actually, we'll do soil, dirt. So we'll build that, and then I can save this. And we can set up basic spawners for individual objects, which we now have. And these are creating 3x3 blocks, because it's a 1x1 block that we've added 1 block on each side to, based on a specific pattern. You can see it has no jitter on it. So now we're going to go into here, and we've got our 3D point, which is the extender for it. The scanner, in this case, I think is where we're creating each one of those. Yeah, max, Y, min. So that's looking for the floor, the ground itself. Can we build the pattern with jitter? I don't know if we can. There we go. Jitter. We're going to set the jitter to 0.3. So that's going to be the position for each one of these is now going to be up to 30% in any direction within its grid square. So it's more randomized with this. So we can play around with each one of those. And we can do it in real time on a live multiplayer server. This is why I was saying that it's just better than Minecraft. Because if you really want to build a world and make a custom biome, this is how you get to do it. Isn't that insane, dude? Yeah. This is part of Hightail? This is Hightail, yes. This is a Hightail tool built into the game so that we can make these things. Yeah. I think the way that I feel about this is 6 months from now, people are going to be like, back in my day, I had to build that shit by hand. And we're like, okay, Grandpa, like, that's how that's going to feel, you know? Okay, so if we want to scale it to Y in terms of the mesh point generator, I'm kind of wondering how we make this feel. I coded the world gen line by line with only my lips. Yeah, exactly. So I kind of want to create a number of different layers here. This set here, I don't know how to create a block. Like, how do I turn that into a thing? I don't actually know how. What are the hotkeys for this? Multi-connection. Multi-select nodes. Show hide this dialog. How do we create a box around it? Because I've seen that in other ones. I don't think we can we? Too many commands? It's not that many commands. That's how I feel, but I had to use HTML. Lol, I still use HTML. Draw the box with a pencil on it, dude. Let me just draw it right on my computer. No, there's a way that they created add group. There we go. Okay, so we right click and do add group. And then we could take that group and be like, whoop. And then we can take that whole group and put it there and then be done with it and then grab it and move it like this. And rename this to... Actually, can I rename that? How do I rename the title? What is that? Group title. There we go. We can change it to random boxes. So now we know that this block here is the random boxes being created. Yeah. We can take these over here. Move them up down there. And we can take this as the bedrock, the baseline. And this one up here can be set as the base for all of this. And we can make more terrain as well, if we want to. So we're going to make more terrain in a minute. But this right here is going to be our baseline. And I kind of want to build the baseline first. Can I make the box smaller to save some space? I mean, I could if I wanted to. Kind of compress everything up onto itself. But I'm going to be real with you. We sort of have infinite space. Is there an end goal or just experimenting right now? Right now, the end goal is for me to learn these tools so that I can understand how this works, right? And I'm kind of showing them off at the same time while we learn it together. So this is doing the noise, and the noise can have... I need to learn what this word means, laconarity, because I saw it last time and I don't know much about it. I need to understand the base height name, so I guess the base height name is the base that is generated from the ground. Our curve point, if we set this to, say, 500, we take a look at what that does. So now we can create incredibly curved terrain if we want to. That looks quite cool. So we can build that out entirely any way that we want it to be. And it looks like it goes up way too high. We can create black hole. I mean, yeah, we can do whatever you want. So then we can go into this. Let me actually turn off the in-game sound, because I can hear it, even if you can't. Oop. There we go. Change this back to about 50. Save that out. There we go. That's fast as shit. We all just lost? Yeah, I lost the game, dude. Let's make another one. And we're going to say... Oh, there's deprecation in here already. We're going to say constant density. Hook that up. Oh, I guess not. Can we not do constant density as a thing? I guess not. Because I was thinking that we'd create a constant density thing and then kind of go from there. I guess we can't do that. I just want to create a simple material across the whole map at a certain level. Terrain density. I don't know anything about these yet. This type only accepts one connector. It seems like it, yeah. Some of them accept multiple connectors, like I can do this. And do simple horizontal material provider. This one has worked on other ones. I wonder why it doesn't here. Huh. That's weird. Yeah, that's not connecting. What would be the reason for that? Because I've seen other ones that we've had where they have a ton of different material providers. Remove the existing connection first? I mean, I guess. It's just kind of odd, right? Solidity material provider. Maybe we'll get rid of this and see if we can go from here. Nope. Ugh. What are you saying, not input to input? This is output to input. Input is on the left side, output's on the right. I understand now. So this one creates a solidity material provider. So this is for solid blocks, whether they're solid or empty. And then a Q material provider will export it as constant material provider for this, bedrock, or a simple horizontal material provider, which we're going to say top Y and bottom Y, and we'll set this down here to rock, stone, and then we'll go this way. I understand now. It's starting to make sense. We'll set this one to rock, stone, because it'll look for that. We'll go up here and say the material on this one is going to be a constant material. God damn. And then the material, in this case, is going to be rock, bedrock. And we'll do that, and then we'll save it out. What it should do is a thin layer of bedrock at Y1 and 1. And then everything else is stone. So let's go dig down there. Lozenge time? I've actually got them, too. If I did this right, we dig all the way down. Please, sir. I wish to dig. How deep is this rock? How deep is it? God damn it. Wow, that's really deep. All right. What level am I at? Where am I on the right side? It looks like it did not build my layer, and I don't quite know why. It's quite weird, right? Huh. Nah, it's really weird. Can you increase pickup distance? You can. Change the use distance on an item. It will update that automatically. So if that's not working, then how do we get this to work? Let's try something. Air. So why is it not doing my material provider? Maybe this is a problem. Let's go take a look at this. Simple horizontal material provider. Top Y, bottom Y. So when it builds this, and grab this, it's doing this first, and then that second. Maybe that's why. Maybe it has to do this last? Maybe it's overwriting it. It is not overwriting it. Okay? So none of that matters. How does it know to do this in a radius around it? Let's go look at the base up here. Name is basic. Where does it export base? Reflective issues? What do you mean reflective issues? I was thinking that it was the order of operations here, but it is not. Reminding you of Blender nodes for making shaders? Yeah. But it's for World Gen. And I'm doing baby steps right now. So here's our manual curve. This is the curve for this. We'll set that to 20. And this is for the base. How does it know which of these to use? I don't know, Hightail. Molecularity is kind of a gappiness. Higher value is more holes. Okay. I will check that out. So if we export this, let's see, curve mapper density, base height density. So the base height density is going to be named base. And then we can use base, I guess, in other locations. Let's try this. Top boy is going to be 5. We'll save that. I might be, like, very wrong about where stuff is. -60 to 60, right? That may be the problem. Like, that may be the issue, is I just don't understand what the value of height is in this. You know what I mean?
The real Miracoon with 500 bits said, "For as you know, I admire you. But I must ask, why do you have my shoes? Those are my shoes. Why do you have them? You don't even have legs, you don't need them. Unless you have feet without legs. They smell like my feet, I think. One of them does at least. And why did you fill them with liquid cheese sauce? How did you even get them? You know what, I admire you even more now that you were able to get them. Keep the shoes. Frame them on the wall, it will be a great conversation starter."
You'll never know. You'll never know the truth. Maybe you don't need to connect it to a constant material provider and just connect the material directly. You do actually have to connect it to a constant material provider because you can't do a material directly, I don't believe. Yeah. A material provider provides the material to a material node, if that makes sense. I wonder. Okay, so if this is the base, I think I have an idea. If this is the base for the world, and it is the sum density, we have terrain densities that we can change, right? Maybe we can only have one for that. So with a terrain, can we have another terrain? No, we cannot. We can only have one terrain. Can we have... No. So we can have one terrain into one density. How do we get multiple terrain types? Because I've seen this done before. This is the base structure of everything. This is the kind of like the baseline. And if we want to do material providers, we can say that there's, in that base structure, because it's using the base structure, we can change this to get rid of this and say that this is rock, stone, and then save that. And in-game, it will change it back into rock, stone. Immediately. That'll be our baseline for this, is that it's rock, stone. And when we go back into here, this was set to 20. We'll set it back to 50. And it'll sync up with the rest. 5 minutes of ads. I want to see you. No, it's 2 minutes of ads, and I pause the stream during them. I will always pause and wait for people who didn't buy a sub. I don't want you to miss something just because you didn't pay me money, dude. Time noon. Time. Can we do a time pause? Nice. Okay. Alright, so what if you pay money to miss something? That's the same as buying your character at level 60 in World of Warcraft. There you go. How do you wrap your head around nodes connecting to each other? I always get confused on how stuff is supposed to connect to each other, so I'm new to this one, the way that this works, right? But I will say that the first thing that I'm finding confusing is exactly what you're talking about, which is how many ways can I put this out? Can I make another Solidity? And the answer is no. And this is queue material provider, so my guess is that we create, because it's a queue material provider, we can do a list of materials, right? Like this one is for when the block is empty, so it just makes it empty. And we can make it do other stuff when it's empty. Like, this one has another material, we can do constant material provider in that, and then we can do another material and be like water source. Oop, I did that wrong. We could do fluid water source. So now it's got 2, and I don't really know what happens when I do that. We're about to find out. And the answer is nothing. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be an indication. I think the only indication is this. See this up here? That shows you that there's an order involved. And if we do this, it'll swap the order because it's a queue. And we basically changed the order of those things on there. So if it can have 2 things, it'll have a list. And that's why it's a queue of things. And now you can see it did the water first for all the air. And because it did the water first for all the air wasn't able to put in there. The empty wasn't. But if we put air instead of empty, I wonder if it'll overwrite. And the answer is no, because it's no longer empty. Which is kind of interesting, right? I think that's the thing that's very interesting here. So we'll go back to empty, and now we can dump this and get rid of that. And we don't need it now. So when it's empty, we can actually make it empty. I don't even think we need a queue material provider for when it's empty either. I think it's a bit weird. So we can kind of go from there, right? There we go. Wild. Yeah, it was the worst bacon. That was the worst kind of bacon. So we got queue material provider and constant material provider. So this will give us a list of them. And I'm wondering, can we do... What other types of things can we do in here? Not a queue. So maybe we'll do... simple horizontal from this one. And then we can do material from that. Which is going to be bedrock. Or no, sorry. We don't do it that way. We do it like this. Which is going to be a constant material provider. Because that'll always be the same. It'll be constant, right? And then we can do a material out of that, and we can tell it what material we want. And we want this one to happen first. And then the other one to happen second, is the idea. Now, the part that I'm not quite understanding is how does it know to use this for that? Or that, right? Like, how does it know? And the answer is I have no idea. Right? And what is the difference between top base height and bottom base height and bottom Y and top Y? I have no idea. I have literally no idea how that works. And there doesn't seem to be any indication as to how that works. Base height name is base. Curve mapper density. Do we pull that from somewhere? Is that from another piece? We could also auto position nodes. Make them clean. Oh, wow. That's screwed up. That was clean before. Why have you done this? Auto positioning nodes is bad. I'm gonna clean that back up. Gross. There we go. Okay, so for this, why is it set up in that way? Why does that work that way? So if we do top Y of 100, bottom Y of 0, set that as a solid of rock, bedrock, and then save it. My question is, why doesn't this turn the sky to bedrock? Because if we're saying bottom Y is 0, top Y is 100, and we're currently at... Oh, we're at 120. Maybe that is why. Let's go find out. 200. It worked. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Okay. So if I set this up in that way, and we go down here to this, and I set this up to be... Keep going, keep going, keep going. That block that I'm looking at, is that 0? Or is that -1? I think it's 0. So at 0, 0, we do this. For some reason, it's making that one stone. And I don't quite know why. Maybe it can't be the same block. It's got to be 0 to 1. It does. It's got to be 0 to 1. Maybe it's got to be 1 to 1. Let me try 1 to 1. Because it may only be creating blocks at 1 and above. Nope. It's got to be a range of 0 to 1. Okay. Now it makes sense. So now I've got a world that creates bedrock along the bottom so players can't fall through, right? We've got bedrock as a single layer there, which is kind of cool. And we could do a little bit of noise on that. I think I want to do some noise on that, right? Yeah. You should put it in the text base for both? What do you mean? Wouldn't that work if I do it in text base for both of those? Wouldn't that be this pattern? Because it's being exported as that pattern? Or is there a way to export this as a pattern? So when I export this, how do I define that this down here is used for terrain, and this one here is used for something completely different? Right? That's the question that I have right now. Because I have a pattern up here, but I only want that pattern for basic terrain. Does this make sense? There's no bedrock in Hightail? I am playing through it now. Am I risking my life in mining? Just look where you're going. I don't know if there's bedrock in there. There's bedrock right now in this world. We need Hightail AI. There is no Hightail AI. The AI hasn't learned shit yet. It does not exist. Grab that. Move that down there. There's bedrock in release. Alright, good. So with this, we get the random boxes across it. And everything that goes into that. So it's a box prop. We do all this kind of stuff. Grab these out. Grab that there. Don't need that. Clean this up a bit. Alright, there we go. So what I want to do is I want to create just a layer of bedrock at the bottom, which it's done now. And we did that as the first thing that we do. So now what I want to do is we want to do, instead of a simple horizontal, I want to see if we can do some noise. Space and depth material provider, right? Depth into floor. Maybe that's not what we want. Condition? Oh, we don't want the condition. Okay, let's get rid of space and depth. There might be a... Not a Q. Not a solidity. Not a so we've got simple horizontal right now. Maybe we do simple horizontal first, and then we do noise going up from it, right? So we'll do like a simple horizontal, make it one big flat plane, and then try to make some noise going up. We build layered biomes, so maybe something similar to how cave generation would be. We could build caves and stuff next. I want to go into that. So I'm coughing to death. I'm gonna get my lozenge. I love people who do that. Is the dude who just jumped into YouTube and got banned. He's like, he deserves all the hate he gets. Most deserved fall off. Dude, we're just here vibing, man. There's like 400 people on YouTube and another 2,500 on Twitch. Like, what are you upset about, man? It's over. He's done. Nope, still here. Thank you, though. I hope your fan fiction does well, bud. All right. I know, right? Okay, so when we're building this, this is the simple horizontal. We know how this works now. It's a single flat line, right? The queue material provider lets us set a queue of different materials under different ways. Space and depth lets us do... I don't know what depth into floor means. That context is a little bit weird. But it has layers. And we've got a noise thickness layer. And that's kind of the one that I was interested in. So maybe if we do space and depth... Depth into floor is weird, right? Yeah, reports of my death are greatly exaggerated, exactly. Simplex noise 2D density. So let's go look at the documentation. The documentation is a little anemic. Okay, so Simplex 2D is kind of what we want. We might actually want to do the Simplex 3D because we need it to go up and down a little bit, right? Yes, Simplex noise 3D density. We'll grab that. Depth into floor sounds like it's counting from the top. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, and I don't know, because this is hard, like, text. We can't... I don't know what it's supposed to be called, right? So I don't know the other options. Like, what would it be, like, depth up from hell, right? Like, what is the way to get from the bottom of the world up? And I just don't... I don't know. Can we actually get a, Can we get a noise thickness layer from, like, the other one? I don't know if we can. Can't go lower? I mean, there's got to be a way to go from the bottom up, right? Because this is going from the top down, it seems. We're going to say 3 and 3. C to A. And we will put that as the noise map for this. And then the material is going to be a constant material provider. And we're going to say that the material is going to be just a material. And then we'll do rock, bedrock. There we go. And then we'll save this out. And I'm kind of wondering what this is going to do. My guess is that 3 blocks down, this is my anticipation, right? 3 blocks down, we will get a noise layer of this. Of bedrock. From the top. And I was completely wrong. So, what is it? What is it? What is that doing? I don't need to refresh. It's automatic. Yeah, we don't have to refresh, dude. I have it set with the viewport, so just instant. So, what's... You just said your mom. Are you okay, Scotch? Are you okay? You like Xbox Live childing right now? Like, what's going on over there, man? Okay. Never got it. Possible values as well are depth into floor and depth into ceiling. Do you have documentation on where those exist, Rivel? Because I'm not seeing it in this doc. Here. This is kind of basic, right? Maybe it's under space and depth material provider. Let's go look to see if it's under material providers. It is. Layer context. Okay, space and depth allows placing layers of blocks on a terrain's floor or ceiling surfaces. Layers of materials are piled on top on each other inside the surface, floor, or ceiling like a cake. There are multiple layer types, each type providing a unique way to define its thickness. Below is an example of 2 layers into the floor of our terrain. Okay. That's cool. That's really cool. Conditions let you skip this material provider if they are not met. An example of this could be a condition that only places grass if there's at least 5 blocks of empty above the surface. Okay. The context the layers are applied on. For example, if the context is depth in the floor, then layers will be applied relative to the depth into the floor. What does that mean? So the first layer will be the topmost block of the floor, and each consecutive layer will build deeper under the previous layer. So depth in the floor starts at the top. So the first layer will be the topmost. The graphic above illustrates that possible values depth in the floor and okay, possible values depth in the floor. So I guess depth into ceiling is the bottom layer? Is that wrong? Am I wrong about that? Link for this document? Here, man. Yeah, the documentation could use a little bit of work. That's okay. We'll get to it. Let's say max expected depth. Conditions. We don't need any conditions, so we're not going to have any. That's fine. The noise here, I don't know what laconarity in this... You need to set a condition? Do you actually have to? Always true condition. Okay, so this is always true then. That might be why. You might be right. It does not appear to have worked. So let's go check it now. Toad PhD, are you here and trying to say hello? Are you? What? No, Centauri. I'm good. I'm good. Someone found the Hightail Farlands. That's awesome. What's up, Toad? It's your best friend, Toad PhD, here to say I hope you're doing well. I am. You've been getting over the flu that's going around, but you feeling much better? Yeah, I was quite sick right after in December because I did a dumb thing, and the dumb thing was to stream every day for the entire month of December for 12 hours a day, which was dumb. It's really dumb. I did it though because we were doing in December and it was like a really cool thing to do, and we got to like show off 85 indie devs and it was like their moment, you know, and we're making videos out of it and shit. So like for me it was like a good thing. Like I felt good doing it, right? But then afterwards my body was like, you're an idiot. You're an idiot and you're sick now. And I was like, no. And it was like, yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Yeah. It was like a subathon, but you know, it was good. I mean, the reason... Dude, we had 500 indie devs apply. And I felt like shit turning people down, right? And that's... Yeah, it was 85. It was like 83. But we had 500 devs apply, and I was like, God damn it, dude. Like, I can't just ignore these guys. So we did like 83 of them. And then I was playing 3 a day, every day. And then having the devs on to interview them for at least an hour. Play their game for an hour, interview them for at least an hour, right? Yeah. They have an example of depth in the ceiling in the same page. It does start counting from the underside of a surface. Okay, that's useful. I want to get it from the top first. If we can get it going from the top first, then I can, like, learn how it works, right? But right now, it doesn't seem to be doing that. I don't know why. It's a little bit weird. Your brain was also on? A little bit. My brain was fried is what it was. Yeah, my body basically said, you lost Noitha, buddy. The hubris. It's got you. I wonder if I have to do it like this. Here, let me try something stupid. It may be because I'm doing the material provider in the wrong direction. Sir? Max expected depth 1, then. Well, that's not working. But I hope you're doing all right, man. If you guys don't know Toad PhD, you really should. He's an awesome human. Mostly. I think he might be human. He gives advice. That's what he does. He's probably human. You should watch his stream. It's weird. It ain't easy being green. That's true. That's true. He's a good toad. One time I went there and he was a statue. He was like one of those gold man statues. It's true. Yeah, it's pretty good. Also, it's, you should call him. You should call him on his show, because that's what his show is about, is that you call him and you ask for advice. And he just picks up the phone, and then he gives you advice. Sometimes that advice is really good. Sometimes the question is very bad. Always it's funny. We all know the truth that you're a wig? Yes. That's probably true. I will never need to wear wigs, because I am one. You should look up Rat Cousin on Twitch. It makes his own game for a host of his show. It makes it all his own pixel art. That's cool. Hell yeah. An online advice show, everyone gets what they give. It's like Full Metal Alchemist. Hey, if you like Full Metal Alchemist, do you like dogs? Do you like dogs? Oh, why are you upset, chat? Why are you upset? Big W oof. Oh. See what you did there. I love Full Metal Alchemist. Guys, what? What? I'm just talking about that one episode that's about family and togetherness and a permanent bond, you know? And maybe a little glorious evolution. Maybe a little bit of that. So how come we can't get this to bury into it? We create rock bedrock along the bottom. And then we do... Oh, wait. This might be why. I might be stupid. I may be stupid. Do we have to do this first? And then do this? Because now we have that, and then we bury into it using this, because it already exists, right? Like, maybe that's how that goes? Because what we do is we create a layer of bedrock, and then we create rock over the top of it, and then we dig into that with this, yeah? Yeah? Nope. I have no idea how this works. I'm confused. We need to dig, Jesse. Jesse, we need to dig. All right. I have no idea how this works. Let's look at this more. You apologize in advance for the TTS. Never apologize for your TTS. It's just as horrifying as you are.
500 bits said, "Hi Thor, been a while. Been busy.
Hi.
You always encourage us to make stuff. Even
Always.
dumb stuff. Well, did you know you can connect a 1986 NES to a disassembled controller, to an Arduino, to USB, to PC, to StreamerBot? Did you know you can do this 4 times with the old multiplayer adapter? That's right, I have an internet-enabled multiplayer NES from 1986 that can play Gauntlet 2 and Micro Machines with strangers on the internet. Told you it was dumb. Thank you for inspiring people to have fun."
The Bifrost bridge that I made ages ago was using a UART to TTL converter specifically to do that for Xbox and PlayStation controllers from PC. If you did that for SNES, can you show me the hardware setup you did for it? Because that shit is rad. That's like really, really cool. And now I really want to know about it. Ugh. Sickness. It's killing me. Yeah, no, I really want to know. Because that's rad as hell. How do you debug it? Right now, I have no idea how to debug this because I don't know how it works. This is baby steps for this portion of the game. I'm very, very adept with the asset editor now. This I know nothing about for World Gen, so I'm just starting out playing with it. I don't quite understand it yet, but also 10 days ago, I think at this point, I didn't know how the asset editor worked. And now I feel very good, very comfortable with it. So, it's going to be one of those. 7. All right, we're back from the ads. Welcome back. Yeah, so I was talking to somebody in the, in that... What is this? Did you see I obliterated the flat files? My man. Did you put it in, Mongo? Did you Mongo it up, dude? Just make sure we're not vulnerable to Mongo bleed, and then I'm happy. Alright, sick, dude. Good job. Flat files suck. That's way gross. You do it for all their player data as well? Like their baseline? It works for their player data too, right, Jake? Not just our custom? Well, you messaged me here. Let me see. Nice. I don't know. We might have to self-host. Well, let's talk to him. Put it in the channel with him. We'll find out if the host can support it. That's a good request, to be honest with you. Because I'd rather use Mongo than SQL, to be honest. Mongo's in MongoDB, yeah. They use... We wanted to use Mongo over using MySQL because Mongo is better, basically, for JSON blobs. And they're doing... The way that they're structuring stuff in this way is just... It makes more sense to use Mongo. It's really what it comes down to. In, like, the basic, most simplest way I can describe this. MongoDB is based. It is, up until you get vulnerable to Mongo bleeds. So we had to make sure we used the version that was, like, updated most. To not have to deal with it. Yeah. I know it could be self-hosted, but we're talking about a multiplayer server, right? Enjoy this Primogen post? What is this? What is Primogen posting now? Oh no, this is totally real. No, this is absolutely real. Yep. The reason why is because Notepad now has Copilot built in. And so because of that, if you can't access Copilot, it can actually crash out and say that Notepad is not available on your account. If it doesn't connect. It's a whole thing. It's gross. Yeah. Also, they tied Notepad to your Microsoft account, too, so that may be another point of failure. Nasty. Which is why I use Notepad++, and why I have for years. Yeah. Oh, by the way, MS Paint can also do the exact same thing that is shown there, because it also has Copilot, and is also tied to your Microsoft account. Gross. Gross. Yeah. This is real. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Primogen. It's actually real. Yeah. Here, let me do this. I want everyone to use Copilot and Notepad if I can't connect. Clearly this is needed technology. I love the future. Like, it's so shit, dude. Oh. Let me pull up the MS Paint one. We actually grab it like this so we can actually get that in there. There we go. Isn't that gross? There you go, Prime. Have that. Ah, it's grim. Enjoy this. Next update, Copilot and MS Paint. I know, right? I mean, it's right there. It's already Copilot and MS Paint right there, dude. Generative erase. I hate the future. I hate it. I hate the future so much. We have to go back. We just have to go back, dude. Like, I think there was a time where technology had a little bit of whimsy to it, and you're like, oh shit, that's really cool. And then we just went too far, and we have to roll it back a little. Just reel it in. Reel it in, because this is stupid now. Oh my god. Now we're just annoying each other. It's grim, dude. Generative erase in Lightroom is Pog, though? The only thing AI is going to generatively erase is an entire generation of people's critical thinking. That's it, bud. Okay, so with our material providers, we know what a constant does. What is solidity? Separates into solid and empty terrain blocks and provides a material provider slot for each of the two selections. So when we have those, an empty is this. Q material provider, simple material provider. So we can change to an empty slot. Provides solid and empty. Okay. Q goes through a queue of material provider slots from highest to lowest priority. If a material provider in the queue doesn't provide a block type, the next one in the queue is queried. If no slot provides a block, then the material queue provider will not provide a block. I see. Okay. The query stops at the first slot that provides a block. So we provide this block, and if it doesn't provide under these conditions, then it applies the next block. That's what's happening here. And because this is constrained to this, it is only able to provide that block first. So we have to do this as a fail-out at the end, basically, and then give the rest of them constraints for how they are going to apply. So this one will be depth into floor, and we'd have to give it a range for where it can do depth into floor, effectively. Based on priority. How is priority defined? Based on this number here. So if we take this number, see how it's 0 there, and we move it down here, now it's 0, 1, 2. It's actually based on visually where the node is. And that determines the order or the priority for it. 0 is higher priority. So it goes top to bottom, basically. You can pull these over here. So if we want to pull this up, yeah, it's awesome. That's a really cool way to do it. Now I understand how that works for Q material provider. Now I'm trying to understand conceptually, does this apply depth into floor from the top of our base structure? How does it apply this? And the answer is I have no goddamn idea, currently. So let's take a look at this. Simple horizontal was very easy. That's what this one does, up here. And we're applying that one first. We're putting a layer of bedrock at the bottom. The top of what? The top of our base structure, which is this up here. Everything is built off of this base structure. It's a form. Basically, we've created like a wave, and that wave can then apply what we're building based on that wave, right? And what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to understand, like, how does this build out? They have a grid behind it. It's like parsley. Parsley? Oh, this grid? That's just for looks, yeah. The grid is just for looks. I wonder if we could do snap to grid. We might be able to. Go to root. So this, we don't really even have to worry about this. This is just constant material provider for the final stage. So when we're done doing our cool custom interactions and building our cool custom, like, you know, whole thing, whatever the hell it is, then we'll want to fail out, I guess, is that at the end. I'm trying to understand, like, where this depth into floor goes. We'll say rock, soil, dirt is what I'll do. And then we'll save this. Because concept-wise, what I'm thinking, reloaded assets for biome asset. Okay, what I was thinking is that it would dig from the top. But I don't think that's how this is working. I don't think it works that way. So let's go and take this. We're going to delete these out and then save it from there. And that is just going to create our bedrock baseline. And that is only one block thick. So it's not even applying our material for that, right? It's not applying the material. Yeah, this is built in the Hightail. This is part of the game. This is the World Gen V2, and I'm learning how it works, basically. So basically, the material that I was trying to provide is not being provided, and as such, the game can't build using our system yet. So I think depth into floor is the wrong choice here, if that makes sense. Because I don't think it can provide a material in this way. It's always true. The density is here. Maybe it just needs to be bigger? Maybe that's how that works? No? Let's try the other direction. Space and depth is the one that we're looking at. We have to look at the layers documentation. This is going to be so much work. So a layer. In the depth and space material provider type, layers are stacked into the depth of this floor or ceiling. Layers have a thickness and a material provider. Below are some examples to illustrate how layers work. Layer 1, grass of thickness 1. Layer 1, grass of thickness 1. Layer 2, dirt of thickness ranging from 2 to 3. Okay, how do we define a layer? Let's go look at that. I see. Okay. This right here... I understand now. Constant material provider. Material. What is the name of that soil? I think it's soil grass, yeah? Soil grass. There we go. All right. So we made a soil grass, and it's 1 layer thick. Isn't that crazy? Also, it's bright-ass green. So we're going to change that bright-ass green. Save that. And now it's white. So what do we want this grass to be? What do we want our biome to be tinted as? Right? We can change it to whatever we want. What do we want that to be tinted as, man? Bro, WTF? Yeah. And by the way, we can do a bunch of tint providers. Because we could take our tint provider and make it so it's a density delimited tint provider. So as it goes up and down in density, it changes our tinting. Which is kind of cool, right? You wanted the color of poop? What is the color of poop? Depending on which color the poop is, you may need to see a doctor. You want that blue color? We can try that. Stop it. There we go. Save. There we go. It's like blue grass, dude. You just do whatever you want. And I think if I place grass in it now, it'll actually tint that too. It does. Yeah, see? That's kind of insane, right? Can we use a texture? In this case, we're just doing a color. We're just tinting it. Right? Urple? You want it to be Urple? You invent a new botany? Instantly. What is that color? Let's see. It's kind of a gross green. We could try that. It's like a pea soup sort of green, dude. Yeah, it's sort of like a drab, sickly green. Rainbow field, we could do that. Wonder if the water will be tinted also? I don't know. Let's find out. Looks pretty blue. Let's try making everything sort of orange. Nope, it did not change it. But look how orange it is, right? Have a good night, pirate. Find the One Piece. You find the One Piece. Oh, wait, you can't because the One Piece isn't real. Now what? How will you survive? Density limited tint provider. Delete that. Grab this. Pop it there. And we're going to say delimiters. Delimiter DDTP. Density. And we can say simplex noise 2D density. Go like that. We're going to set it so it's like this. And our tint, we're going to make a couple of different tints. Do that for both of those. The range, it's going to be a decimal range. And we could set both of those. I want to do a color of kind of a green, lime-ish green. And then another one of this, like... There we go. There's the lime green and the orange. And now, it's doing a noise pattern of our two colors. Oh. So let's give it kind of a darker sort of green to this. And I'll go into here. I'm going to do that. And then we're going to do an even darker kind of a green. Use a little bit of color theory on this. And then save that out. That is too green. Too bright. Why did that not save over? Oh. Google's color picker is being very shitty and like skipping around really hard. Why are you lagging? You're just a color picker, man. Come on. Jesus. It's a little bit weird over there. Look at that. What did that do? It's like a straight line. Yeah, color picker. I'm using Google. I'm literally just doing this. And it's like shitting itself when I try to scroll sometimes. See how it's working there? And then like sometimes it's just not doing that. And I don't know why. Yeah, now it's like being a piece of shit. And now it's fixed. And now it's being a piece of shit again. It's really annoying. Can you use a smoother transition between the two colors? Yes. And the way that we do that is we add even more colors. Right? Yeah. Yeah. So we'll just copy and pasta. We want more colors. More colors. Or honestly, I wonder if we can do a density delimited tint provider from there. Because we could do ranges within ranges. You figured out that world, Jen? I'm learning it. One piece at a time. I am not super skilled with this yet. I am playing around with tint providers right now, which is something that is new for me. And that means that I'm ham-fisting it a bit, where I don't quite know what I'm doing. Is there a gradient option under delimiters? I'm not seeing a gradient option. Where are you seeing a gradient? Yeah, ham fisting. Gradient. Gradient warp density. Let's try that. That's a good idea. So instead of a simplex noise 2D, we're going to say a gradient warp density. We're going to get rid of this because we only have one density type for this one. We'll do a sample range of there. Let's just try it. Let's just see what happens. Looks a little bit weird. We probably have too many of these, and they're probably all the same. So let's get two very different things. We're going to get a green color, and we'll put it up here, and we'll take an orange color. Please stop being a piece of shit. Google, I know. Take that one, put it there, and then we'll save this. The gradient warp didn't seem to do what I wanted it to. I don't quite understand it yet, so let's play around with its features. 2D output. Let's try that. Nope. Warp factor. Going to warp 5. Oh, it's got an unused input. You're totally right. There we go. We'll give it the simplex noise. And have that be... Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Oh. And it kind of gradients it between the two, but not by very much. Let's play around with it. Let's go back to 1. Warp factor does not appear to do anything. Also, look at that noise doing a weird shit over there. That's a bit weird on the ground right there. That is very strange. Let's do sample range of 5. I just want to see what these do. Probably the seed of the noise. It is. Let's change the seed of the noise to B. Totally changed it over. So we can do multiple seeds for different ways to do this. With these generation settings, you could conceivably make an actual secret cal level. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Might need to go for small sample ranges. Could be. I just don't know how it works quite yet. At all. If we get rid of 2D output, like, how does that work? Doesn't appear to do anything. I'm not sure how this functions quite yet. We'll have to play around with it, you know? Also, there's the option to do 2 sets of noise, or multiple noises for this, which is really interesting. So we could do A and B at the same time, and I don't know what that would do, so let's find out. It looks like it's only outputting A, because that is A for the pattern there. Yeah, these are really stiff right now. So let's get rid of this one. Excuse me. Get rid of that one. And then go into this and set the octaves up to 9. What does that do? Basically, the idea is to play with each and every one of these settings. Oh, shit. I understand now. The reason that it looks so blocky is because we weren't doing enough fractal. And we fractalized it super hard now. Ooh, that's really cool. Send it to 10. I think it's as high as it goes. That's freaking awesome, dude. Yeah, it looks way better. So, like, we can go all the way down to 1. And it looks chonky, right? Or we can go all the way up to 10, and it looks fractally. I like the fractally way more. Don't want to say what it looks like, what you're specifically looking at the down center direction. I'm going to be honest with you, man. What you're looking at right now is an ink blot test. If you're seeing sexual organs, you may want to talk to a psychiatrist or a psychologist. Yeah. Yeah, literally an ink blot test. It's what's going on screen. Yeah. 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 Man just Rorschached himself. That's rough. All right, so we've got the two different colors now. I wonder if I could provide even more colors. Let's do another one, right? Let's just do more of them. How insane can we make this? Because if we do this as the color... Excuse me? Why is this weird? Wait, that one's set as orange. Why is that one not working? It may not actually be using the colors because the gradient is handling that. Oh. I think the gradient is handling the colors on its own. We just give it a base tint, and then it goes from there. So we're not even needing the other colors. Once a color is provided from the baseline, it's automatically producing the other ones. So we can take this, excuse me, there we go. Take these, delete them out. Yep. That's cool. That's really cool. Why is it producing green and red? You looking forward to Fable? You're goddamn right I am. I can't wait to kick a chicken, dude. You have no idea. You have no idea. What is that, Hightail? Yeah, we're playing with World Gen V2, and I'm learning about tints right now. Wolf's Life. You're good, dude. It's not that deep. It's mostly just funny. It's just banter, my friend. So here's what I'm wondering with this, right? We're pulling a color. Where is it getting green? Where is it getting green? Is it the base color of the grass? If that's the case, then we need to give it a constant density to overcome it. Okay, wait. I understand what's going on here. It's doing a gradient warp from green to red because this is the gradient, yeah? Is that the gradient there is what it looks like? And then Simplex Noise 2D Density is giving the noise pattern back to this to do the gradient on that. And when it's not applying that noise, it uses the base color. So wherever this doesn't land, it uses the base color. So we need to do two of these. We'll do this here, and we'll do a constant density one down here as the second one. And we'll do this down here and do a delimiter with a tint of a constant tint provider. and then a decimal range that is our baseline decimal range. And that constant tint provider is going to be a slightly darker version of that red. And now it should do... Maybe it needs to go in the other direction. I think it has to do constant density and then the noise over the top, maybe? I'm trying to think of how we set up the colors for this. No. Because now it's filling it with a constant. My hope was to do it where we do the noise. How does that work? Because if we do the noise first, it fills it all with density for that. Do we need a secondary one for this? I think we do. Can we do a delimiter? No, we can't do a delimiter that way. Can we do a density? Position cell noise density. So why doesn't this give a constant? Yeah, nothing's telling the gradient which of the colors to pick. And that's what I'm wondering why, right? Like, how do we get it to do that? How do we get it to choose the colors? I don't know how we get it to choose the colors. Needs a new rule? I'm wondering if we use the exporting system. What is the value of constant density? Should that be... What the hell? Should that be 1? What does that value mean? Can there be 2 density-determined tint providers? Yes, and I have 2 right here. Maybe we do one to 0.5, and the other one is from 0.5 to 1.0, right? Or 0 and 1 and 1, because this one is 0 and that one's 1. Nope, I didn't do it. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Do I see you trying to feed the mods bread? Do not. You know not what you do. Foolish, foolish viewer. The horrors you unleash upon this world will end the time of man. They will. They'll do it. Never feed the mods bread. Wow, I just got owned by a Tigrex. Feels bad. Tigrex is the meanest monster in Monster Hunter now, right now. It's like a Mogwai thing? It is. Yeah. You're never supposed to feed the mods after midnight. And my streams start at midnight. So if you give them bread, you know what'll happen. You've seen the movie. You have homemade bread from your mom? That's sick, dude. Aha! Upgrading gloves once again. Nice. Nice. Oh shit. I can almost make my gloves level 7. Soon. Soon. The Naga Kuga gloves will upgrade. Soon. I made a really broken build in Monster Hunter now, and I can't wait to implement it, and I'm slowly building for it. Are your mods paid? Yes. Yes, they are. When you guys made me famous on the internet, I hired in all of the staff that was making all of that possible. They are paid a full-time salary. On top of that, they get medical benefits, including, like, medical, vision, dental, life insurance, and by the way, it's life insurance in their name, not in mine. And therapy and a $50 copay. So, yep, full-time employment. Build may be broken, but God, it's ugly. It's super good. It's not an ugly build at all. It's beautiful. Okay, so our constant density on this is not doing what I wanted it to. I was trying to do this as do noise, and then inside of that noise channel, if it doesn't succeed, then fail out to a constant density afterwards. Right? And it doesn't seem to have done that. Or maybe it did, and it's just not working. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what this is doing. So we're going to delete that real quick. We'll go back into here. We'll set this to 0 to 1. Maybe it's the... One to 2, maybe? Maybe this is the problem? How does the min-inclusive and max-exclusive work? It's not doing it. It's not doing what I want it to. Alright, let's go take a look at the documentation and kind of go from there. We're going to go to tint providers. It may not actually have anything for this. Let's go DDTP. That does not have anything for tint providers. How does that work? Let's go min inclusive. I don't know where that is. Might be an AAB rule. Yeah, I'm not really sure how this is choosing between them, right? Should be ranges between 0 and 1. But what do those ranges associate with? If it's ranges of 0 to 1, like how do we get that to work? If we're serving a material that is a tint constantly at that range. Maybe we have to do it of a density delimited tint provider? Right? Maybe this is the wrong way to do this. I think that is. I think it's exactly what it is. Okay, hold up. I have an idea. I think I figured this out. We'll take this. We'll go into here. We'll go into our density. And we'll say gradient. Gradient warp density. And then we'll do simplex noise 2D. Simplex noise 2D. Actually, we'll just delete these. We'll grab these two. And we'll say, hey man, you go over there now. Or not. We'll make that constant density. We'll say you go over there now. No? No? How do we disconnect? Can we disconnect you? No? No? Ah! That's not what I wanted. Can we... That is absolutely not what I had selected, but okay. We're going to select those. Why does it think I'm selecting the shit up there? What are you doing? Copy. Paste. You know, fine. Whatever, man. I'm just going to delete all those. And we're going to take this, and we're going to put it up here. And then we're going to take these ones, and we're just going to delete them. Get rid of those. We're going to take these ones, and we're going to pop it like this. You look smelly? Okay. That's fine. That's fine. You are part of chat. Chat is the stinkiest of all, as we've all learned. Okay, so we can now get rid of... We now have this as our density provider, and we can go into here and do delimiters, and do delimiter DDTP for the tints and the ranges on that. Is that how we do this? And then we can have that into this? I feel like we just made the same thing with extra steps. Because we did. Yeah, because this is a density delimited tint provider. This is a density delimited tint provider, so this is not it either. But it does show that we can recursively make this into the sun, which is kind of interesting. What are you making? I'm new? I don't know yet. That's kind of the whole point here. I'm not quite sure. I'm learning how tints work with this, and I'm learning it badly. Mostly because there doesn't seem to be documentation for this one component that I'm working with, and I'm not quite sure how it's supposed to work. You know? Which is interesting. Because we have a constant tint that's provided here. Basically, I want to do... Let's just do red. And then we'll do blue. And then we'll save to that. How do we determine where the red goes and where the blue goes? That's way too red. And way too blue. We'll do ones. Oh, it's just solid black now. There we go. Did you just sniff? Don't sniff. Don't do that. Love yourself. Okay, so with that in mind, we do have the first color going. Why doesn't the second color fill? Let's go look at this. Because if this is going to be the first fill, and this is going to be the second, what if I can do a second fill? And how do I get it to change? Do they overlay? They do not overlay. What's it? Simplex Noise 2D generates in range from -1 to 1. Okay. Okay. So if we do -1 to 0, is this then outputting a value between -1 and 1? And will it now show both of my colors? It will. Ah. Now that is interesting. Now that is interesting. Now we can play with that, can't we? What happens if we delete our second density here? Because I think we only need the first one, because it's giving it the pattern that it needs. Furthermore, what happens if we give it a simplex 2D directly? How does that change the visual? So if we grab this and we delete off our warp density and we just give it this, does the gradient look like shit now? Does that even matter? It does not in any way change it. The gradient did nothing. It did nothing. So now that we know this, we can now give it values from -1 to 1 to make this color much better. So I think what I want to do is do kind of like a burnt orange kind of a color. And then we'll kind of just go up from there. I think is kind of how that's going to go. And we can just do this for right now and see if those look good together. And then I can add more of them. Look, it's gross. It's really gross. We need more color. We need to be very different. It just looks like poop. It's poop. Are these different blocks? No. This is a tint provider that we can apply to our world directly. And that allows us to change anything we want to do based on noise patterns that we want to do on it. So what I'm doing right now is something interesting. We're going to go up a little bit more. And we're going to grab the next color. And we're going to take this, and this. And apply those here. Take this up here. Now that I understand how this works, we can do some cool shit. We'll take this as -1 to 0. And we'll change that. We have a full value of what? 2? So we can say 2 divided by 3. And we'll get 0.66. So we do -1 to -0.33, right? I guess we should probably just do 4 colors. Yeah, we'll do 4 colors, and then it makes my life easy. Because I don't know if it's got, like, weird constraints for that, right? This is going to be the grossest poop world imaginable, though, to be clear. We're making, like, Diarrhea Planet right now, just to see if we can do it. And I'm not sorry for that, to be clear. Yeah. Basically what I'm saying is Minecraft could never generate Diarrhea World. And we have that technology in Hytale. And as such, I'm going to generate Diarrhea World. And I'm doing it right now. Are you winning? I don't know yet. No. I'm not winning. I think. I don't know if I'm winning. I just don't know. Damn it. See this? I forgot to change the color. It's the same color for the first ones. I don't know how, because I'm pretty sure I changed those. So let's go back. Oh, that's why, because this piece of shit didn't change. Google's garbage. We'll put that there. We'll put this one here. Put that one here. Go up farther. Put that one there. Baby Vomit World. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. That's wild, actually. We could totally make this like a really nice patchwork, and then wherever it has that tint, we can then change it to like leaves. Which is really interesting. Right? It's a shitty biome, it is. I feel like... Okay, how many of you guys have ever played Conker's Bad Fur Day? You ever know like the Great Mighty Pooh? I feel like the Great Mighty Pooh overseeing his domain right now. That's what it's like. And I've done this using noise patterns in Hytale. So Yeah. I know it's a shitty biome, I know. I understand. It's beautiful, though. It's beautiful in its disgustingness. Going to throw this shit at you? That's true, because he's the great mighty Pooh. All right, so we need a better color. Let's get a good baseline color, right? Can we build can we build a gradient instead of feeding it directly? No, it's just straight up delimiters. Is there no other way to do this? What is this? Oh, that looks way better. Look at that. Look at that. That looks way better. More poop, thank you. Thank you. What if we set the laconarity to 5? No, let's set it to 7. Okay. It's getting scraunchier. I like scraunches. Let's do 20. Give me the scraunch. Little too scraunchy, I think. I think 7 was perfect. I think that was perfect. Yeah, because I want it to look like leaves. I want to make a forest, right? You're disappointed by the number of 7s in chat? 7. They're gonna run in from all places now, dude. I want it to kind of look like leaves, right? We're gonna give it leaves, all kinds of shit. There's a lot of 7s happening. It's terrifying, really. FC said 7. FC did say 7. That is true. All right. So now we need to change this. I want to change the base color. Make a poop tree? I don't think I want to make a poop tree, man. I don't know if I want to go all in on a shitty biome. I know you want that. But I kind of want to make something we're going to use in Blockgame, right? Because we're going to turn this into a biome. To be clear. Never go full poop. It's too late. Make a poop bush? What is wrong with you? We gotta make a set of 4 colors that work all together. You know, I bet I can make a lava biome. I bet we can make it lava and corruption. What if we make it purple? And we start off with really, really dark purple. Right? And then we kind of go up from there. To the next one. And then the next one. And then the next one. Whoa. It's kind of creepy, right? And remember, this changes everything. Everything automatically changes across that. That's insane. Corruption. Flesh biome? We can make it like flesh. We can make it look like flesh. Is there like a meat block? Meat. Flesh. There's nothing like that. What if we did something like that? I bet we could just make a meat block. We could make a meat block. Poop will rain. We're not making poop. We're not making poop. I refuse to make poop. As much as you want poop. We'll do TTS.
A waltzing dingo with 500 bits said, just so you know, that summoning spell also means you could probably place a little girl and a dog and cast a spell that summons a dog. Because reasons.
I mean, I could. What if we just made that today? What if I stopped doing this and I made that? Right? What if I did? What if I just went off and made, you know, that? And I just made a spell that consumed a small Quebec child and a dog. Then output togetherness. What if we did that? You already have half the modeling for it? True. Is there a dog model? Dog. Oh, it's perfect. We could just test dog, dude. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We need a seedling. There we go. We could take like a sproutling. The sproutlings. And then a dog. And we could use magic, right? Mirror, I will take yours for one moment. We're going to take those colors. I'm interested in what your colors create. I'm grabbing Mirror's colors. One moment. Chat is moving very fast. Oh, God damn it. Ugh. Ugh. What? Save them. Alright, what are they? Oh, it's gross. I like that. I like that. That's pretty good. I like that. Gross red blotch world. I think I'll keep this one. Oh, it looks like scabs. Alright, let's change the ground. Is there something that looks like scabs? Can we make it scabular? Limestone cobble. What does that look like in our gross world? Oh, it doesn't change the tint. So not everything changes with tint. Grass does. I bet trees do. Right? Spawn prefab? Trees. No, back. Trees. Ash dead tree? No. Banyan tree. Well, that's kind of cool. It doesn't look like it changed the tint on the banyan tree, though. Maybe it can't. Maybe not every tree type can do that. Did I code Hightail? No. We are creating a biome that is weird and cursed. Just need to recolor it? I don't know if you have to, though. Banyan leaves may just be the kind that don't change. So we may need to have something else that pulls the tint provider. Maybe it only does it to the ground. And to grass? Let's make some grass for 'em. We've got random boxes up here. Let's do another set of this. Right? Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. I'd like to pull these out. Oh, why did you do that? Actually horrific. Hold up. Why is this too... Why did it copy it inside of itself? That's grim,
Simply
dude.
Go and donated $50 to charity.
Boss. There we go. Let's grab this. Then we're going to plug that into there. Boop. Oh, can we not plug that into there? Is it not pluggable? Ah, shit. So this is 0 runtime. We'd have to do another one, yeah? Okay. Props, runtime. There we go. So these need to have mini things. This is part of the random boxes, basically. Yup. Eat it. There we go. Okay. That's fine. There we go. Grab that. All right. Colors. Wow. Add group. Colors. By God, he's done it. Colors block. All right, we're building. We're building. What is this? An environment provider. What are the density delimited environment providers? So we can change the environment based on density. It's gonna get weird. It's gonna get weird. What app is that? This is built into Hightail, my dude. You go up here to Creative Tools, and you go to the Asset Node Editor. And what we're doing right now is creating weird shit. I'm creating a biome that looks like blood. Alright, so this one will not be random boxes. This one is going to be grass. And we're going to make it so that the mesh 2D positions, scale X and scale Y, 1, 1, 1, C to A. You set it to 2, maybe? And then constant assignments. It's not going to be a box prop. I don't think it should be a box prop. It should be like a column prop? No. How do we get it set for this, right? The range is not correct. I feel like the range in this would be 0. Yeah? Because we don't want it to be different there. Material is going to be grass. Do you have a long stream today? I don't know.
DieDewMX said I saw this the other day. Fae don't like iron because it is the most stable element, radiologically.
Plant,
Heavy
grass,
elements release
shrub,
energy through fission. Lighter elements release energy through fusion. Therefore, Fae inhabit nuclear fallout zones.
You know, that's fine. Why can grass tint? Because it looks good, right? Like, that's really what it comes down to. It just looks good. Like, you know? Looks good. What about the weird tendrily ones? Is there weird tendrily ones? What is savanna grass? Oh, that's kind of cool. You mean like this tall snowy grass or seaweed? Okay, it looks like seaweed does not do that. Seaweed looks really bright. Seaweed middle. That doesn't do it either. I think the tall snowy grass maybe? But that doesn't tint. It's also like kind of transparent. Looks kind of weird. Bushy arid grass. That also doesn't tint. And it looks like it's set to full bright? That's a problem. What code does Pirate do when purchasing iTail? You do Pirate. It's in the pinned comment. And if you do that, it gives me money, which is really nice of you. So, thank you. Oh, the grass traps actually tint too. Look at that. That looks really good. Oh, that's cool. So they actually work with the nearby grass. So if we do this... So no matter what the tinting is, the grass trap always looks correct. That's nice. Ah, the tall gnarled grass is what I think you were after there. Yep, that works. We can use tall gnarled grass. And let's see. It's going to be plant, grass, gnarled, tall. So... Plant, grass... gnarled, tall. So on this one, we're doing box prop on a mesh point generator. And then we'll kind of go from there. And I'm going to save that. I don't know if this is going to work at first. It's probably not. I think it's looking for dirt right now. It's got to look for soil grass. Maybe that's wrong. Is this soil grass? That is soil grass. Maybe the material is supposed to be set up differently? Cloud movement? What about cloud movement? We'll change the clouds and stuff later. Red is a little bright in the eyes. Oh, you look at the dark part, right? I'm mostly trying to figure out, like... Because it'll have shadows and all kinds of shit at the top of it. We don't have any clouds or anything yet. I don't have any fog yet, right? But it looks like the material is soil grass, so it should be doing that. That's a bit weird. Because we'll have shadows and everything on it. So with this, max Y is 320, min Y is 0. I don't think that's how we should be doing this. Columnar linear scanner seems wrong. What is an area scanner? That doesn't make sense. Is our random boxes not working? Grass. Ooh, I may have broken our random boxes. That may be the problem. When did I break our random boxes? Well. Let's find out how this broke. Oopsie derp indeed. Nightbot, stop spamming? No. Spamming for charity. What happens if the base block color is painted differently with the pixel painting color? I don't know. I don't know how that works. I don't know how tint works, right? I am unsure. Some stuff will not change, right? But this is the general tint of the biome. It's kind of interesting. Ah, that's why. This is the plant to place. This is the one to match. Okay. That's kind of sick, actually. Okay. Okay. All right. It's starting to build into a thing. Can we do a DDTP for this? Because of the pattern, if we can set that up as a delimited one. Depth delimited is what I'm after. Surface pattern. Let's go look at patterns and read about them. Where is this? Density. Position cell noise. Let's go look at patterns. Validates a world location based on its material composition and other criteria. Checks if the block's material belongs to the block set. Offsets the child pattern by the given vector. 3D integer vector. The direction to offset the child pattern in. Okay, so we can do... If I go do this... This is our random boxes. This is our grass, right? This right here is the Q material provider of setting empty when it's empty. But this one, Q material provider, where it's doing a material right now of top Y1, can we do instead a field function? Can we do space and depth? What is SAD MP? I want to get another map of 2D noise. And I don't know how to get that out of it. I guess SAD MP is space and depth material provider. Okay. That's space and depth. Simple horizontal is not what we want. Striped material? What is striped? What does a stripe do on this? Actually, I wonder if we could do space and depth material provider. Depth into floor. Soil grass, soil dirt. Does this actually dig dirt into it? No, it's not doing that. Okay, so if we go take a look at this, we do rock bedrock as the bottom layer there. And then this one is space or depth into floor. Its max expected depth is 5. We do constant thickness layer on the top is grass. And we can do soil grass for that. I guess what we can do is we can actually do like a secondary thing. Because we can do another constant thickness. Right? And we'll make it 1 layer thick. Can we make it based on a simplex noise 3D? So noise thickness layer. So instead of a constant thickness, we do a noise thickness layer here. Noise thickness layer. And we do that first. We do the material as a constant material provider. And we make it a material of rock, stone. and then a density of a simplex noise 2D density. I'm so full of coughs. It's a nightmare, dude. I don't know why I'm like this right now. I gotta move all this shit out. It's all scrungled up. No, I don't want to. I'm not making a node game. There we go. What? It's like, you know what? No, you don't get to move that. You'll never get to move it. Never. There we go. Do that, and we're going to have this be octaves of 10. The lacanarity, I think, is good at probably 4. And then this will be rock and stone at that. So let's see if we can do this as a noise thickness layer first. If I do this right, which I didn't. I was hoping to do a noise pattern first, right? But I guess that doesn't function that way. Damn. My hope was not to do it that way. Let's go put this up here. Now it's going to serve that first. Oh, did I straight up break this? I may have just broken this. It should be doing that first, yeah? Okay, let's get rid of this, and we'll just leave those floating nodes there doing nothing. There we go. So it's actually loading it now. So, this is kind of weird, right? It's a little bit weird. Always true condition. Smaller than condition, greater than condition, not condition, or condition. Equals condition. Context to check. Space above floor. So how do we get it to do, if it's always true, and we have a thickness of 1 down here, how do I get it to do this? Let's go look at this. Noise thickness layer, space and depth. Constant material provider. Octaves 10. And then we can save that. Why is this one not working? Let's get rid of that. That's the real question I have, is why is this one not functioning? Like, it just doesn't, right? You used a weighted material provider? Weighted thickness layer, is that what you're using? Or a noise thickness layer? Let me try a noise thickness layer. And then we can hook that to this. And then we can probably do a list of materials? No. How do you do a noise without having a thickness? That doesn't make any sense. Answer the phone? No. What I'm wondering is, how do we do a noise layer with a constant material provider? That doesn't really quite work to me. Right? Like, we do weighted materials now, I guess. Weight. And then we give it a bunch of different weights. Yeah. Yeah. And then we hook that to there. And we do another weight. Is this like the chance of it spawning is 1 and the chance of it spawning is a different one? Is that what I'm looking at right now? How does it choose the thickness of this layer? Right? Skip chance is 0. Seed is going to be A. Do it C. Screw it. You're evolving. You're evolving. Your phone's ringing. Your phone's ringing. We'll do that constant material provider, and then do another material of stone rock, right? So I think it's stone rock. Oh, it's rock stone. I'm dumb. Rock stone. Rock and stone. Delete that, delete that. Okay, let's try that. That did not work. Okay, so... Wait, what the hell is that doing? What is... What? Okay. 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 I gave the ground pores. I don't know how, because I created the simple horizontal material provider here. And this should be a noise thickness layer on this. And it should be exporting a soil, grass, or rock stone. But it created pores in the ground. I can't believe that it did that, because that's weird, right? Yeah. That is a little bit weird. So, what does this do? What is that? It seems to do nothing. I don't know what that does. If we're queuing the materials... Can we just do a weighted material provider from there? No, we have to do different queues. We have to do a queue. Because this one will do the bedrock. Space and depth. Depth into floor. Noise thickness layer. Always true. Simplex 2D density. Persistence 0.1. C. Weighted material provider. If the weight on these is both 1, then it will pull a random one between these two. 50-50 shot. But it's building bedrock. So why? Why? A feature you can't see will come back to bite you in the ass. Thanks, Red. You're the best. I'm very confused. I'm really confused as to why this would be happening. Right? What happens if we do 20 on that? It doesn't look like it's doing anything. Right? Like it's creating these weird holes. But it didn't make one here, which is very strange. Wait a minute, wait. Chat. I think I understand. Chat, I think this is my hole. I think it was made for me. So anyway. Oh, why doesn't it build? Why doesn't it build? Why doesn't it build? Alright, let's find out. Okay, so, no, it's not angry. It doesn't need a restart. It means that I don't know what the hell I'm doing, right? With this. Because if we look at this, the depth of this is correct. Let's delete this for a moment and just try to run it. It should not be building that thickness layer. So that means the thickness layer is doing something weird to our bedrock and getting a material provided to it that it shouldn't be provided to it. So Likely, I have done this part incorrectly. This fake hype train. There's no hype train happening. Yeah, subtracting the texture to make a whole. That's exactly what I was trying to understand. Why is clipping your Chrome extension? That was a thing for Twitch username and ID translator. It was done a while ago. I could probably actually remove that. I don't know, Bebop, am I? The world may never know. Waiting in the ads.
Yokel Abductee said, "Hey Thor, did you know? Dinosaurs turn to bones, bones to fossils, fossils to oil, oil to plastics, and finally plastic to toys. Toy dinosaurs are made from real dinosaurs. So does that make toy dinosaurs Dino Nuggies?"
I got a better one. Dinosaurs turned into chickens through de-evolution. They've become small birds. We take those birds, and we kill them, and grind them up. Then we take the babies of those birds, the eggs, and then we take the innards of that, and we cover that ground-up chicken, and then we bread it, and then we cook that in the shape of dinosaurs to mock them and their history, and then eat those. It's true. Chicken nuggets are super metal, dude. Dino nuggies are super metal. It's not de-evolution. A T-Rex turning into a chicken nugget is definitely de-evolution, my dude. Yeah, I'm gonna say false on that. Yep. You think the chicken is the peak form of the T-Rex? All right. Eggs aren't chicken babies. They're chicken periods. True, but gross. We do some pretty metal stuff. We do. You think that a dinosaur turning into a chicken is not de-evolution? You think it's a step forward? Those words were typed by feathered hands. That's Cope. That's Cope from Big Chicken. That's Big Bird typing that. You were so much greater in the Jurassic period. In the same way the cat evolved. Hey, if you want to see an evolved cat, go watch Red Dwarf. All right? That's an evolved cat. Yeah, Big Bird from Sesame Street. Yeah, Big Bird from Sesame Street. He's like the leader of the bird gang, dude. Like, that's when they talk about Big Bird. Yeah, you're working for Big Bird. That's him. It's him. He's a mafia don. Red Dwarf. Wait, who here has never seen Red Dwarf? Who has no idea what I was talking about when I referenced that? Red Dwarf is awesome. Okay, let me. I have to do this. Red Dwarf is a show about a dude that is trapped on basically an interstellar hauling ship, right? He was a dumbass. He had a cat. The cat was pregnant. His dumbass did something stupid, and they had to put him into cryosleep because he was a dumbass, right? While he was in cryosleep, there was a radiation leak. Killed everybody else on the ship, and the ship, to protect him, didn't let him be thawed until the radiation dissipated, which was millions of years, which is hilarious. Now, during that time, his cat survived and had babies, and those babies had babies, and those babies had babies for millions of years. So the cat evolved eventually into a man. And the cat is a man that is very, very, very about his own looks. Let me pull him up. Cat was the best character in that show. That's him. And every single scene, he had a different outfit, and he wore vampire fangs because they were cat fangs, and it was hilarious. This was his evolved cat, and he just acted like a cat the whole show. And he just has ridiculous outfits and is insane the whole time. It was great. There he is again. It's fantastic. Red Dwarf is amazing, dude. Red Dwarf is actually... It's so stupid, dude. It's actually like the dumbest thing imaginable because that show was the dumbest thing imaginable. It was amazing. So if you've never seen Red Dwarf, go see it. It's got like 10 seasons or some shit, dude. It's got a ton of seasons. But yeah, he just acted like a cat the whole time. That was the whole bit. That was the entire bit. Definitely not a vampire. Definitely just a cat. Very funny. Yeah. There's a shitload of seasons. Let me see how many you had. Red Dwarf, how many seasons? Maybe it had less. Let me look. I seem to remember it was a lot. No, I don't want an AI overview. It had 12 seasons. It had more than 10. It had 12. Yeah, 12 seasons, man. Holly's the best character. No, dude, the cat's the best character. There's no way around it. There's no way around it at all. No, the cat is insane, right? There's a bunch of different characters. His rival who hates him died last, so he became a hologram on the ship. It's hilarious. The show is hilarious. There was one episode where they saw themselves from an alternate dimension and then found each other hot because it was it was them, but they were women. There's all kinds of just weird shows. Like so many weird episodes. It was basically like Star Trek, but bullshit every time. It was amazing. Yeah, the mirror universe. They found a mirror universe. Where everything was the opposite. Blue Alert episode. Dude, there's so much. Basically, it was around at a time where we had like Sliders and SG-1 and Star Trek, and it was just very goddamn funny. Yeah. Yeah, it was really just funny as hell. Luck is a virus. God damn it, dude. Monty Python meets Star Trek. Yeah. Yeah. You miss SG-1? Yeah, Sliders is really good shit. But if you've never seen it, Red Dwarf is really good, and you should be able to get it online. SG-1 was very good. I didn't like, the hell was it even called? I liked SG-1, but I didn't like Atlantis? That's what it was. I hated Atlantis. I didn't like it at all. And some people loved it, but I just hated it. I hated it for one reason. And it's kind of a lame hill to die on, but I don't give a shit. It's my hill to die on. I'm going to die on it. Goa'uld are not vampires. That's it. That's why I hated Atlantis. That's it. Why did his dad fix the gate? You know. You know. You know. Yeah, Sliders was so good, dude. It wasn't Goa'uld, though. Dude, it was Goa'uld. It was Goa'uld. Also, I'm going to be real with you. The only reason that I watched SG-1, there's two reasons, right? It was for Science Man to figure out the science thing, and it was for Teal'c to do the eyebrow. And that's it. That's all I wanted. I didn't need anything else, nothing else needed to happen, right? You just needed just any episode, Indeed. Done. Perfect. Perfect. The Indeed. That's it. The people's eyebrow in any dimension, my dude. O'Neill snide remarks. And Indeed from Teal'c. And that's it. That's all I wanted. Indeed. O'Neill and Good Morning Campers. Wait, wasn't there an episode where O'Neill was like... He was like stuck in Groundhog Day? Wasn't there that one? I think it was a Groundhog Day one. Time loop episode? Yeah, there's a time loop episode. And he eventually like lost his mind. In the middle of my backswing. Yeah, exactly. It was called Window of Opportunity. That episode rocked, dude. Yeah, he was playing golf into the Stargate. Colonel O'Neill, have you lost your mind? It's so funny, dude. Yeah, all those dudes. SG-1 was amazing. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there was an episode where he got Groundhog Day, where he was just repeating the same day over and over again, and he was perfecting his backswing, playing golf into the Stargate, which is like super stupid. Don't say it, Miv. Don't say it. Hi, nerds. I'm working out. What up, Jake? Space and depth. Conditions let you skip this material provider if they are not met. An example of this would be a condition that only places grass if there's at least 5 blocks empty above the surface. Interesting. Okay. Space above floor, space below ceiling. I think I did a space above floor with this, didn't I? Now, let me try something stupid. Alright. So we could just fill it with grass. But that looks stupid. We only want the top layer to be grass. But it looks like my plants are working. Okay, so... we don't want to do this way. We need to do it... with a weighted material provider. I'm going to try something weird. Just to see what happens, right? That's exactly what I thought I was going to do. It worked. That's weird. Look how weird it is. Alright. I can make it look like a circuit board if I want to. It's a big old QR code now. Okay. I'm understanding now. But it goes all the way down into it, you know? And look. It's randomized all the way through. All the way down. Weird, right? Weird. Don't redeem it? Dude, I'm redeeming it. Alright. So we can get rid of those. Why are you redeeming? Oh, I'm redeeming. I mean, that's what I thought you wanted me to do, right? It's a little bit of redemption. It's fine. I'm just going to redeem it. It's fine. It's fine if I just redeem. I have to redeem it so you get the money from the card, right? That's. You want me to redeem it? I love Kid Bogan, dude. He's such a good guy. That was fun collabing with him, man. I'd love to do that again. Guy's hilarious. Can't say tint with another color? I don't know. Simple horizontal material provider is not what we want. We need to get a space and depth. And then learn it. Depth into floor is not what I want. God, I hate this cough, dude. Do not redeem. It's a network of mycelium? It could be. I can make it mycelium. Unironically. Striped material provider. Cued material provider. Solidity. Constant. So I think what we need to do is the space and depth one allows us to do a noise map, right? But this starts with depth into floor. So we have to feed it. We have to feed it something there. Right? We have to feed it a location, right? Simple horizontal material provider. That works for the bedrock. But how do we feed it the top layer? We did that before, and I don't remember how I did it. Geography input linked? No, there was something that I did last time that made it so we could do just the top layer of this. Let me try solidity. No, it's not solidity. It's something else. Right? What did I do to do that? Field function. What does a field function do? Okay. Oh. I have an idea. I have a weird idea. Come on, man. Why is this not selecting correctly? There we go. Whatever. Okay, so... if we grab this and give it 2 of these, and then we have this one go negative 1.0 to 0.0, and this one from 0.0 to 1.0, and then we say, what is it? Soil, grass, and rock, stone. We have this do over the noise channel like this, and then we hit save. It worked. Okay, that's what I was trying to do. That's exactly what I was trying to do. Perfect. Okay, so this is a 2D density for this. We could bring up the octaves now. Laconarity is 7. We'll keep it on seed A, so that way it aligns with our graphic there. And now you can see wherever it's doing this, it's doing it with a dark patch in the center for every single one of these because we've aligned it with the same seed that we used to make the simplex noise before. And that allows us to have the dark portion in the center, and then it gets brighter as it gets out from that. Hey! Isn't that neat? Yeah. Since we're using the same seed between them, we can do all kinds of shit. So let's do this one. We're going to say persistence 0.1. There we go. And it kind of cleans it up. And you can see now it looks kind of weird, right? Maybe I want it more. Maybe I want persistence 1.0. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, now it's really kind of jaggedy. We don't want it that far. We want it just enough where it's like it retains the shapes. Try 0.3. Why is it called noise? Like TV static. It's the same as static. Let's do... from that value to that value, that's fine. And then stone from that value, We're going to say 0.4. And we'll say this one's 0.4. So we're making it weighted more towards the grass. Look at that. And now I can put sand instead of stone. The sand kind of looks gold. Soil red sand, maybe? Soil sand red. that's kind of cool. It almost looks like it's glowing, right? We could add trees to it next. But look how cool that looks. I think it's only doing the... Yeah. So it's doing all the way down. If you see, so it's sand all the way down to the bottom right now, which is not really what we want. Does sand drop through? Sand does drop through. It needs something underneath it. So, if it's doing sand all the way through, we'll want to do sandstone underneath it. And we'll want to do dirt underneath this. Yeah, lasagna land. It's a little bit of lasagna. Some lasagna going on. But it looks cool, right? Because now we could do things where, like, on these sand spots, we could have it spawn a thing that only looks like that on sand. And on the grass spots, we could have it spawn grass, right? And we can go from there. I think that's really neat, actually. Yeah, big old bleeding mushrooms, right? So how do we do that underneath the ground? Because right now, it is a full... It is a 2D density applier. Because what we've done is we've applied a material from this to just do that. And then we have depth into floor. I guess we'll have to limit this. This is a field function, so we'll have to limit this to the top somehow. Let's look at this. No, that's not what we want. There's like a thickness one, right? Thick? No. There was something we could do that was a thickness. You remember what I'm talking about? Yeah, we had a thickness to it. Because this goes all the way to the bottom, and it works. Constant solidity, Q, simple, striped, weighted, field function, space and depth. It's got to be space and depth. And the condition of a thickness. Thick? No. Does it fill in the gaps afterwards? Or does it build everything and then carve it? Ah, noise thickness layer. Okay. So how do we get a depth into floor if there's no floor yet? You know what I mean? Like, how do we do that? No, the problem is once a floor is given, then it's done. The way that this generator works is, like, think of it this way. Wrong page. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about whatever's going on this screen. If we're drawing a thing like a box of stuff, right? It was stuff for Heartbound stuff. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If we want to draw the top layer, we need to draw only the top layer. That's why the first one is draw the bedrock, right? And then we draw all of this other stuff after it. Because it won't overwrite the bedrock. You don't overwrite with these. You instead, you draw them once, is what it feels like so far. And I may be wrong about that. I don't think I can overwrite. Does that make sense? Also, Master Nova, why are you retracting your own messages? You don't need to do that. You're good. Yeah. You can't overwrite it. So I don't know... I don't know how this works yet. I'm not sure. If you could, I feel like it'd be dramatically less efficient. Yeah. Felt it'd be taken the wrong way? No worries, dude. If that's the case, that's fine. You're good, though, man. So, with this one, we're filling up everything in the area of this base right here. We can actually take this one up here and probably encapsulate it, because it's good to go. This is our bedrock layer. We're going to create a group and call it bedrock. And just yoink, yoink. There we go. And we just take that and we're good to go. No. There we go. Grab that. So then this one is our simplex 2D density for that. And we want to put that through. So this is a field function material provider. So
Our Magic said it would be pretty hard to generate believable shorts of just anyone with AI. Unless you know it was someone who puts their face out there and uploads a short talking about different things every day. But that person existing would be so unlikely we don't really have to concern ourselves with that, do we?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have to worry about that at all, right? Oh no. Do you use Blender for anything? Not currently. For this, you just use Blockbench. It's really, really easy and fast. But Blender's really good shit. I've used Blender for a great deal of my life, so... Good. It's good. What if it's an AI posting shorts every day? Yeah. Going bald is the solution, surely. Going bald is not the solution, and don't call me Shirley. Noise thickness. Why is this... Wait. What if we had this not always be true? Right? What if we go into here... and condition? No. Let's try that. It's probably mad. Okay, let's try that. Why did that just let it happen? It's like lasagna. Oh, it's not even getting to this material provider down here. It's only doing this one. That's why. That's why. So we'll have to do a space and depth material provider into a field function material provider. No, that doesn't work. Shit. Maybe a noise thickness? I wish there was a way to undo connection. Is there a way to do that? I don't want to delete a section. I want to unhook a connection. Control Shift Drag. Oh, snap it. Okay, that's super useful. Shit. I made something weird. All right, I will be right back. I've returned. So you know how every time I say when I eat like really spicy ramen that's going to be a problem for future me? I'm future me. I'm going to need a little bit. I survived. All right. Okay, let's see. So if we have a material provider, and it's a field function for this one, this is not the right way to do it. I need to read through more documentation. This is material providers, that one. That's the one we want. How do we determine layers? As placing layers of blocks and terrain, floor, or ceiling surfaces. Do we have to do this first? Or do we have to do this first and then fill in the rest? Idea. No. 3D region using noise function value delimiters. Delimiters link a material provider slot. Specific range of values. Have you seen this new game from Game Freak coming out this summer? No. It's actually from Game Freak? No shit. Wait. Why is Game Freak not publishing its own game? Who's Fictions? I don't know who they are. This game looks sick, though. This is not like what Game Freak normally does. Now it's showing Fictions. What the hell? In post-apocalyptic Japan, humanity's last hope may rest with Emma and her loyal canine companion. Bro, what? I didn't know Game Freak wanted to make games like this. This is cool as shit. That isn't what I expected at all, man. All right, cool. I was like, oh, it's gonna be Pokemon, but more. Secret of Evermore? That is not Secret of Evermore. That is not Secret of Evermore at all, my dude. And I loved Evermore. Hold up. Look at the vines. Wait for it. Look at that. Someone cooked here. Look at that. That shit was amazing looking. Look at it as it goes. That's rad, man. No, they did a really good job with that. There's so many like tentacle movements and shit on this. The way that they're using geometry is incredible. Whoa, wait. Dynamic destruction of monster models. That is cool as shit. Look at that. Look at that. That looks very cool. It's like a little bit Princess Mononoke coded as well, with all the weird monster fight. I really like that. No, I dig that, dude. This is not what I expected from Game Freak and looks baller as hell. That actually looks really good. Look at that. Oh, look at that. No, that looks really cool, man. That looks really cool. Beast of Reincarnation. When does this come out? This year. Yep, that's going on my radar. Thanks, man. That's wild looking. Yeah. All of that looked really cool, man. All right. I think what I'm going to do is do a space and depth, because this will create layers, right? And I think inside of the space and depth, which is this one, space and depth will be the final layers for this, right? We have a noise thickness layer and a field function material provider. What does noise thickness do? Here, let's do that for a moment. And we're going to save this in and just see what it does. Shits itself violently. Got it. Because I was thinking this would work, but no. Can we change the type? No, we can't. So if we're doing space and depth, can it only go into existing layers? So if the layer is already up there, we just have to apply it. I don't understand how this shit works, man. Kill that. Yeah, see, this is why this is confusing as shit, right? You have to have a baseline in there for you to do layers like this, is what it feels like, because I can't get it to apply to the top unless there's something in there. But if there's something in there, it can't overwrite it. So I'm really confused. Like, what I would expect... Let me try something stupid. What I would expect is that we do a constant material provider, right? And that material provider is just like rock, stone. And then when we do that, and we save this, it will make everything out of stone, right? Just like that. Just all out of stone. And then, after we do that, yeah, rock and stone. After we do that, then we apply this material provider afterwards that would then do depth into floor of soil, grass, and rock stone, and it just doesn't do that. It just refuses to do that, which is the weird part to me, because I'm like, I don't understand. Shouldn't it be replacing those assets? And it's not replacing those assets. Right? So how do we get it to do you have to build it like a cake, like one layer at a time going all the way up? And that doesn't make any sense, like at all. 0 layer? What are you talking about? We've got bedrock as our 0. But like if we take this and we cut that, and we save, it'll be our bedrock layer at the very bottom, so we know that's there. I know you say priority, but understand something. What I'm saying is this one right here should fill in the entire volume that we have generated using this function here with rock. And then I was hoping that this one would dig into that rock and then do something with it. But it doesn't look like this is how this works. So I'm wondering, how do you use depth into floor if you can't dig into an existing structure? Right? How does that even work? I don't understand. And the documentation doesn't seem to have an example for this. So I'm going to have to go dig into something else, because that's really weird. And when I do it this way, I can actually get the pieces out that I want to. But the problem is this is just doing a noise pattern with 2 materials. And I don't want to do that. I want to make it so it can just be one layer of 2 materials. 1 block thick. And I did that earlier, and I don't remember how I did that. So, F. Anybody got a clip? I have no idea. There's got to be a way. There was a way that I did this earlier. Any other map gens you can download and analyze? I have no idea. Idea. What if I did something really weird, right? What if we just did 3D density? Yeah? We set this one to 7, which chat loves. 0.5. These all set like that. Seed A. Cut that one. Pop this one. Pop this one. What does it look like when we go down into it? Is it sand inside of sand? Oh, it is. It's creating pockets of sand. What if instead of sand, I chose something weird? Let me try something weird. Air. Okay. I'm able to create carvers now. That's why it's so fast, isn't it? Wait a minute. In Minecraft, the way that it works is it creates the entire structure first, and then after it creates that structure, it carves into it. So it builds it with all the blocks, and then it draws stuff inside of it and, like, cuts it out, right? And that's kind of how, like, you make caves for all this kind of stuff, right? It just builds it out into, like, big chunks that are taken out of it. Is this doing it the other way? Where it's building it all in one pass? Because it's selecting every block that it could be and then applying all that stuff first and then filling in the other ones that have not been selected? Because I feel like that's what it's doing. I might be wrong about that. But I feel like that's what it's doing, and that's why it's so goddamn fast. Because it's really fast. Can you make air pockets less noisy? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, like, watch this. We can just take this, and I can say the this down to like there. Make it real chunky, right? There you go. And it's doing that in one pass. And it looks like it'll be like chunks taken out of the surface when I do that now too, as you can see. That neat? But yeah, like I'm pretty sure that's what it's doing. Which is kind of insane, actually. How does it even have carvers? Or does it not do that? Lava lamp layers? Yeah, a little bit of lava lamp going on. If we set it to like 3, they're like a little bit more scrungly now. Right? They're like kind of scrungled. Yeah, no, this is really interesting. Is that thing with the nodes lines the actual editor? Is this something you build? Because it looks very intuitive. Oh, no, this is actually the editor, my dude. Like, this is unironically, this is the editor for World Gen. And that's what we're playing around today. And I'm trying to learn and understand its constraints, if that makes sense. So if we set this to 0, I don't actually know what that'll look like. It might crash or fail. Yeah, it failed to load assets. So it's got to be set to a certain value. It's got to be set to something. We'll save it to that. What if I set the persistence as well? We'll save that again. There we go. Oh, look at the weird tunnels it's building now. We can make it build like gigantic open world tunnels now. And look, it's actually put all my plants and everything in the right spots. It's made kind of like overhangs. It looks like lasagna still. But like, look at this. And it did this in one pass. Interesting. Interesting. So I can build weird cave generation this way. Yeah, this is actually pretty sweet. It really is. It really is awesome, actually. So how do I get this to work in the way that I want it to at that point? That does look really cool. We can play with this. The interesting part is if you look at the dark spaces there, if I change this to be the same level here, I think we could do that with 3D noise for this. If we made this 3D noise as well. .5 50/50. 1.1 50/50. No, that's not doing what I wanted. Not doing what I wanted. Specifically asking what I'm trying to achieve with the layers. I will talk about it after the ad break. All right, back from the ads. So, what I'd like to do is right now I have these weird carvers that I wrote, basically. And unlike in Minecraft, they don't carve through existing material. You create a pattern of air, is what it looks like. And what I've done is I've created a pattern of air inside of this right now. And we've based that pattern of air on this right here, a field function material provider that is doing simplex noise in 3D space. And then it's doing that to turn it into soil or grass, or soil, grass, or air. And if I change this to simplex noise 2D, and then we save that, you can see it'll do the same thing, but in columns, because it's doing that noise channel over the entirety of it, going all the way down, right? So that's what that looks like now. It just looks like a pit into hell, basically, in every one of these. So if we want to do like 3D noise, we can do these big, weird, ballooning kind of volumes throughout all of it, which is quite interesting. And what I'm trying to understand is like how I can get just a top layer of grass made, and that's it, and then air underneath it. So I'm trying to determine how this functions for that. And I'm wondering if the way that I do this, actually, I may have just understood. I may understand what I'm supposed to do now. This does our bedrock. We don't care about that. Yeah, elevators, dude. And then we do this to here, and that'll be a Q material provider, I guess. No, because we'll do a Q into a Q. We don't need that. We'll do, I guess, a space and depth material provider. No, because this will do depth into floor. This is the part that I get stuck on. I just want the first layer, man. I just want the first layer done. That's all I care about. I don't understand why I have to dig into the floor to do that, and it's frustrating because I don't see another option here. I just want a thin layer over the top, and then I can do stuff underneath it. I don't know where that's supposed to be at, and the documentation is not helping. No, there's no conditional if block is air. There's none of that shit. We don't need that. Space below ceiling or space above floor. Neither of those is useful. And I did this earlier, and I don't know how I did it. Layers are stacked to the depth. Layers have a thickness and a material provider. Wait, I think I understand. I think I'm stupid. One moment. I think I understand. Son of a bitch. Failed to load asset? Why? Space below ceiling, maximum depth 1. Simplex noise. Is that not a field function? Is that not field enough? Why is it mad? Constant thickness. Delete that. So the layer is constant thickness of 1 into a material provider. That has delimiters. Why would this be upset? I don't understand why this would be mad. And then after this, it should be constant material provider. And the material would be, I don't know, air. Right? Why mad? Why mad? Why mad? Why mad, chat? I don't understand. I don't understand why mad. Let me look. It's being dumb. It just doesn't like space below ceiling. Why? Why does it hate me? But why? Why does it hate me? Why is it so full of hate? I just want it to work. Constant thickness. And the condition, always true. Still mad. Still mad. That one loaded. Oh. I did it. The hollow earth is mine. All right. Okay, so if we set it as a depth into floor of 3, then it will work. Here's the part that's weird. Depth into floor with a constant thickness of 1 does it from the top down. So then we have to do depth into floor of 3 with a variable thickness. This is going to be super weird. This is how we build our top layer, right? It's going to be up there. And we're going to take this and we're going to delete that shit. So now we're going to say depth into floor up to 3. Grab this, cut that, pop that onto it. Oh, I think it crashed. It got so mad. Oh no! I'm waiting for it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I want it to work. It's got to work. How you doing, by the way, Duper? Hope you're having a good day. All right. What was I doing? Where am I? What year is it? What? Okay. Okay. That is working fine. Depth into floor, thickness of 1, export is soil grass, right? Change this to depth into floor. There? Cool. Change that to depth into floor. This can be soil into grass or air. So we can kill that, do this, save it, and then look at the game. And it will put my weird holes in this. That is kind of sick. Okay. It's starting to make sense. It is. I am starting to understand. I am starting to understand. I believe in you, man. You got this. Thank you. Thank you. Look at the weird holes. Look at the weird. Look at them. Look at them. They're weird, and it's great. It's great. Now you can make a cheese world. I can. I can make a lasagna land if I want to. And I do want to. You go all the way up there, sir. And then our bedrock goes all the way up here. And this, throw it away. We have to build it in one go. So, now we need to build the grass layer. This will be depth into floor, grass layer. And this one will not have this. So what we're going to do, this is going to be legit, actually. Do that. Material. We're going to have the material be soil, grass. There we go. It has made our soil grass, and it will be one thick. Singular. Good. Now. We're building a cake, Chet. Now that we build that, we have our bedrock layer, and then we're going to do something else. We're going to create a bunch of noise. Space and depth material provider. No, we don't want that. We need the other one. You're Wellington, you're 5 Wellingtons. What's the one that comes out as empty or not? Solid is called empty. So if we find it and we want it to generate nothing in it, we can do that. So now, if there is grass here on the first layer, we want to go one layer down. We'll do a space and depth. Space and depth material provider. And we'll say up to 4 depth in total. Or, actually, up to 4 depth. We have 2 layers. Oh, we have 2 layers on this. One of our layers is grass and soil. There we go. So we'll do the next layer is going to be a noise thickness layer. The density is going to be probably simplex 2D. Laconarity is going to be fine there. We'll probably set it up. This is going to work. I understand now. I get it. I get it, chat. I get it. The constant of this material provider is going to be soil, dirt. Save it. If I did this right. I did not do this right. I did not do this right at all. I thought it would work. Why did that happen? What are you doing, man? Do I have to make multiples of these? Is that what needs to happen? Do I just... This is supposed to be multiple layers, right? Why is it that when I set this to one higher than one, it freaks out? Is it cutting into the bedrock? Like, what's going on there, man? That's really weird, right? It is. It's eating itself somehow. Wait, did it actually do my dirt underneath? It did not. It did not do my dirt. Does it want negative numbers? No. Idea. No, come on, man. No. Chop it. Space and depth. 3 depth into floor. Always true. Bro, but why? It's almost it's like I could build a top layer, but I can't build a layer below that. Wait, is that building a double thick layer? No, it's not. What the hell is going on here, man? I don't understand this. 95% of the development is like, huh, WTF? Yes. Yes, it is. I'm mostly just confused because this doesn't seem to work the way that I anticipated, like at all, right? Like, this doesn't work the way that I was expecting in any possible way. And I don't understand why that's happening. What if I set the thickness here to 2 and I set that one to 2? Wait, did that work? Okay. I think I don't even want to say it because I might not have. I figured it out. I understand. The problem is that I was digging into the floor deeper than it was set up for. And now it can do this because that is set up to 2 thickness, up to 2 thickness for grass and soil. So now what I can do is we can take this. I understand completely now. We can give it a range thickness. Range thick of 1 to 3 on a seed. Take this bad boy, delete him. We have this now up to a thickness of 4. Save that. Go into here. Turn on full bright. Did it not do it? It's got to be on a noise channel. That's why. Okay, understood. This is not what we want. No, god damn it. Chop. Chop. Delete. Noise thickness. Density. 2D density. Material. The problem is the 2D density. It's got to be 3D density, doesn't it? We need it to output a number of 1 to 3, basically. If that makes sense. So I think we can do it on a noise of 2. It's probably going to break when I do this. Yeah, so what it's trying to do is it's trying to dig into the ground in a way that is broken. Because what we need is we need a value of 1 to 3 coming out of it, and I think it's giving dramatically larger numbers. Yeah. You did have the min and max earlier switched? I don't... do I? Did I? I don't know if I did. Let me go look. Oh, they put max at the top. Yeah, range max, range min. It works. It works. Look at it. Look at its gloriousness, chat. Look at it. It's beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful. Yes. Now just lower the noise? No, because you're not going to see this. This is going to be like deep into it. I actually want to increase the noise. So what we can do is we can say depth of 5 and say that this is going to be 2 to 4 in thickness and then save that. And then when we go look at this, it's going to be like a couple of blocks down, basically, when you're digging into it before you get to the next layer of what it is that I'm building down there. And so now what we can do is we can make some pockets of different stuff built around this, you know, and kind of go through that. I understand now. I see how it's working.
Underscore bubonic underscore plague with 500 bits said good morning Lord Thoriton.
Good morning.
So the horrible company Ubisoft just shut down its Halifax studio, right after the studio unionized, and now are claiming it has nothing to do with the studio unionizing.
Sounds like bullshit.
I am surprised they can do that, and also the lawsuits that will be hitting them. Link in 3, 2, 1, https://globalnews.ca/news/1.
I'll skip the link. I am not surprised, to be honest with you. Ubisoft, in my mind, only exists for one reason, and that's to produce Division 3. And the more that they pull stupid bullshit like this, the less likely they are to produce Division 3. And eventually, I will just be mad that I don't get Division 3. Yeah. Ubisoft stock is less than $1? Really? Is it actually? No. Yo! Yo, it dropped from a... No shit. It dropped from $1.54 down to 92 cents in the last month. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Why aren't you mad at Valve for not making Half-Life 3? Because there's absolutely no situation in which somebody could make Half-Life 3 and you would be happy as a player. The hype is simply too large. That's crazy, dude. That is a shitload of droppage. Yeah. It's going into freefall, it is. What was the news that caused that? Was it that news? $1 is pretty wild. Yeah. Honestly, dude, like I was talking about it before of like all Valve would have to do to troll the living shit out of the world is Gaben could go up to the Game Awards up on stage and just go. And then leave, and then they'd never say anything about it. Like, he'd never even have to do anything. He'd just take his fingers and go 1, 2, 3, and then leave. And people would be shitting themselves, and, like, they'd think that the Messiah video games had arrived, and, like, that'd just be like that, man. And I'm going to be real with you, no video game will ever live up to the hype that every human being has in their head for Half-Life 3. You cannot produce a game that could live up to the name. I don't think it could be possible. Like, at all. Yeah. Yeah, 1, 2, Alex. Okay, so this is grass and soil. We've got our bedrock layer. Let's make a carver. I don't know if this is the right way to do this. Constant material provider. We need to have a space and depth one. No, it's not space and depth. It's going to be a completely different system. We need it to be field function material provider. There we go. This is going to be 3D simplex noise density. I wonder what cell noise 3D looks like, actually. Let's look at that. Let's look at cell noise. Cell noise 3D density. And then we're also going to make another one down here. What is all this shit? What does that do? I'm getting rid of all of this. This is garbage. Be gone! And now I'll get a filler. And we're going to say constant material provider and filler. And that filler is going to be rock, stone, right? So we've got our filler now, right? And in this case, I'm gonna cut this, I'm gonna save this, and I want to see what it does. Because what it should do is it should make it so that all of this is full, and we should dig down into this, and it will turn it all the missing gaps into rock. Okay, I understand how it works now. I understand how it works, Chet. I can do this. I can build this now. I'm ready. I am able to create a world. I have absorbed enough information to do this now. Okay, so in this case, we're going to have a delimiter. We'll have from 0 to 1. Material is going to be material provider. And we'll say, no, we don't want that material provider. We want to do constant material provider. And we'll just call it air for right now. And we're going to base this on octaves. Cell noise 3D density. I'm actually really interested to see what that looks like. I'm just going to do that. That did not function. So instead of cell noise 3D, we'll do that. Holy shit, it worked. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yo, what happened over here? Looks wild. It's so fuzzy. We'll change that. That didn't do what I wanted. I need to learn about liquids next. Okay, so... watch this. We can now create very large carved environments any way that I need to. And in order to make this less chonky, like that, with little bits hanging out all over the place, we're going to change this down to here. And you can see it's a lot smoother now. See? Isn't that rad? So I can make big old carvers with that. And let's say that I want to change this even down a little bit more. There we go. And now we can start to change other stuff. Like this, see how it's dirt? And then it turns into rock, and then the rock is currently the filler. So if we look at the bottom here, I have grass and soil. I've got the bedrock, so we place the bedrock at the bottom. Then I do a carver that turns that into air. Then after that, I turn in the grass and soil that places it on top, right? And then for the very end piece, I turn in anything that's left over into rock stone, right? Yeah. So now we can sculpt that out. And like if we look at this like through the walls, you can see like how wild it's gotten in there. Like pretty absurd going all the way through. But I want to make this a little bit thinner, and I don't think that it looks as good as I want it to right now. We can also place things throughout it too. Rock and stone. Yeah, rock and stone, dude. So maybe we can do the scale as 20 instead of 50. See what that looks like. Okay. So it's starting to get a little bit more, I guess, block-like. A little more Escher, almost. So let's do it as scale of 5. Octaves of 5. Save there. And I'm wanting it to make a bunch of kind of tubes. Nope. This made a mess. This made an absolute mess. It's like a real mess, actually. Look, it made the Borg. It's Borg cubing. It's made a Borg cube. Yep. It has created a Borg cube. Greebled it up. Sponge World, yes. Okay. Did that not work? There we go. So we can make this world like really carved up. Labyrinth? It's a little bit of labyrinth, yeah. What happens if we change the octaves down to 1 with this? I need to learn about octaves and understand like how that's functioning, right? Linearity is allowing it to be kind of chonky at the edges, a little bit rough along it. But this is starting to make sense. Yeah. Each piece of this is going to be another puzzle that we have to play with, basically. And I feel like I've learned a lot so far. Can we modify a material, or does it do it all in one go? If we can modify a material, things are going to change a lot. What sort of world are you trying to make? I'm not trying to make any sort of world. I'm trying to play with features right now. Mud of thickness 1 to 5 defined by a 2D simplex noise function. Okay. That's kind of cool. So, layer 1, grass of thickness 1. Then layer 2, dirt of thickness 2 to 3, which is exactly what we did. Although I think I made mine thicker. Let me grab this. Bedrock, grass, and soil. We did 2 to 4. So I think I'll bring it back to 2 to 3. Yeah, there we go. And then we can go deeper than that. Is rock. And all they've done is the exact same thing that I've done here. Why is that not popping up? Stop it. There. And then we can do mud of thickness 1 to 5 defined by a 2D simplex noise function. So how do you get a thickness of 1 to 5 defined by a 2D simplex noise function? It looks like it's happening after the grass layer. Interesting. So we could do depth into ceiling. You can kind of barely see it because of all the grid here. But depth into ceiling allows you to do it in overhangs. So we can do overhangs inside of caves. So let's try something really weird here, right? Let's do the air cut there, and then grass and soil. And we'll do this one here, and we'll say space and depth. Depth into ceiling. Max depth. Let me actually make sure that that is the right functionality. Depth into ceiling. There we go. And we're going to make it so that the ceilings can be a range thickness of 1 to 2. And we'll say it's on C to A. And that'll be a material of a constant material provider. And that's going to be... I want it to be like a moss of some kind. Do we have moss in here? Let's see. Moss. We do. Plant moss red block. Let's grab that. And then in the condition, we're going to say always true. And that didn't seem to work. So I don't know why that didn't work. Why didn't that work? Because if we're cutting in to all of that, right? We're doing depth into ceiling. Is this not the right block? Is that block not it? Plant moss block red. I'm dumb. Plant moss block red. That didn't do it either. No, that didn't do it. It's way on the bottom? Oh, they are. There they are. Look at them all. So they dug all the way down here, and this is the only ceiling part. It's kind of weird, right? Max expected depth of depth into ceiling is not what I expected for that. Let's try 50, right? No, that's not going to do it. That's the only part that's counting as a ceiling right now. I thought this was the right way to do carvers, and it might not be the right way to do carvers, is the problem. I think that this is not creating ceilings, technically, is the issue. Does that make sense? Yeah. So I think this is not the right way to do this. How do we do a ceiling cut? Because this is depth into floor. If we've generated... Oh, I understand. I understand. Is there a way to get queued densities? Okay, so the reason why it's not working is because this right here doesn't have noise built into it for air pockets. I am doing that as a separate function down here, which is not the correct way to do this. I need to build that up with air in this format here before we go for it. That's the issue. We're watching it live? What's up? Oh, yeah, no, it's the I'm a genius, I'm a dumbass loop. That's always how it works, dude. I love I'm a genius, I'm a dumbass. It's the best feeling in the world.
Akare Necro said, "Good morning, Thor and Goblins. What are your thoughts on the Fable remaster, remake that was announced?"
I'm into it. I'm super into it. I want to kick a chicken. In the game. I want to kick a chicken in the game. Exciting. Really excited. Trust the process, trust the process. Panic of an artist. Yeah, like, basically, when something like this works, you feel like a god, and then when it doesn't work, you feel like a dumbass, right? It's like, I'm a genius, I'm a dumbass. I'm a genius, I'm a dumbass. It's the same thing of, like, when you're doing art, and you're like, oh, God, it's ugly. Oh, God, just trust the process, and you get to the end, you're like, holy shit, it's amazing. Nice. It's that. That's what it is. It's the same. It's the same. All right. Okay. Should we be building... Because this right here is the terrain provider. Can we make a multi-point terrain provider? We cannot. We can only make terrain. And then that defines density. So we can pop this all the way up here. Can density have multi-densities? No. There is a sum density. Can we have... from that one, we can have multiple densities, though, right? We can. It's going to get interesting now. What is this density going to do, even? Why do we have that one? Let's find out. It's taking both of the maps and applying them together to build the overall terrain. I see. I see. Hell yeah. By God, he's created hell. Alright. I understand. I understand the madness now. We've created the most horrible biome ever, chat. The nightmare biome. The horror. the Farlands have been created. And you know what's at the top of the Farlands? Dirt. Endless dirt. There we go. So the reason this is happening is because we have we have two pieces here, right? The curve mapper density allows it to apply to a curve towards the ground. The noise 2D density allows it to have more variable to it. So if we save this... What? Why are you mad? Wait. There we go. This will now curve it back down to the ground there. So we can bring that up and down if we need to in order to change that. Oh, that's interesting. Wait a minute. That's not cutting... Oh. We have to place blocks before we place plants, then. How do we do that? That's weird, right? Because the plants will cut through them. Moreover, that the plants will exist before them. Oh no, we do the grass afterwards. So what if we do this? That's a bit weird, right? Maybe we have to set the runtimes on these? I see. I understand. Okay, so we take the random boxes and we apply those first, and then we set the runtime of the grass to be runtime 1, so it's stacked in order. So we do 0 first for our boxes, then afterwards we apply grass, and if that block is already taken, it won't use it. Basically, the way that this works is it is set up to be, is that block taken yet? If the answer is yes, it can't do anything. Since these blocks right here are taken, because we've carved them out with air, what we have to do is, before we do that, we need to be doing other stuff. It's crazy, but why you like this, dude? There is, if you're really that interested in my work history, just do exclamation point jobs, dude. You can go see all my old work history if you want it, man. If you are so inclined. Okay, so bedrock is set first. We're good there. The base structure of the map is set. We have this new carver set up here. And we can go from there. Reminds you of Blender, this is cool how they did this. It's actually really goddamn awesome, and I don't know shit about it yet. Page says not found. Read the comment above it. It says you need a LinkedIn account to view the page. I don't have control over that. I wish I could make it public, to be honest with you, man. Yeah. It's like Facebook for people getting jobs. It's basically all that shit is. I don't have any control over it either. If I could change it, I would. Why do you need bedrock? Why can't we dig through the world? Maybe I don't want you to fall out of the bottom of the map, right? It's like... Speaking of which, I want to change the bedrock calculation. Now that I understand how it works. Where's our soil? Range thickness layer. Range? No? Oh, I did a simple horizontal material provider. That's probably not it. Yeah. That's probably not it at all. I feel like there's a better way, yeah? You know? Also, I don't think air is the right way to do this. I think this is the wrong way to cut through. I think it needs to be done in the base, up here. So we need to get rid of this. As cool as this is, I'm getting rid of that. I'm going to cut it like that, and then move it up here. So we have this functionality. And then what I want to do is do the curve mapper density. We're probably going to throw some weird shit into this. Because I have no idea how this works. Oh my god, it's going to have... Okay, that's curve mapper. We don't care about that. Yeah? I guess with the noise... The 2D noise that we can add is going to be this... Let me try something weird. Yo! It did the thing I wanted! Oh, that's sick. Alright. Alright. We're getting there. We're getting there. It rolled it over the whole thing. And look at that, it's making cliff walls and shit now. And see this part? Where it's got a ceiling in there. Now what we'll do is we'll go do ceilings. I understand. I understand. I'm gaining knowledge, chat. It's beginning. I'm beginning to knowledgeify. Now we'll do space and depth modifier. Depth into ceiling. The condition is always going to be true. And then we do layers. And the layer is going to be a range thickness of 2 to 3. Or 1, probably 1 to 2. Do this as a max of 2. Material of a constant material provider. And do... Plant moss block red. Plant moss block red. Plant moss block red. Save that. So how did that work? Did that work? Shouldn't that be into ceiling on these locations when it's the ceiling? Or am I doing this wrong? I thought it would cut through this. The depth too small? No, because the depth... I don't think the depth should be too small in that case. And this is our fail out, right? Our filler. Actually, I wonder if we can just cut the filler for right now. Just get rid of the filler. There we go. Ah. It put it from the bottom. So ceiling is counting as the bottom down here. Yeah. Meat. Meat floor. Meat floor. Did you crap some pant? Dude, 100%. 500. Nope. This seems like not the right way to do this. Very nice. Meat pillars. Meat pillars. Into space. This, see this? That's what I was going for. You see that? So we gotta figure that out. I gotta figure out how that works. The underhang. Fresh meat. Okay, so it's not depth into ceiling. Let me see this. Depth into ceiling. Depth into ceiling. How this can work on not only floors but also on ceilings by changing the layer context value to depth into ceiling. So if it's built the exact same way... If it does depth into floor and then depth into ceiling, why would this not function that same way? Right? Why is it cutting it from the very bottom of the environment? And I guess that's the real question there, is like, why is it doing it all the way down there instead of all the way up there? It's two different paths? That's what it looks like to me, but I thought it would do it only into ceiling environments, which that is not a ceiling environment down there. These are ceiling environments, right? Which is quite weird. Remove the bedrock layer? We gotta remove bedrock, that's fine. And maybe the bedrock's screwing it up. You might be right about that. Let's try it. No, it just made meat down there. Grim. It's full of meat. It's a grim meat world down there. Yeah, it's nasty, right? Change the order? There you go. What? What? Oh, wait. Stop it. There we go. You mean do that? Nah, it's not going to fix it. It's not going to fix it. Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like, Roran, but I don't think that's how that should be working. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Because we're doing depth into floor. Does physical position without connection even change the order? Yes. Yes, it does. See this? So 2 and 1. What? Okay, that was really weird, and I don't know why I just did that, but everything is weird now. Let's go back up to where I actually was. Alright, so 2, and now it changed it to 1 and that one to 2. So it says which one it's going to do in what order based on that. Max depth high, but range thickness low should work. I mean, I guess. No. That is not accurate. Let's go look more at the document. This is why I wish they actually had examples in this. Like actual examples instead of just use depth into ceiling. It's like, dude, how? End of examples. There's got to be a better one. I wish they would show the nodes so we could understand how these are working together. Layers are stacked into the depth of the floor or ceiling. Layers have a thickness and material provider. Below are some
Tiny Block
examples of
Tim
this.
said, "Hello, hallowed Lord of the Goblins, mighty CEO of ferrets and Ligma balls. With the snowpocalypse upon my state tonight, I have been busy stocking up on water and hot pockets for emergency food.
Oh, is it scary?
You know, just in case the power goes out. Anyways, I hope those who are in its path stay safe and warm. Only eat yellow snow if you can't find brown, and snuggle an animal to stay warm. 0 and 7.
Hope you're doing okay. That sounds horrific. I think it does mean bottom to top, but like their example doesn't describe that, and that's why it's really kind of weird. Like it just doesn't describe that behavior at all in that way. Like it describes it as finding like ceilings like this and digging into those ceilings and like replacing them, but it's not doing that, if that makes sense. Because if we look at their example, the example just says, yeah, you could dig from the top into that, and that's fine. And then the other one's like, just reverse it. And you get this. And I'm like, but I'm not getting that. And then it goes, end of examples. So I'm like, how does this actually work, man? Like, is there an example of nodes of this? Like, please? That would be really cool to have, like, nodes that look this way so I can understand how this works. Yeah, like, look at this. Condition. Environment is valid to determine the material. An example of condition be check if there's at least 5 blocks of empty space above the floor. Maybe in... Wait, are we placing air in that? This is our curve mapper. And I've made it real wiggly, right? It's pretty wiggly there. Very wiggly. Look at the wiggling. And I think we also need to do... Simplex 3D density. No, we've already done the density for that. Manual curve. What other type of curve can we do? There's so many curves. Oh, it looks like goo floating away. That's interesting. That's really interesting. What if I change this to 200? Whoa. Oh, it's like a... Yeah. It's like a lava lamp land. Oh, it's weird, right? Welcome to Lava Lamp Land. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, it's pretty interesting, honestly. Lampland. Welcome to Lava Lamp Land, dude. Now I just want to draw on the undersides of these, though. Because, like, that should be possible to do. And my anticipation was that it was supposed to draw from the bottom up on all of these, right? But it just didn't. Like, it's only doing it from the very, very bottom of the map. Now at lava? Alright. Sounds like you need a condition checking for air blocks. That's the only thing you can think of. Is like empty blocks, right? Depth into ceiling is where you would think that that would go, though. So, like, that's why I'm like, what the hell, man? I also wish this was a drop-down. What happens if you put depth in the ceiling in the grass and dirt? It doesn't work. It'll go into the wrong place. Like, watch. It just strips it off and puts it on the very bottom block all the way at the bottom of the map, which is not great at all. Load bedrock last? I guess we could try that. right? Well, we have to do this one last. Bedrock all the way down here. This one is the filler, so we'd have to do that there. Maybe we do have to do bedrock last. Let's try that. No, I didn't do it. Oh. Very unhelpful. I was trying to see the bottom of the map, but I guess not. Okay, so it has covered the bottom of the map in moss. Instead of bedrock now. Just die in creative? Yeah, I flew off the map. Is that a single block? That's funny. It generated a single block. Why is this like this? Why is it generating in that way? It's almost like it's generating bottom up, which is not useful at all. Like, it needs to generate to find ceiling sections, but it's not doing that? Idea. Let me try something. I think I understand now. I think I understand. What? I don't need a Miro. I just need you to show the JSON. Jesus. String can have two values, namely space above floor and space below ceiling. These are documented. Any integer, the only valid value of the condition, if the context value is different than the condition fails, greater than the condition. So if space below ceiling is that. So if we put up space below ceiling for the threshold for this, it should be wherever the ceiling is calculated going down. But I don't think it's actually doing that for this. So if we do space above floor, can we do... Space above floor doesn't work, right? That's not going to work at all. Because if we do space above floor, we can't make that empty. I have a cool idea. I know what we can do with this. So you see how we actually have it being like red all the way going down into forever in here? That's kind of weird, right? So I want to do space above floor 10. For this one. For our grass and soil. So now we can save that and then go back into here. And it won't put grass in areas where it's too small. Isn't that neat? So now it looks like it's got areas that are not sustainable for life in between. That's working. All right. Yeah, that looks cool, actually. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, it does look better. It looks a lot better. Okay, now we're going to go into here. Space below ceiling. Threshold 10. Save that. I was thinking that it wouldn't detect that at all. But it looks like it's detecting it somewhere and then trying to apply that, and I don't really know why, right? Let's try putting bedrock first again, so that it doesn't auto-detect that. No. Well, that's not working. That's not working at all, right? Putting bedrock first seems like the right choice. Let it grow. Let it grow to chaotic proportions, I know, right?
Balmusk said, "Hi Thor, thanks for hosting the game jam. I finally wrote a GDD for once, and when I started making my game realized I have not learned enough about animation and state machines for my player character node on Godot. All I am confident in making are Asteriad likes and bullet hells, which I could never even believe I could a year before, and for the game jam I wrote a different genre of game. I'll not be submitting the GDD, but will keep practicing in my free time."
You got this, dude. That's really cool. Like, you're doing the thing, and you're learning something, and that is the whole point of the game jam, and I'm glad that you took the opportunity to do it, man. I really am. Yeah, it's a great start. It really is. So, is it checking on a per block basis? Idea. Bad idea. Why does this work so differently? I don't understand why this works so differently. Right? Yep.
Tory Kitch with 500 bits said, "Just got kicked out of a karaoke bar for singing Danger Zone 5 times. Apparently I exceeded the maximum number of logins attempts."
Why you like this? I swear to God. I'm really kind of wondering, is there another biome that we can use that gives this information somehow? Because, like, I'm kind of at a loss at this point. I don't understand what they're trying to get this to do. The lava one? Yeah, we can do that. Let me grab the biome real quick. We're going to need to pull it out of the server. User data, saves, pre-release. Mods? No. Universe. Is it here? No, it's in... Where did they hide this shit? I don't remember where it is. Ah, it's under install, pre-release, package, game, latest, assets. So which biome are we gonna rip out is basically what it is. We go to server, we got a hightail generator, and then biomes. Volcanic is the biome you guys are talking about? Volcanic jungle, volcanic river, volcanic shore. You know, I think it actually places all of the structures first and then builds around them. Try the dino one. Can we not just attach new biomes? We can. I'm just not doing that right now. Because I want to go rip the biome open. So I need to see which biome we have. Default flat world. The underground jungle one? But what is it called? I guess volcanic jungle? Sir? Are you shitting yourself right now? What are you doing? Stop it. Windows is like, ah! Ah! Alright, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. This is the terrain. Oh, man. This is optimization on the terrain? Large roots. Bottom gaps. Gaps. So this is how you do all those. It does the base first and then the ceilings. Oh, this is totally different than the way I was doing it. I'm doing it in such like the noob-ass way because I have no idea how this works yet. Okay, so... the base is this. Min density. What does that even mean? Where's the material provider? Material provider goes down here. Solidity material provider. Q material provider out of the solidity one. It's doing bedrock first, so I got that right. A. And then roots right after that. Simple horizontal material provider. Top Y is 35, bottom Y is negative 50. It's applying that as volcanic jungle's roots wood. Imported density. So we can save a density and then pull it back out later. Is basically how that works. Which is insane. And it turns into wood, petrified trunk full, petrified trunk full. Depth into ceiling. Here we go. Oh, they're doing it all as one. I'm an idiot. You do depth into floor and depth into ceiling as its own thing. All together at once. And that's going into the imported density of volcanic jungle's roots wood. And here we go, volcanic jungle's roots. So you can export that value as a name to get different sections to grow in that one way. So this right here, all of these go into this. And this is named Volcanic Jungle's Roots Wood as an exported density. So when you want to make something that applies only to that, you export the value and then import it elsewhere. Imported density from there. So we're not redoing it. I've been recalculating it. I didn't realize you could do that. I just learned a shitload. Do you actually play Hytale game off stream outside of modding it for Blockgame? Not currently, no. All of my time is spent doing this. I'm just doing an entire map this way right now. And that's the problem. That's why I couldn't get the complexity that I was doing, that I wanted to get. Now it makes sense.
Googly_eyed_beast said, I know you hate the Copilot stuff in Windows 11.
I do.
I found a really good PowerShell script on GitHub that removes all the AI bloat from Windows 11. Link incoming. https://github.com/zoequare/removendowsai.
Thank you. I didn't know anything about that. So how do we get... There we go. So we're going to have this be the sum... We need to do another sum density. And then this one is going to be the simplex noise 3 density. We're going to have this one to export as caves. And have this one to export as... Oh god, we have to do a sum into a sum? How does that shit work? I have no idea if I'm doing this right. And at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. We'll find out. All right. It's starting to do what I want it to. Look at that. Look how weird that is in there, right? Does this have to be min density? I don't understand the addition and subtraction and multiplication of densities, right? I don't actually understand that. I understand a density being a density, but I understand a density being something else like that. It's quite odd. It's like really weird, actually. Like if we kill that off and then just do this, is that its own thing? I guess so. Caves. Excuse me? I deleted you. There we go. And then have that, I guess, be its own thing, because this is the curve here. And we'll have these as a separate thing, and then we can go down here, bedrock. Where's our imported density? Oh, this doesn't even have an import, does it? Okay, so we're not even doing like an imported density on that, which is the problem, right? I'm impressed with the Yggdrasil you're creating. It's pretty good so far, man. I've got some good Yggdrasil going on, you know? This big octopus is growing. Is it field function? And then field function is constant density. Oh, that's an export as. How do we import a density? No. How does one import a density? Hytale's the best game engine. It's ridiculously complicated, but I would agree. Yggdrasil, dude. Okay, I need to reopen that other one. I'm going to save that and then open Volcanic Jungle again, because I need to see how the hell they did this with the materials. Field function material provider. So simple horizontal material provider, and we say within a certain range. So we do a horizontal material provider, then we do a field function to import the density, and then we go ham. Got it. into a queue, right? God damn it. It's so annoying. Click. I'm going to screenshot this shit so I can understand. Boop. All right. Open. Let's go back to our basic one. Yeah, I screenshot its ass. Exactly. So we start off with a queue material provider. And we go into this one. And we make it into a horizontal material provider. And we say bottom Y is going to be like 50. And top Y is going to be like 200. Right? And then we'll kill that off. And then plug that in there. So now this is going to tell it like, hey, you can only do that if you're within those areas. Then from there, we go into a field function material provider. And I think we get rid of this. We cut it there. So we'll make this into a field function. And that field function is now going to use our material provider, or we're going to use our density from up here named base. And that's going to be an imported density. Base. And now we'll take the delimiter and do a FFmpeg and do 0 to 1 and then plug that into a queued material provider. Do a queue. And then plug that into here. And this is a mess, but it's our mess. And now we can do our individual queues for each one of these. So that queue goes there. This one gets cut. And we put it up here. And we save that. And it's green? Why is there green happening? Oh, I broke the provider. I broke the provider for the red, didn't I? Ah! Okay, we're going to have to play with that. We're going to have to play with it. Now that's interesting, isn't it? Why is it doing that for that now? Huh. That's a bit weird. Why is that returning green on some of those? That one doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, so 400 there. This one, depth into ceiling. Plant moss block red. Space below ceiling, 10. This is correct. We're going to do a constant thickness layer of 1 and give that also a material that is a constant material and say that material is soil, dirt, and then save that. This does not seem to be functioning. I don't really know why. Because this is set -1.0. That might be why. Top Y is going to be 500. Save. There we go. And it's still not doing the undersides. Why? Recreating the Farlands, playing around with the different tools to understand how they work is basically where I'm at right now. And I've got stuff that kind of functions and stuff that just doesn't function. And it's broken right now. And I'm trying to understand how to do carvers correctly. Bottom Y needs to be negative. Let's see if that's true. I'm going to go open up the other one. And we're going to look at it. Let's look at it, right? Depth into ceiling, depth into floor. 0 to 1. Bottom Y is -50. I don't think it needs to be that, but I guess it makes sense. Why is everyone saying the left? You talking about this one? That one being -50? Okay. So depth into ceiling 1 and 1 should just be fine. Oh, let's go back. Okay, we'll go back up here. -50. Okay. And then we'll go up here, and we've got this as base terrain. Actually, we'll grab caves. Now let's see what happens. That didn't actually do anything. Light pollution doesn't matter, dude. I'm wondering why that turned green, number 1. But no, it's not working. This is not functioning. And when I set to 50-50, it doesn't build over the entirety of the map anymore. So it's like something is definitely going wrong here. Like, something is definitely going wrong. Because this is, you have to understand, the bottom Y is just its actual Y location. This being set to 0 is fine, right? Like, that shit doesn't matter. And we save this, and we can make it work on everything else. Why doesn't depth into ceiling work? There's got to be something stupid for this, dude. It's going to be something actually idiotic that I am just missing. I'm going to go look at this again. Q material, we go into this. This is the roots. Top Y, bottom Y, 35 to negative 50, because that's the actual root structure going through. It doesn't even matter what these values are. It's just a range on the map. And it goes volcanic jungles, roots, wood. And this is the large roots, the bottom gap, and the gaps. Let's see. And that's the seed for both of those. Okay. And then for that dumps all the way back into this. Export density, and does it mix them? It mixes the densities. Constant, curve map, and min density from this. I don't know what the hell min density means. And then exported density is the name of that. Did I not do an exported density? I don't think I did. I think I have to export the density and then pull it. And then for roots, we re-import it there. Space and depth. I'm going to screenshot this now. Yeah, this is the ceiling section. That's the difference. And I need to see if this is set up in the way that is sane, right? Nah, thickness being -1 is super weird. Because the thickness is not set to -1 on theirs, man. I'm going to do exactly what they're doing. Because we have depth into ceiling. That's what they did first. With a thickness of 1. They don't even have a condition on theirs. We're removing the condition. Removing our conditions on both of these. That is set up correctly. Save that. I just cut a little bit more dirt onto it. So now what we have to do is look at that base terrain. And if we go up here, exported density. Now save that. Nope. I got no goddamn idea, dude. I don't know why I can get this to work for the top half, but not the bottom half, and I don't know why this is green now either. Because if we go back down into this, none of these are green. Like, none of these are green. I'm gonna go pull these up on Google real fast. Because that is not correct. Nope. It's almost like it stopped pulling certain ranges for some reason. And I don't quite know why it stopped pulling those ranges. No, it's not exposed to sunlight. That's quite funny, though. It looks like it's doing it almost like in an area where it would be like the brightest color. Like, is that this color? No, that's the darkest color. It's a little bit brighter. A little bit brighter. And then that's the brightest. So this one is just not working. So I'm going to cut it off. And then reattach it. You know? Turning it off and on again. Yeah, the green is default, so I don't know what the hell it's doing. Is basically what that's doing right now. It's very odd. And we had that working before, and I don't know why it's not working, though. No, I clicked on this and said delete. Like I can go in here and do simplex 3D noise for that. Octaves like this, and then save that out. And as you can see, it's still using green. Which is weird because you have the ranges negative 0.1 to negative 0.5. Negative 0.5 to 0. 0 to 0.5. That's why. How did that get changed to 0? God damn it, dude. I don't know when that got changed. It's fixed now. Yeah, it's fixed now. That was super weird. That was really weird. So I was sitting there, I was like, what the hell's going on? See how this cuts off right here, by the way? That's all that range is doing. Is it saying only do this to that point? No further. Right? So when we're looking at... Let me grab this real quick. When we're looking at that on here for this right here is just doing that. It's saying only do it in this range. So that way it does it within the area that those are actually being, you know, collected. I think the hard part about this for me is it's hard to understand and visualize what is going on when we're looking at these terrain densities. I don't know what it means to sum two densities together. I don't know any of that shit, so we're gonna go and look that up now. Under density, and like find out what the hell is this. Outputs a constant value. Outputs a value in range -1 to 1 from a 2D simplex noise field that varies in an XZ plane. Okay, that's fine, so it's pillars. Simplex noise 3D. Outputs a value from -1 to 1 on the 3D simplex noise field that varies XYZ space. That's cool. I like that. Oh yeah, no, we're looking at this right now. We're on the Hightail modding website specifically for this. Yeah. So we know how to use this already. Greater values result in more detail. A good starting value would be 4. Requiring values over 10 are uncommon. Let's go to 4 on that. Nice and complicated. That's cool. Now we're going to go into here, and I'm going to cut... No. I'm going to cut that off and just do this. There we go. So that other one was creating all those other pockets up above. And I think what I want to do is I want to give it a range for the bottom, right? Like I want to have a ground range and then under, like, pockets underneath. But do you see how this one is arching over and it's not actually getting the underside piece? That's what I'm trying to fix. What happened if you take a shit in your lava? Find out, dude. Report back. I think we can just remove this because we don't really need to export that right now. But we're combining these two densities together. And this one... go like that. There we go. There we go. And now it's got little, like, hilltops. Like, kind of windswept hilltops. I like this a lot. Yeah, no, that looks really cool, actually. Yeah. Clear out my shit on my inventory. And if we get really soft about it, let's see what this does. No, that doesn't look as good. There we go. It's turning into like little plateaus, yeah? I see you're figuring it out. Yeah, a little bit. I'm playing around with it. Learning it one piece at a time. Okay, so now that we've done that, I can go grab this one and dump that into there and save that. And that's going to make insane shit happen all over the map, right? Because I've basically added caves and digging spots all throughout this. But as you can see, it has not created the section that I desire in there. So we're going to find out why. The budget is showing? Ooh. I don't think so. Oh, wait. One moment. The becursed sun. Becursed sun. Removed. There we go. So I start making these little pockets all throughout it. Let's do that. That's kind of neat. Oh, they're all chonky. I don't like that. I don't like that much at all. It's rebuilding it right now. What have I done? Okay.
X Higgany donated $25 to charity.
You're amazing. Thank you very much. How do we make this? What is terrain density? How do we make this so that it only applies at a certain range on the world map, right? Oh, wait. I think that's how we do this. I have an idea. I think I understand min density now. I think I understand. God damn it. Density caves. Grab that. Skip it. I understand. I understand. I understand. Okay. See how it's not going up in the air like that? We can make it cut only into the ground now. Okay. Cheese World. Cheese World. Cheese World. Cheese World. Cheese for everyone. His eyes open. Yes. Yes. Taller. Butimus. It's working. The thing that I want to happen is happening. What's your favorite cheese? Gouda. Or Gouda cheese, because it's Gouda. It's the same shit, though. What is that, a snowman?
Hyped Kinetic with 500 bits said interesting bug fact. The leaf beetle larvae use their poop to make a shield. This shield is a physical and chemical barrier to repel other insects.
Boss.
They carry it around with them over their heads with the shield weighing half the beetle's weight. This makes the leaf beetle nature's biggest shithead.
Thanks, man. Younger aged Gouda? Aged. I really like it. I like smoked Gouda as well. It's quite nice.
WL_Blazkevich said hi Thor, Lord of the Wigglers. If you look at chat, you will see me pop up with my small streak, right about now. I just want to thank you, the mods, and of course chat for every single one of those fun streams. And motivating me and everyone to make and do cool shit. Stay awesome everyone, and thank you for streaming. Truly, no, thank you for watching the stream, is what you're probably saying now, to which I respond. You're welcome, glad to be here. P.S. 77777777769777769.
Bro. W.L. Blazkowicz with a 500 stream streak. You have survived me moving, me having random streams throughout the years, the power outages, the multi-streams per day during power outages, the internet outages, streaming over 5G, streaming in an apartment, streaming in different states, streaming randomly. You have survived 500 streams. That is insane, dude. That is the craziest shit I have seen. Go put in a mod ticket. WL. Go put one in. I got something for you. That is the most insane number that I have seen so far. 500 is the highest. Yeah, 500 is the highest that I have ever seen. That is bonkers, dude. That is completely insane. How did you manage to do that through all that bullshit? That is completely nuts. You've also been subbed for 27 months. You've also been timed out 9 times. It's so funny, dude. I'm like looking through your looking through your history. 500, man. 500. That's crazy. That is an absolute goblin. I feel like if you've been here long enough, you gotta at least fly too close to the sun once in a while, right? Pan Miyagi, you think you've been banned twice? You have. You have been banned twice. He's like, please, sir. Can I have some more stream? Yes. You fly close enough to you feel. All right, fair. Yeah, send in that ticket. Density caves. So my hope here was to skip it and then do something else with it later, but I don't think I'm doing it right. I think I'm doing this wrong. So I think I want to go look at their version again, and I'm going to go do that now. So we're going to save that, and I'm going to open up their version. And I want to take a look to see what they did here, because it looks like single instance. I don't actually know what that does. And then they don't skip any of these. Okay. And these are volcanic jungles roots. They do volcanic jungles roots wood. It's freezing in my office, by the way. Why is it so cold? What the hell is the temperature outside? What temperature? What? Oh. It's 24 degrees. I'm going to go make sure that the ferret room is the right temp. I'll be right back. Yo, I'm back. It's freezing, dude. Yep. The entire outside is frozen. The yard is frozen. The grass breaks when you touch it. It's great. Wigglers are fine. It's 65 in their room. So it's cold as shit though. The rest of the house, not the best. Their room is climate controlled. My office is not. Ugh. Put some socks on. True. One moment. Cold. Dude, why are you guys sniffing? No. No, that can't be good.
Nivison Zero with 500 bits said, you know what will show us if they truly made the new Fable game like the old ones? If we can fart for 5 minutes straight using skill checks.
Look, I know you're not wrong. But you're not supposed to say it out loud, right? That's an inside voice thing, man. What happens if you fail a fart skill check? You have to change your pants. You know that's true. All right. Let's think about this. Volcanic caves terrain. This is the problem. Where the hell is it pulling this from? This is why I'm confused. Oh. I'm gonna try something weird. I feel like all of the videos that I see on Twitter are people making floating island biomes. And I feel like there's gotta be cooler stuff you can do. And I like the idea of the volcanic biome that goes into a jungle underground. And I think it'd be really interesting to have a very desolate surface with something insane underneath it. Like if we had a desert that had a bunch of holes in it and then filled it up with insects. Because there's a bunch of bugs, right? There's like a bunch of bugs in the game. If we look up cocoon, these things called scaracs. Scarac. How many of you guys have not seen the scaracs yet? They're freaking insane, actually. It's like if we go down here, like this is what their chests look like, right? Like they're really gross, dude. Like all meat, flesh, right? Kind of a thing. And then also like, this is one of their doors. Let me do this. Go in there. Go in there like that. And like that's how the doors open. Like look at that, dude. So if I make a bunch of like desert area, instead of colored area, like this red, if we just make it like desert and then make it so it has these doorways, and the doorways open up into the Scarix, I think that would be really cool, dude. Yeah. So I'd have to build carvers for all of those, and that's kind of what I'm looking at right now, of like, how do I build that? Because that seems neat. There's also medium doors, too, and they look like this. Isn't that gross? It's like alive. All of it's alive. You know? Yeah, like a living biome, exactly. It's got spit clumps. So you've got like this up against the walls and stuff. You know? Glowing Scarix larva. So like those can just be on the walls and stuff. Like look at that. Look at how cool that looks, you know? I think that's what I want to do, is I think I want to make a Scarix environment. Now that I kind of have a little bit more understanding of this, just a bit, I think this is what I'm after. It breathes. They all breathe. They're alive. Statue of the Founding Builder. Primordial Scarix Brazier. Grim. And it's got like battle axes and shit in it, right? What does the hive window look like? Oh, that's cool. And then this one is the primordial hive window. So they have like a golden version of their same thing. So as you get deeper into the hive, we can make it like that. You know? Look at that particle with it. That's kind of cool. Yeah, they're really interesting. The Scarix are very, very interesting monsters. Oh, there's like another lamp here, too. Look at this one. It's just got like a big grub in it, you know? Primordial Scarix doors, too. So this is like the other version of these. So instead of like a big... Okay. So they're more like machinery as you get deeper. And they're more like flesh when you're in the up top. Because there's the primordial version of them, and then there's the current version of them. That's freaking cool, actually. I really dig that. I could actually have it change by depth as well. So like on the surface it looks like this, and then as you get deeper into the dungeon it looks like that. We could totally do that. One sec. I'm eating a snack. You know what I love that nobody's talking about? And no one really has talked about? You can finally have doors that actually disappear into thin portions, instead of having to build all of it out of pistons. That is cool as shit. All of this is cool as shit. It's gross. It's really gross. But it's fantastic. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's just really cool doors. Like, look at this one. That one has a little bit of a bug with it. You can see there's a gap right there. A little bit of a gap. But that's easily fixed. I think the doors... What do you think the doors eat for nourishment? You. I think they eat you. Yeah. They're hungry. They hunger. So let's change this up a little bit. I'm going to make this like Dunes. I'm going to make this like Dunes. I'm really kind of excited for this. It hungers for more. Couple of things. I'm going to get rid of this. So I don't know what I'm doing with that just yet. We're going to go to this one. We're going to make this 50 in terms of height. Save that out. This is going to get much taller. We're going to start playing around with the other one now, too. I'd like to understand how these interact with each other. And that's good. That is how those interact. So we're going to make this about 100 up. Weird. We're going to make this go to 100. We're going to make this go to about 80. Save that. And I want this to be very up high because I need this to have a very large distance where we can go deep into the ground, right? We need a lot of depth to this. Now we're going to play with this. I'm going to get rid of all that, all the plants. We're going to make the random boxes go away and the plants go away. Yeah, we're going to make it like Sietches. Exactly. Now you get it. Arrakis, desert planet. Wherever at bedrock, that's fine. I have no idea how to build this. I have no idea how to build this. But I know how to build this. There we go. Okay, so this one is going to be 4 to 6 in terms of depth. And this is going to be sand. How many different sand types do we have? White sand and sand. Sand and then sandy gravel underneath it. And then sandstone. The sand collapse? Yes. Yes, it will. Which is the point. Soil, gravel, sand, and soil, sand. Soil, sand. Soil, gravel, sand. Save that. There we go. And now you can see we could do a gravel underneath it. And I kind of want it to go a little bit more. There we go. See how cool that looks? Yeah. And now we'll go down in here for the grass. We're looking for the sand. So we're going to place a new type of brush, maybe? No, dead. Dead plants, maybe? Arid. Is there anything arid? There we go. Bushy, arid grass. Arid bramble. Plant bramble dry twisted. Plant bramble dry twisted. Save that. Way too many of them. But you get where it's going now, yeah? We'll make them a lot more rare. We'll have to make this with a density on it. I don't think we want to do a scanner this way. How do you add effect description on objects like armor and food? You could do that inside of the localization tab. If you go into here, we'll go up into this, into Creative Tools, Asset Editor. And then pull it up. And then inside of an item, like any item that you want. We don't want a block group. We want an actual item. There we go. An item, an armor, maybe a debug armor. There you go. Up at the top, you have a section up here that is called Translation Properties. There's your description, and there's your name. And you can type whatever you want in there. And you can also tie it to a localization file that is sitting on the server. I have not looked into that yet, AutoKey, but I will later. Okay, so then the next one, we want this to... We're going to do this. Create group. Thank you. Anytime, man. Good luck on making cool shit, by the way. Okay, so we're going to do this, and I'm going to do a group title of filler. That'll be whatever the filler is, the filler build. Sand and gravel. There we go. Filler, which is going to be not that. This. Sandstone. And we want this to be probably rock sandstone, is my guess. I need to figure out how to do ores as well, because I'm not quite sure how to do that. So we're going to do rock sandstone. I'm going to close this. It's going to keep confusing me. Here we go. Rock sandstone. Save that out. And now that should rebuild all of this. There we go. So this is just filler for right now. We'll fill that up with something else later. Rocks and stone. Do brambles hurt you? I don't know if they do. Oh, they super do. This place sucks. Brambles are mean as shit. Love it. This is a hellhole. Welcome to hell, chat. I'm gonna eat another snacky. Did you make your TTS extension? I built it inside of StreamerBot. I'll show you here. So StreamerBot allows me to take all of your guys' commands in any way that I need to. And I built this thing down here for doing the queue. And it adds, let's say when you do bits, it adds that to the queue. And then throws it in to the queue itself. And then that goes into this queue right here. There are 17 in it. When I hit the button, it eats it. Like that.
That cranium guy with 500 bits said Yar cheer 500, referencing an earlier TTS. The idea of a radiated fae is now stuck in my head. I'm imagining fairies with scrungly wings, wearing post-apocalyptic armor. That's not pixie dust she's sprinkling on you, it's fallout dust. Imagine a dryad that has been warped into a mutated monstrosity because its bonded tree is sitting in the middle of a glowing, toxic glade. This idea has taken hold, and I might have to write out some world building for this now.
That sounds cool, man. Clean You Rock, thank you so much. Absolutely. Like, it's kind of a unique system, right? It's, you can use StreamerBot. You can use, like, with SpeakerBot is the other one that goes with it. They're free tools. But you do have to build this yourself. And if you go into, like, Qbits, you can see all it's doing is it's saying yes, greater than 500 for that. But I also have other ones for, like, the Cursed Quest and points and skip and, like, all these different things that I've built into this to make it so that I have different ways of doing it. And Super Chat for YouTube, right? So, like, when that comes in, it does add it to the queue. The queue is right here, and it shows that I have 16 in there. If we look at pending actions, you can see all the ones that are waiting, and they're all points or bits, right? And then on our Discord, when the message comes through, when it's finished, it will go into this channel right here under answered TTS. So I have it doing a Discord hook back to Discord, dumping the person's name, the queue number that they were on, and then their name in a searchable format, using their icon, if it has one, because you can pull that from Twitch, doing their entire message, and then a timestamp to their message. And that's it. And then it just does that thing. And, like, that's easy. It's super simple, actually. So we've got that dumped into there. I think it's off by about 5 seconds, so I need to go back into the C# and fix that, because I haven't done that. Like, people keep telling me it's off by 5 seconds. I'm like, God damn it. So I got to make it back up. And then also, if I don't answer the TTS by the end of the stream, if it's channel points, it refunds it. And that's in the debt portion here. If we go into debt, yeah. So if we go to queue on bits, where is it? Or on channel points. Queue points. There we go. And I think it's under TTS points. There we are. So if stream is not loaded, then it redemption cancels that. So it refunds the points to them. If it's bits, we can't refund it. So I have it go through the debt, and the debt calculates all of the bits and all of the super chats together. It actually reaches out to find out what the going rate of whatever their currency is on super chat, and then converts that to USD. And then that goes into here as a debt, because I owe you, because I didn't answer your message. And then we give that to charity. And so far, we've given out $66,805 to charity through that system, where I didn't answer your TTSs, and I put all the receipts in here. So you can see all the receipts. You can have all of them. But yeah, like, it's the way that I feel about it is like, if I don't answer your message, I don't deserve the money. So, like, it is my job to answer your messages. And if I'm not doing that, I don't get paid. Right? Chat says I'm stealing from orphans. I'm not. I'm creating Batman. It's different. It's different. Yeah. Right now, chat owes you $7,000. Technically, yes. And the reason why is because I overpaid at Sea Dog's charity auction, where I bought both the skull of William Osmond and Michael Reeves' Screaming Roomba. Technically, they owe me $8,000 because I haven't had the Wolf Sanctuary donation that I gave to Alvia's Sanctuary on there yet. So I probably should go dig up that receipt and put it in there. So, what tech stack was Bedrock built on? I have no idea. No clue. And my own challenge coin. I did do my own challenge coin. Yeah. I bought that back too. That was pretty funny. Right now it's chat stealing from orphans. Yes. I think that was like the biggest, funniest thing is like every year I'm going to be giving that challenge coin back to Sea Dog, and every year I'll be buying it back. Is like the meme. I'll be like, all right, it's mine now. Again. Technically, the goblins gave Thor a bailout for the charity auction and for the wolves, and Thor is still repaying. That's true. You guys tried to bail me out. Didn't work. Be careful. One day someone will outbid you. That's the joke. There'd be no way. Hasn't he stopped doing the auctions? Did he? Wait, did Sea Dog cancel the auctions? Don't tell me that. If so, that sucks. What was the if that's true, what was the reason? Because that was a really cool event. It was a really cool event, actually. There was drama or something? I'm going to tell you this right now. No matter what you do, people on the internet are going to shit and piss about it. No matter what. Literally no matter what happens. Like, we're running a game jam that's free right now. It's the 18th one I've run, and there are still people shitting and crying about it. It's just how it goes. If you're running an event that you think is cool, and other people also think it's cool, ignore the bullshit. It doesn't matter. Do the thing that you think is neat, that adds something back to the world in a way that is positive. Done. Do it. Yeah, I hope he didn't stop doing the auctions, man. I hope he didn't. I hope he's still doing them. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you for the rating party at 2, man. He was in the red 100,000 from the last one? Yikes. That's a lot of money, dude. Something to do with event planners. Oh, DD, thank you very much, man. Here's the full video on why you canceled it. I will watch that later. Boop. I'm really glad that it opens up to this. Connor Mustache goes so hard he became a Viltrumite. Thanks. That's... Chad, don't be weird. That's the thing that guy has. Just let him have his thing. Even if it's weird, right? You know? That's all he's got. Let him have it. Alright. We've got our sand and gravel now. I think we'll have to dig through, yeah? You know? The ferret's doing good. Doing really good, actually. Depth into floor. What's Blizzard? An ice cream company. I think I want this to be 3 to 4. It looks weird at 2 to 4. Yeah. There we go. That looks nice. Now we gotta go to the surface and unshit this. I don't think I want to do mesh 2D positions, right? It's kind of weird, yeah? I think there's better ways to do this. No, maybe it is the right way to do this. There we go. They're kind of gridded out, though, yeah? Kind of don't like that. Ugh. By God, it's beautiful. Okay. This itches your brain? Good.
Niverson Zero with 500 bits said wanted to share some knowledge. For anyone interested, wanting to know more about mainframes, they're a really good book that you can find on Amazon. Best part is, it doesn't assume you know all the acronyms, etc., just that you're somewhat tech literate. So you want to be a Z/OS systems programmer? The Fast Track to Understanding Z/OS Like a Pro, IBM Mainframe Series, by Dennis J. Stone.
I don't know anything about mainframes, my dude. Other than the age-old meme of, I hacked the Gibson. Made of American cheese? What, dude? American cheese getting mold? I don't think American cheese has the capacity to mold. As an American. Check this out, by the way. So what I'm doing is I'm creating a noise channel to create brambles and pockets around the map on this. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to tie that to the same seed as the terrain so we get the pockets of brambles on the tops of these hills. So this is 1.0. We'll export this as terrain density. Right? It's exported as that. So then we can take this down here. And on these brambles, instead of doing this, I can say imported. Imported density. And just put the name there. And that should, I think, work. No, it's pissed. Okay, so then we have to go into this. Do exported density. Drop that into there. Call that one terrain density. And now call it a day. No, you're still mad? Man, why is it mad? Why is it mad? You put a question in the Blockgame Modders channel on Discord, you hit a snag making a scuba suit. I almost said scuba snoot, dude. Alright, let's see. Okay. Scuba. It's in the Blockgame Modders channel, you said? Go pull it up. The old Blockgame. There we go, Blockgame Modders. Let's see what you got. What was the scuba problem that you ran into? Using the existing crude diving gear as a baseline, you made a custom set of scuba gear with your own skin model. Cool. Now you want to give each piece its own effect for when you're diving swimming, so when you have the full set you can swim like crazy. You managed to make an effect for the flippers, so you're slower on land, and can't sprint by running with flippers on, but you're swimming twice as fast. It works great with the horizontal speed multiplier. Now you want to do something for the suit. You want to make it so you passively sink slower and your vertical swim speed is increased. You found the modifiers that are applied by water to determine the baseline of those values. Swim up speed, swim down speed, and sink speed. But you can't seem to manipulate them. The effect from your scuba suit. Let's go look and see the variables. We go to the asset editor. You've got sink speed, right? Ooh. These don't appear to be exposed. Because normally you get those exposed from statistics, right? On entity stat type. So you're in an area of this that I don't know yet. If that's what's going on there, we're able to modify that. That may actually be a bug. I don't know. It's a property of fluid FX water. So we go to water. Water, fluid. Is that under block type or somewhere else? Just got on my Discord. Nice, dude. Rock on. That's place fluid. It's just called water. Ambience FX. This one, fluid just called water. This is, wow, it's got a lot of inheritance going on. No 3-up. This one, Fluid FX. I have not actually looked at a Fluid FX. So, unironically, if it's inside of this block instead of a stat that is applied to your character, you may not be able to modify it. So the best thing, yeah, this right here, that may be on the block itself. I would put in a feature request to the developers and let them know that you want to have gear that can modify how these work. Yeah. The docks and the tooltips, I know. Some of them don't actually have tooltips still, which is upsetting. But some of them do now. You can see some of them do, which is really nice, but some of them don't. So technically it's a bug when it doesn't. So these statistics are hard-coded to the block. You likely cannot change that, but you can change the horizontal speed multiplier. Let's see what's going on here. Horizontal speed multiplier, and you want to change the swim up speed. And that's not changing. If it's not changing swim up speed and swim down speed, bug report that. Because if it's working with horizontal speed multiplier and it's not working with swim up speed and swim down speed, then that doesn't work, right? And like I think that's the biggest problem with that. No, Fajita. People just sit around and they actually talk to each other, or they just chill. Watch this. 7. But yeah, with that in mind, if you have swim up speed and swim down speed and you want to actually have those modified and they're not modifying through that interaction, you fell for one of life's oldest traps, my dude. The goblins. They wait for people like you. These right here, not modifying is going to be a bug, I think. Because if you can modify that one and you can't modify the other two, that feels like a bug, man. That straight up feels like a bug. See, I'd wait. I'd go and bug report it and see what they have to say, because that seems odd to me. Legit. Go to the next one.
Main_donut22 said at like 1 a.m., 10 p.m. for you, Mr. Thor Hair. My PC, whilst playing a 2-hour Game Grumps compilation, decided that it no longer wanted to be alive and went dark.
Oh.
Will troubleshoot when I get off of work. On the bright side, I can keep my watch streak going with Twitch Mobile. Yar heart.
That sounds awful. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Export. Exported density. But yeah, the only time we've ever had botted views on here is when somebody bumped my channel up to 200,000 views and we had to report it to Twitch. It's just been like a huge meme when that happened. I was like, well, we definitely don't have that. But there's not much you can do about it when it's that. But no, there's a lot of people here who just co-work, man. They just chill. But we usually do have people that just like jump in and scream and shit like you were doing there, being like, that's bots, because you can't fathom somebody working on something that you find boring and then getting people watching them working on something that you find boring, personally. But there's a lot of people in the world, and they have a lot of different interests. Maybe they don't align with yours. Let's see. All right. So if we pull this, and we've got our terrain density here. Yeah, a lot of lurkers, man. Can we dump that back out to that? And does that work? No, it shits itself. I don't know how export density works. I don't know how that works. I'm going to delete that for now until I've grown knowledge in my brain parts. And instead, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to copy pasta it down there. And then, figure it out later. What? Why are you Madge? Why is it Madge? Why? Min density? I'm like the ASMR of game devs. Thanks, man. Aliens obviously built the pyramids. Well, I mean, that's just true. Why is this broken now? Wait a minute. Why is it mad? This was fine before. Why are you angry? Oh, dude, the log doesn't even show the whole log. That is unuseful. God damn it. It's angry because it's mad? Dude, it's only angry because it's mad. Shit. Why you like this? Don't worry about it. Shit. Something broke. I don't know what it is. Bedrock is fine. What's this? Sand and gravel seems fine. Filler seems fine. What did I break? Wait. No, I didn't break that. Now I gotta start cutting random shit off. Oh, it's that? How did I break that? How did I break that? How did I break that? That prop is fine. What did I break, man? Okay, let's see. Runtime 1. Positions. Occurrence positions. Mesh 2D positions. Cool, yeah? Simplex noise on seed A. Why angry? Why angry? Make no sense. In your glass box, you put Z to scale? Can you not do that? Is it just pissed about that? I would never have known. You were a scholar and a saint.
Cyber_gem donated $25 to charity.
That's exactly what it was. You figured it out. Thank you for the $25 to charity, you absolute badass. There we go. Alright. Alright. We got it. I kind of don't like the amount. We're gonna trim it up a little bit. Sir? This man deserves some glue? You're right. You're goddamn right. 1.2 50/50. It's a bit weird. 1.2 50. Shit. Shit. There we go. 3D density. 1.2 50/50. Done. And then over here, We save. And now we have to apply the same weird bullshit to it. Simplex noise 3D density. So we have to do a sum density and then a curve mapper. We're going to curve map into this whole shit.
Drip from behind donated $25 to charity.
It's always amazing. The name is always good. Slice it. That is not what I wanted. I've made a huge mistake. Ah. I covered it in brambles, guys. It's moldy now. I made it moldy. It's full of mold. It's full of mold, Jet. How did I fill it with mold? How did I do this? Why is it so moldy? Oh, because I'm an idiot. Oh. An idiot. I have a better way of doing this. I don't need a noise function at all. Do I? Maybe I do. No, I'm an idiot. Get out of here. Get out of here. I just need to do this. And then we got to keep adding more value. Increased value. Is that not going to work? That may not be working. I want this to be probably more. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Yeah. I want them to be denser and farther apart in clumps. So I want the clumps to be really dense, but I want it to be farther apart from each other, and it looks like that's not quite working yet. I just want to see what happens when I do that. Not shit. What if we have them show up on all the hills? On the hilltops, right? What is this song playing? It is from our game Heartbound. All the music you hear on this channel is from Heartbound.
Mitsunari with 500 bits said, riddle me this, Mr. Streamer. If the T-Rex is the superior creature, why are T-Rex no longer a thing but chickens are?
Because the T-Rex had to get smaller. Because bugs got smaller. Definitely. Definitely that's the reason. You ever seen a chicken find a bug in the grass? Gone. Gone. Power move. Dinosaurs couldn't eat the bugs, Chet. They had to become chickens. It's the only way. Also, because they became chickens, they may be our food, but they're one of the most prolific animals on the planet. How many chickens on Earth right now? 26 billion chickens. That's right. They outnumber us. Chickens technically own the planet. 26 billion. According to Google. A year ago, it said 35 billion. There's many more billions chickens than us. Many more billions. Yeah. Chickens own the earth. Definitely not bacteria or viruses or ants. Definitely chickens. Definitely. We will feast. That is true. The war shall be legendary. Yes. How many chickens can you handle? Dude, I think, like, if I'm eating them or I'm fighting them. How many chickens could I fight? You ever fought a chicken before? They're nasty. Chickens are mean, dude. Chickens are not, like, if they're, are we talking, like, your basic bitch chicken that, like, runs away when you look at it funny? Or are we saying that that chicken is down to fight? Is that a fighting chicken? Or is that a scaredy bitch chicken? Down to fight? I think 3. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think anyone who says more than 3 is full of shit. Because the down to fight chicken is actually scary. They got nasty claws and beaks, dude. And if they're in it to win it, you're probably going to get your ass kicked. Yeah. I think 3 is kind of the, unless you're wearing like armor. You get armor, you could probably fight more. But if you're wearing like shorts or something, dude, they're going to, nah. Like there was a dude who died to a beaver. A beaver bit him in the leg and he just bled out. Like it hit an artery and just killed him. A chicken will do that to you. They got raptor claws, man. Unironically, they have raptor claws. Yeah, but I mean, like, chickens are just scary, man. They just, one crit, you're done. One of those chickens has to roll 20. And it's over. That's how that fit. Like, one single, like, 1 in 20 chance, dude. 5% chance the chicken kills you. Scary. Roosters are actually terrifying. I have 2 roosters. One of them is a bitch baby. He's good for nothing. Good for nothing, dude. I know they have daggers in their legs. Here, let me show you the chicken leg dagger. It's actually terrifying. Leg spikes. They have leg spines. Spines. No, I don't want a knife made out of a chicken leg, you freaking weird ass internet. No, this is so stupid. The internet is so dumb, dude. No, I don't want a chicken leg. I just type in live, chicken leg anatomy. There we go. Yeah, let me show you. They have a thing called a spur on their leg. That is an actual chicken leg. People don't realize that that's a freaking dinosaur, man. Look at the claw. Look at those claws. And they rake with them. So they'll go down and just shred you open. So if you think you're fighting a chicken, I think you're going to die to a chicken. I think it's going to kill you. It's a tiny dinosaur. Yeah. Domestic farm raptor. So if you have a bunch of chickens that are down to fight, like they're actually going to fight you, they're dangerous, dude. That spur is like a knife. Yeah. It's like a tiny dagger. So, like, I don't know, dude. I think I'd fight 3. I'd probably get my ass kind of kicked. You know the way I feel about it? I think I could probably fight 3 chickens that were, like, brutally down to fight me, but I would probably die in the ambulance. It's like a knife fight, dude. Like, nobody wins. Yeah. Nobody wins. All right.
Cascanoid said time for some quick maths. A T-Rex weighs about 8 tons. A dino nugget is about 20 grams. That means that there are about 400,000 dino nuggets in a dino. Great, now I am sad that I will never get to have a T-Rex nugget.
We need to open a park. With a very particular interest. It'll be great. I'm ready. So if we're going to do mesh 2D positions, I think is the better way to do this. And I need like more and more gaps for this. But we need to do base height for that as well. So the height has to be within a certain height level. And then also be on that occurrence. So we'll do we'll do this. Positions for that. Oh? Can we do that? Like, we could do that and then mix, like, min read and max read. Yeah, so we can get rid of this. We can go into here. Oh, wait. Plug that in there. Plug that in there. And basically we get a min read and a max Y read from a base location, but I don't think that's the right way to do it either. I'm trying to find, like, other ways to do positions. And I can't really think of one to do that. Let's do this. You know, that actually looks quite nice. That's starting to look good. Because I can start mixing it up with other things, right? Because right now it's got a single material, and instead I could do a list of materials. Is there no other way to do a material on this? Oh. There's no material range? Well, shit. Well, shit. Occasional overworld oasis would be very fun. But, like, right now, all I'm getting is I'm getting brambles, and I'm trying to figure out how to do, like, randomized terrain stuff. So I'm going to go and save this, and then I'm going to open up the other one. Weird. Oh, start yawning? Maybe like this? Ugh. Like that? Salt, if you want to know about my work history, just do exclamation point jobs, man. You'll need a LinkedIn account, though, man. Let's see. Queue material provider. So we'll queue between these two. And then empty is the final one? Oh, that's interesting. So this one is... Okay, so this is something really interesting. This actually applies the water first. Weird. Because if we look at the base height, there's bedrock. Simple horizontal material provider is bedrock. And that's rock bedrock. And where are they getting bedrock from? Bedrock? Base height density. Base height density, base height name is going to be bedrock. So then we go to rock bedrock, and that's doing it at top base height is bedrock. But then if we go down here, top base height is base, and then bedrock. But this is a filler material. And they have it going out as a Q, and this one going as a solidity. So when it's empty, it has a chance to become a Q material of either actually empty or water. Now that makes sense. Grabbing it. Now it makes sense. I'm learning. I'm learning in my brain parts, chat. In my brain parts, chat. And then we could just do material, constant material provider, and then this one is going to be material and fluid of water source. There we go. And then we got to give it a range. Some kind of a range on there. I just don't know where yet. I'm not sure. Okay, so where is our range for this? That'll be up to 100, it seems. $120. 100. Save. What does it do? What tier am I at right now? Oh, I'm at like 190. Yeah, good old Arrakis, dude. I may have made it too thick, and it's now oozing off the sides. Arrakis. Water planet. Oh, wait a minute. I may have made another mistake. One moment. Base. Shit. Why is that not working? Why is everything gone to shit? Let's cut that off. Alright, so I managed to do that somehow. And I don't really know how I managed to do that. But it's full of sag now. Base height density. Somehow by changing the base height name from bedrock, or from base to bedrock, it did this. That's weird, right? I don't know how I created all this water, but I have it now. Pretty good. Is all this modding in the base game? Yeah. It's kind of wild, right? Alright, let's go back down here. Oh. Yeah, that would be a mistake. Alright. It's a rather large oopsie. Whatever, the server doesn't care. I looked into how to create an instant yet? Yeah, I already know how to do it for that one. Go to 10. I'm trying to see if I can get it to go over base for this. Because doing it as 100 did not work. Maybe it is 100. Aha! That looks pretty cool, man. That's starting to look kind of neat. Go a little bit more. And then I can take the baseline interaction here. Make it tar. We can do that. Done. That's full of tar. Gross. Hell, make it poison, like whatever. I'll put dinos in it. Yeah, we can totally put dinos in it. Make it on fire? We can make it on fire. Actually, is there oil in this? Oil. There's soil ash. Ashen soil? Corrupted hive soil. Hive. Hive soil. Yeah, the inside of these areas I'm going to make out of hive soil. Skeletons on tar pits? We could definitely do that. Like bone? Bone spine? Because we could do that, like, in the tar. Because, like, everything waterlogs and, like, logs in this. Like, it's just in there, you know? Because you could go like that, and it's, like, put skulls and bones and shit all inside of that, you know? Yeah. You're still live? Yeah, man. I stream 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Is it possible to add water in certain places using a brush? Oh, yeah, but, like, I'm doing it through generation right now, so for V2. You're watching it like 1 a.m. earlier? Rock on, dude. So, maybe not tar source. Water source. What's your current goal? Right now I am learning how to use World Gen V2. And I'm making a desert. And I kind of want to add some weird flavor to it. And I want to make it like the bugs. They have these like really horrifying bug creatures in the game. I'm going to make it a little bit more like high dunes and deep valleys like that. There we go. And then I'm going to drop the water a little bit more because I want it to be kind of more so, you know? So we're going to say for that, for the water in this, we're going to make this fully 80 in that. Yeah, see, like really, really small areas of water in this is kind of cool. And then we can make like, I can make it so that whenever there's water, we can make plants around it and make it so that there's dirt around that area. So anywhere that is within 1 of water, we can change that to dirt. So we can make it, I guess, soil grass. Yeah, like a small oasis, exactly. So we'll grab this whole thing. We're going to make a new group. God damn it. It's super weird. Water. And then pop that there, and then grab that and move it. And that's a filler there. So when we do the water, we should have sand and gravel, and we'll do another one. Before sand and gravel, which is going to be, I guess, depth. Yeah, space and depth material provider. And we'll do depth into floor 3. We'll say condition. Fluid? No. There's something of like equals condition or equals condition. Space above floor. No. That's not going to work. We need to have another type of condition in here, and it's got to be like block near me kind of a thing. Or rather, and condition. And we can do 2 conditions of greater than. Is there a way to check depth? I don't know if there's a depth check. Like a range. There's another range check in here. Simple horizontal material provider. There we go. And then we can cut that one and then connect it to this one. And say that the top Y and the bottom Y, because we have the range for water, and the range for water is going to be 80. Bottom Y is going to be 0. Top Y is going to be 80. And we're going to say depth into floor is 3. And we'll say condition or condition. Actually, no, not an or condition. We actually just need one condition. And that condition is always true. And it'll be depth into floor there. And we'll say layers. Range thickness. 1 to 2. And the material is going to be constant material provider and then a constant. And we'll call this soil grass. And then save that in. And maybe I didn't do this wrong. Maybe. It appears to be doing the sand first. So let's take a look at this. Let's try 81. It is not working. So, bedrock happens. And then we do... $81 to like 75. Ah, that's why. Hey, it's starting to work. It's starting to work, but it's got that red tint. I forgot we changed the tint. That's not the order. But this is working. It's actually doing what we want it to. Look at that. Oh? This one didn't grow water. We gotta get rid of the blocks, too. We're going to here. We're gonna go cut the block. Yeah, it's like red right now. But I'm gonna change it. You can see it's working, though. It's actually functioning.
DieDewMX said, did you know, the western fence lizard, common lizard to the California area, has blood which contains a protein which is toxic to the bacteria which causes Lyme disease. Which means, when a tick feeds upon the lizard blood, the tick becomes cleansed. The only cure for this weird disease is the special lizard blood.
So, Grasberg. What? That is really weird. Okay, we gotta change the color. Hex color. A little bit too orange, but it's getting there. I need to kind of like match up with the sand. I want it to really match with the sand. I don't think we're getting the right color. It's a little bit dark. Is sand like bright luminescence? I think it might be. Doesn't glow, does it? No. Weird. Because that's the same color, it's just pulled funny. There we go. There's got to be a better way. I think I found it. One sec. Yeah, I'm sampling the wrong part. There we go. Okay, that's much better. That looks really, really good. And now what we can do is we can populate this area with dirt, with stuff like this. And when we place it, it will automatically change the color to the tint that we have there. So now we've got our brambles, and we've got these, and we can put palm trees and stuff around it too. Hell yeah. Dunes. Desert planet. Arrakis. And we have to kind of put it in a spot where, like, it makes sense, because it looks like a lot of these areas are not dipping into be water, right? And it's still putting grass in there. So I kind of want to change that up. And we have to make it so that it digs deeper in this biome. So we're going to go back up to this. And we're going to make it so that the curve point in this goes down to 70. And then we save that. And that should dig quite a bit deeper like that. And kind of go from there. Yeah, there we go. There's a little bit too many of them now, though. So I might play around with it a little bit more. But you see where I'm going. What kind of biome is this? I'm making a desert biome. And I want it to have like one or two of these oases in it. But I think it's way too many right now, so I'm playing around with it. And it's kind of the idea of, like, getting everything fixed so it feels right. But I could even have these areas where, like, it looks like there used to be an oasis there and it dried up, right? So I think that actually does work really well. Larger noise would probably sort it. It probably would. Flatten that out a bit. Set this up to 75, maybe. Ooh. That's like way less peaks and more dunes. You know? I think it's starting to go the right direction. Yeah. There we go. That's kind of cool. I think that's more the way, right there. You're making a golf course? I'm making a desert. Filled with death. So if it's at one of these, and there's no water in it, and it's at this exact location, I'm going to have it build a plug. And it'll look like this. Why is it not letting me place that? How deeply annoying. Let me place the goddamn thing. You big bitch. There we go. It'll be something like that. So I'm going to build that with a structure thing, I think. I also need to get this to stop happening, because I think that's doing it across the entirety of the map. It's kind of funny. Yeah, it'll place this, and this is, like, really gross. Yeah. They look really gross. That's so gross, I know. I know, Zaphiroth. Have you not seen these? Have you not seen the Scarek Hive doors? I thought you'd seen these. Look at this one. You know what the grossest part about it is? They have like a weird Machine Bro version. From their ancients, like the version of them that is like the old ones, right? Look at this. That crazy? So we have these like the deep one version, and then we have this one version, which is why I decided to do this. To make it really deep.
That cranium guy with 500 bits said Yarcheer 500 nuclear apocalypse Feywilds also opens the idea of the nuclear winter court and the fission explosion summer court. With summer having domain over the explosive events of the initial detonation, and the winter having domain over the events following the detonation.
That's pretty horrifying, to be honest. Deeply horrifying. Are those doors in game? Yeah, those are part of the game, dude. But yeah, basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have like plugs where it starts off these doorways, and they're just gonna go down into that, and then it's gonna spread out from there, basically. Yeah. So I'm gonna have like maybe in the middle of this area it just goes straight down into the ground. Which I'm kind of excited for it. Can you place the door horizontally? No, it doesn't look like it can be placed that way, which is sort of a shame. Because I think it'd look really good that way. Honestly, it might be flippable that way, though. You can just edit it? Can I actually? What is that thing called before I go check? Furniture Scarek. Let's go see. Variant rotation is the thing. I don't think it can get variant rotation for up and down. Like if we override this asset and call it test door, right? And then go into here and go to block and change this. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Hold up. Nope. It does not work. There is no Scarek trapdoor. Which is lame. We gotta build one. You know what I gotta do? I know what I gotta do. I'm gonna go into this. Just make it so it's up and down. Right? For its variant rotation. And then go back in game. And get the test door. Oh. Oh, that was really weird. It does not want to do whatever it just did. You mod a current trapdoor with Scarek graphics? Actually, you know what would be even better than doing that? is just taking this thing in a block bench and making it so it's flat on the ground. And changing the whole animation so it's a Scarrick trapdoor. Because this would be so much cooler as a flat ground door. I honestly think that this one is the one that I'd want for a flat ground door. Legitimately. Yeah. Just use the entity tool and rotate it? Can we do that? Let me see. Entity. Select to grab entity is not working. And we cannot rotate. Yeah, it's not an entity. It's a block, so I think we just have to re-upload it, man. Which is fine, like, that's cool. You need to take the texture of the fleshy bit and make a single blocks that people fall into, the flesh tunnels. Yeah, dude, I agree with that. Yeah. You'll need to rotate it in block bench and then reorient the animation. Yes, you got it. That is correct. I know the door is cursed. I know. It's deeply cursed. But I love the idea of it, you know what I mean? Like, it's creepy as shit. Like, look at it, right? And I kind of want to use the big one. Like, these ones are really good for, like, horizontal doors. Or, sorry, vertical doors. Because as you pass through it, like, the spikes are above. Like, the claws are above it. And then this one's really good if I laid it flat. Because then you would fall into it and it's, like, symmetrical the way that it is. Right? I almost feel like having, like, 4 of those instead of 2. But I guess it would look kind of weird. Because this is a double door, you know? You say it should throw diarrhea at me when you open it? That's gross, dude. Why are you so gross? But you're right. Truthfully. Interestingly enough, we could do stuff like that. Which leads me to believe that there should be like a middle piece, right? You know what I mean? Like a big long one. What about how Scarrick chests open? Scale that wider? Who here has not seen the Scarrick chest? It's alive, by the way. Look at it. It like opens, it like unfolds. It unfolds and it's really gross. Yeah. It's really gross, dude. You want the primordial chest to walk around and follow you? I could do that. We can make that thing have spider legs if you want. That is a floor barnacle? I wonder if we could put it on the walls. Can I put it on the walls? Put it on the ceiling? I have questions. I have questions and I need answers. We cannot put them on the ceilings. I need to put this on the ceiling. We need to put this on the ceiling at once. Oh, there's a large one? Ew. Why isn't it listed? Why is the large one hidden? They hid them. Furniture Scarrick Hive Chest Large. Is it just 2 together? Is it actually? Unironically? My God! That is really, really gross. Ugh. It's made out of meat. It's made out of meat. It's made out of meat. Alright, hold up. Okay, where's our block? There we go. Nice. And in one move, instantly better. That is so cool, actually. Look how cool that is. Look how cool that is. That should just be in the game. Like baseline. That is so nasty. Because it's perfect for the Scare Act, dude. It is literally perfect for them. Look at that. It's so perfect for them. That is now, I mean, technically, yeah, I just added it. But like, damn, that's cool looking. Look at that. It's so gross off the wall like that, right? Blech. Blech. That's perfect. That is perfect and nasty. And it blinks. It does. It blinks. It's alive. They're alive, dude. Isn't that nasty? What do you guys think of the chests now that I have them sitting on walls and ceilings and shit? Now it needs a tongue to catch you. It grabs you and slowly pulls you into the chest. Can they do that? Can do they evolution? You do love the ceiling chests? I think they're neat this way, man. But only these ones, because they're nasty, you know? You're the loot now. Yeah, exactly. You're the loot now. Home. Nice. Nice and gross. This is probably the grossest thing that I've gotten to play with, and I'm happy with it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, it's really gross. I like how really gross it is, too. What? Well, that's a bit weird. Put one there, you put one there, it takes a minute. Huh. Put one there, you put one there, it's fun. Make them open and close randomly? Ew. Ew. This is kind of what I'm thinking about, though, is like we make a pit, right? And then, like, you use a gateway to get into it, and it's filled with Scarak, and then, like, chests on the ceiling kind of shit, right? And I think that's cool. Please make a Scarak pit. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. One of them is a mimic? No, they're all mimics. Like, they're blinking. They're obviously mimics, right?
Royal_Knight77 said hashtag Thor's weird holes. Suspicious.
No. I can't say that.
Xandar Silverkit VT said, hey Mr. Thor. I am working on my own mod for Hytale and have a question for you.
What's
I
up?
know it is possible to make own crafting benches, but is it possible to create an item that will act as a portable workbench? I was trying to make it but was not able to figure it out. Looked around if someone made something like that, and found one mod, however it is a plugin, Java mod. But I am curious if it is possible to make with the assets editor.
What is it called? Not parent. Under interactions. Here. Bench. There's open bench page right there. You just set up an interaction on an object, and then that interaction will open up your bench page right away. And you just say, I want to open the bench page, and you say exactly what page it's going to be. Done. That's it. And it'll be whatever you want it, you know? Be like, I want simple crafting. And say what kind of bench you want it to be. You're good to go. I think that will solve the problem that you're after. But, yeah. You were getting an error when you did that. What was the error you were getting? Because that might just be a bug. Because there's open bench page and open processing bench. And that should cover your problem. Make them barnacles from Half-Life so they try to eat you? Maybe I will. Maybe I will do that. Maybe I will. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if that's not
Chips
working,
in
then I'm not
Salsa
sure.
2 with 500 bits said Yashir 500 hello there Pirate Goblin King.
Hello.
Has Indie finished and the VODs are just being uploaded one at a time or are there still more? Curious if my friend's game was chosen. I've only seen a few, but are any of them already released games?
Yeah.
Also, did bits recently change to 200 per dollar or am I tripping?
You are tripping. Yeah, you're straight up tripping. That has never been that way. Bits are 100 per $1 is how much the streamer gets. I think they're $1.40 per 100 as well. With that in mind, if you're talking about Indecember was just December. And all the videos that are coming out are ones that we finished during December. They just take a long time to do. Like, that's all it's been. It's just been a shitload. Yeah, it's been like an absolute shitload of videos. So, in fact, I need to go set the one up for today. So give me just a moment. There we go. I need to set up this game. Yeah, I gotta get this set up for this. There we go. And set this up. There we go. I'm really glad you guys liked Indecember so much. And it's kind of funny because a lot of people are seeing the videos up on YouTube now and they're like, why is this still going? It's not December anymore. And I'm like, man, it just shows me like how completely disconnected the Twitch like community is and the YouTube community. They're completely separate from each other. Like completely disconnected. Which is wild to be real with you. Yeah. Yeah, completely different ecosystem. There we go. We'll go get the short up for the day. That is not useful. What is this one? All right, shorts are going up. Because this is not set up. Oh, were you not getting the YouTube videos? You said you're not getting the YouTube videos anymore? Unsubscribe from the channel and resubscribe. That'll fix it completely. We've seen that with other people as well, and they were having the exact same issue. You just have to unsub and then resub, then you're good to go. It's kind of annoying, but is what it is. And then once you do that, it'll be good to go. Yeah, YouTube sub system just sucks. Exactly. At least the shorts aren't going down. No, these videos are always up, dude. I release these every day. Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. The cranberry incident one exploded too, which is hilarious. Apparently, cranberry juice incident could also happen if you drink pickle juice, which is terrifying. Didn't know that. Horrible. Okay. All right. Don't tell the Canadians? Why? What? The Canadians know. All right. I have bad news, Chet. I have bad news. I've been up 24 hours.
El Janush said, "What's blue and doesn't weigh very much? Light blue. What do you
light
call
blue,
a fake noodle? An impasta. I drove 75 miles in a snowstorm to get a part for my computer. It was a hard drive."
Okay. Fine. I see how it is.
Ari McBrown said, "So, a crew showed up with a digger and a shovel, trying to make preparations for the entire neighborhood to connect a new sewage system.
Okay.
The guy in the digger was carefully inching away layers of dirt, to not damage any utilities by accident. The guy with the shovel was giving instructions and remove little bits weak of sand manually. The guy with the shovel receives a phone call and he kicks the shovel into the dirt and cuts through my fiber connection in one go. Have a great
Jesus.
weekend, everyone."
That is, awful. That is completely awful. And I am very sorry to hear that. Like, damn, dude. Damn. Yeah, that blows. Wonder if we can fix that.
Zarka13 said, "Hello Thor, hello chat. I wanted
Hello.
to take a moment to truly thank you. I went from being alone, emotionally exhausted, and depressed to in the best relationship I've ever been in. That is so healing. I'm astounded is real. It's also your fault, Thor,
No,
like
no,
you
it's
said. For reference, this is the soapy chicken lady, and he asked you to officiate our marriage with. I've come a long way for myself, and you and your community is a gem. Thank you, Yar love."
Soapy chicken lady. I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. I'm gonna lose my mind. Hell yeah, OP. Exactly. That's so damn funny, dude. Oh my god. Soapy chicken. Tank brain is real? What do you mean? What do you expect? 24 hours? No. I didn't wash my chicken. Ridiculous. How do you stay up 24 hours? Well, first you wake up.
Enodia___ with 500 bits said, "Can we hear sea shanty for old time's sake?"
I don't have sea shanty at the ready. Otherwise, the answer would be yes. Little sea shanty for the boys is never a bad thing. I can hear it in my head if that helps. It's not true. Sea shanty's on Spotify. Is it? There you go. I stand corrected. Best damn song in the game. Only damn song in the game. Spare Melody, thank you for the gifted subs. Incredibly nice.
Dancing Brooks said thank you for learning this Thor and sharing how much fun it can be to learn a new program.
It's super fun.
I've been intimidated by learning 3D modeling and the program alone, but seeing you learn all of this and taking joy in it makes me realize I can do the same.
You got it.
Thank you for being a positive, safe space.
You got this, dude. Make the thing. Make the thing kind of shitty, right? Make the thing kind of shitty. This is the way. Whoop. Hell yeah. What? So now it's made of grass and burnt grass. But I don't think there's a visual difference. I don't think there's a visual difference between those two things. Legitimately. I think they look exactly the same. Oh, wait. Grass and burnt grass are... They're different on the sides. Are they different anywhere else? I don't think they are. But they're different along the edges. Weird. You have a tint? You're a tint. You're 5 tints.
Riker78 with 500 bits said happy Friday everyone. Thor, did you know that some of the powder in mac and cheese is cheese that usually has bad bacteria in it, but when they turn it into powder through pasteurization it removes the bacteria and it makes it safe to eat the yumminess that is mac and cheese. Everyone stay warm through this cold weekend.
You know, that's probably fine. I'm gonna eat bad cheese powder. You know, that's fine with me. You're confused? Don't worry, I am too. I couldn't keep up either. Basically, cheese is cheese. That's what I've learned.
Black_Zebra94 said hello there Lord of Goblins, would you recommend getting this game to get into modding, game dev?
Yes.
It feels less complicated and more approachable than stuff like Game Maker or Godot.
100%. I would say that if you want to get into modding, get Hytale. Like, straight up. It is 100% worth it, man. 100%. Actually fantastic. I need to make a check to see if there's water in the area, because if there's water in the area, then we can do, like, the radius, but otherwise, like, if I look at this, I'm pretty sure it's got sand underneath. Oh, wait, no, that's got sand. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Okay, let's go back into this. Pretty sure I got this set up right.
Serene Lily said hello. I have been lurking around the community like a schmavert since November of 24, mostly
Like
for
what?
the ferrets. I did figure out how to make a square move in a box in Godot on your recommendations, but learned that I'm not built for programming.
That's okay.
I do, however, love making and designing maps, and made 3 for Space Station 13 a couple years ago.
Cool.
Thank you for the inspirations and wisdoms, and for everything you do with the rescue and beyond.
Ah, you're awesome. I think that's cool as hell. This is not going to be an always true condition. We're going to change that condition to be greater than space above floor greater than 2. So as long as it's in the open air, this will work now. Space Station 13 map making is paying. Have you seen that they're making Space Station 14? Okay, that should fix that world gen bug. This is working as well. Now, instead of it being open air, I feel like there should be a way to check to see if there's, like, water. You know what I mean? You know? I feel like there should be water. I missed Space Station 1 through 12. Fair. I think this is looking good, though. I'm starting to get pretty happy about this. Code is for machines, programming is for humans. You goddamn right. By the way, all these brambles hurt you when you touch them. This place is hellish. And you move about this speed when you're out here. So you want to break through all these brambles as you go. I'm going to make other plants and stuff. But I think adding, like, really delicious fruits might be kind of cool. And I think that if I make this into, like, a diggable area where there's, like, a tunnel going down through it, it might be really interesting. Make the brambles carnivorous? You know, there is a carnivorous plant. I don't remember the damn thing's name. That is not one of them. But there's like a plant with teeth. I don't know what it's called.
Wolf and Nature said 77777777, 77777777, 77777777, 77777777, 77777777, 77777777.
You don't say. Well, this is weird.
Dat guy Trevsky once said, Thor, will you look at the boss me and a friend we're gonna put in the game we're making? It's you. Lol.
Sure. Hell yeah, dude. Send it over.
Fenico said okay, but what if some of those chests can be generated with bones in them, so it adds to the fact that they're alive and eat people?
I'm down with that. I think that'd actually be really cool. Putting bones in those is very funny.
Wing0F Avalon said you should check out the pixel art texture on the Mouthlands in Hytale. Pay close attention to the rear of the creature. The pixel artists put a lot of care into that one.
I don't know if I should do that. I feel like that's bait.
FoxDI3 said all aboard the hostage train.
No. No. I'm eating a snack. You say no balls. I'm worried about looking because I'm worried that there are balls. And then I'll get banned. Shit.
XA84 said, can you generate keys in the chests?
I can't. I can do. Chat, you don't understand. If I don't go to bed, Mirror's going to find out that I haven't gone to bed. And if Mirror finds out I haven't gone to bed, I'm probably going to die. Chat, no. Release me. Shirty knows. No, she doesn't. Don't say that. Don't say she knows. Oh my god, you guys. That is a lot of gifted subs. Trev, thank you. It's incredibly nice of you. I wonder if we could put a prefab there, yeah? I wonder if we can. I think that I want to make something weird. I want to make something very strange. Weighted prefab path. Where is it? Monument? No. Rock formations. Fossils. Gigantic. Health. So it's going to be in rock formations, fossils, gigantic, health, normal, and fossils, gigantic, health, normal, 001. I guess instead of a box prop, it's got a molding pattern. Cut that. Grab this. Pop this onto it. And then for this one, we're going to do molding pattern. Block type pattern. Actually, we'll do a floor pattern. Huh. It didn't work. Maybe the path is wrong? Right? I don't know if it is. Holy shit. Thank you for those gifted subs, dude. It was incredibly nice of you. What do you mean? 001, 003, and 005? Did I get the names wrong? Hmm. Huh. Belongs to the hostage tray now? You're probably right. Box prop isn't connected to anything? We're not making the box prop. I switched it over to a prefab prop, and that's why I'm trying to do this. And we got these 3 prefab types, and then a columnar linear scanner. Base. Do you play card games like Magic the Gathering? Yeah. So this isn't working. And I'm wondering if it's the path. The path is the only thing I can think of. So let's go look that up. It'll be under prefab prop. I may be doing this wrong. Scans the surroundings for a suitable spot for this prop. Pattern asset slot defines a suitable slot. Block type the box is made of. Okay. Huh. You play Yu-Gi-Oh? Unfortunate. I watched a whole video on a guy who just played Yu-Gi-Oh to get Exodia, and I thought it was hilarious. You have fossils? Holy shit, you're totally right. I spelled fossils wrong. I'm that tired. Still not functional. It may be this. Nope. Maybe it's this. Brain not braining right? I know, right? Nope. It is not functioning. I can't think of how we can get this to work. Because we don't have an option. Because hightail assets. And then it goes into... Actually? What's your Y level? It's at the max 320. That's irrelevant. It goes from 0 to 320, so it's fine. Pull up the server log. There's nothing in the server log that I saw. Let me check, Slicky. I may just be doing it wrong. Do you... Actually, Slicky, do you know if this format is right? Am I right there? Let me check the server log again, because I have changed it since then. Yeah, no, dude, I'm super tired. To be clear, I've been up for 24 hours. I should not be awake. I am a dumbass. Oh, wait, no, this is the local one. To tell you how tired I am, I have been looking at the logs for our online server while using this locally. Don't worry about it. I don't want to talk about it. It's fine. It's fine.
Sinar 2014 with 500 bits said comment from my friend over the radio. I'm so hungover. Me, who respects the radio rules. Bro, stop bragging, nobody else can hear you but me. Over.
Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'll go to bed when the hype train ends.
Xandar
I know the
Silver Kid
rules.
BT said so. I tried the open bench page, but nothing happens. Don't see an option where to put the name of the bench I want to open. Tried also open page, that one just opens my inventory.
Yeah, if you can't get open bench to go into the asset editor, I would put in a bug report, because it may just not be built correctly. There was a number of new interactions that I found that were added inside of the pre-release version, and they're very good. Like, Spawn NPC is quite good. You know, we can do some really cool shit with this. So I would honestly start checking that out, and, like, turn in a bug report to them. Like, there's a bunch of new stuff that you can check out. In fact, I'm hoping we can get a list of those, because that would be really helpful. I think I sent some of them over to Budacat. I was like, yo, these are sick. Yeah, I think I did. There's a couple that I noticed that I hadn't seen before. Oh. Let me ping Shay. She'll murder you. No. Don't do it. Okay, so since I'm doing a local, where are my logs for my local instance? You're going to be in here. One sec. And then games, Hightail. Do we have logs folder? Pre-release, package, game, latest. Do we have logs folder? We do not have logs folder. Where is logs folder? Raid Your Dad? No. I really like this Minecraft update. Okay. I need to find out where the logs are for this. Oh wait, is it a Hightail launcher? No, that's the launcher log. That's not what we need. Might be under user data logs. There we go. I found it. It was sneaking around. Do not reload that. Oop. I'm gonna grab this. What day is it today? It's the 23rd. And it is 11:07 is this one. Of course you're opening up in that for some horrible reason. There we go. Why do you open in Notepad, you sad thing? Okay, we're gonna make all of these into Notepad++ enjoyers. There we go. All right, let's go to latest on this. View, word wrap it. There we go. Remove the word wrapping. I do believe that I will find it now. I'm really glad to see 1.4 million lines. That's the best. Alright, let's see what's up. Yeah, reload that. This prefab contains no This prefab path contains no prefabs. That is the only error. I'm full of sadness. Oh, well. Let me grab this and I'll show you guys what the error is. Not a useful one. This prefab contains no prefabs. Useful. Useful. Bet he wrote it in Spanish again? Dude, I bet. Alright, let's go look at this. Rock formations, fossils, gigantic health, normal fossils, gigantic health, normal. This is all, I believe, correct. So if we go into here, and we go into Creative Tools and World and Prefab List, Hightail Assets. It might be the Hightail Assets at the beginning of this. Let's try this. And also this. And then I'll save that. Yeah, that's what I want to check, is Hightail Assets in that. And if that is the case, then funny. None of these contain any prefabs. Bro, what? That is not useful. There's got to be some error in there, at least somewhere. Rock formations, fossils, gigantic health, normal. Hightail assets, rock formations, fossils. Hold up. This is the one it should be spawning. And it's right there, but it's not doing it. That's quite weird, right? You're telling me nope. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, you don't have any important information for Shay. You don't have any information at all.
Blizzaz
no
with 500 bits said the train must never stop.
No.
Sleep is for those with weak bones.
The train is ended.
Minik with 500 bits said Thor, it's time to wake up and start streaming.
I wish I could target this at a file that was already on the machine. That is my one wish right now with the prefab list for this. Because this doesn't seem to be aligning with it, and I don't know why. Fossils, gigantic health, normal. I'm gonna screenshot that. I'm gonna bring it over here. So it's loaded prefab, hightail assets, rock formations, fossils, gigantic health, normal, fossils, gigantic health, normal, 001. Maybe it's got to be .prefab.json? Right? Like maybe that's it? Is expecting a folder or a file? I don't know. Maybe it's the folder? I don't know. Because, like, the error is quite odd. Right? No. Yeah, it says this prefab path contains no prefabs. So maybe we need that. And then save that in. Nope. Maybe this one? There's got to be some combination we just don't know. You know? Like, it's got to be in here somewhere. I just don't know where it would be. Nope. Yeah, the only error is this prefab path contains no prefabs. I am deeply confused. Devin chat, what's up? Slicky, let me see. Asking the team at the moment? Haven't configured these? Oh, okay. Rock on, dude. Yeah, because I'm not sure what that would be. On that, another item to pipe world gen errors into the in-game chat. when you have live reloading enabled, so you don't need to review the errors. That's perfect. That's a really good one. That's a really good one. Yeah. Usually the server log would tell you if there are any paths not found. Yeah, it's interesting because, like, I think one of the biggest things that we could use in terms of documentation is a basic example of something. Because one of the things that I kind of want to... I want to go through and kind of help with this, of this here, is this is cool on some of these, like density, right? And there was something in density that was doing... Where is it? Like this? It's like a huge section. Where is it? It's not under assignments. It's under material providers. Yeah, like I want to see this right here as the actual block, if that makes sense. So I think I'm going to make some examples and then send them up to these dudes to get them in there. Because, like, having that example would have been infinitely helpful. Because I had no idea what I was doing at first. The top one is hightail assets, which is wrong. Let me see. Okay, so you're saying that this does not need to have hightail assets. I was trying all three of them just to see if we can find one, if that makes sense. So that one is wrong, is what you're saying. Can you drop the leading slash? Let me see this. Can you drop the leading slash and just do rock formations fossils? Like this? So, like, cut off everything? Like that? Down here? Yeah, so this one is what you mean. Why are you guys all freaking out? Oh my god. Calm. Yeah, we've tried that one. If you're talking about this... No. The reason why I'm asking is if you want me to cut it off at fossils, because I've tried that one before with rock formations like this, and that does not function. You guys have to calm down. It's going to be okay. Okay? The reason I'm asking that is because I've tried that in the past. That same interaction, and that's why I'm wondering. This is why it's going to be all right. You can... No shitting and screaming. That's why I'm asking, like, should we go farther up the chain or not? No, I'm panicking. That's fine. Chat is losing its mind. Chat cannot handle itself. Shitting and screaming. No shitting and screaming. I know for a fact you've not tried the full path without the leading slash. You should try that. You're talking about for rock formations, fossils, gigantic health, normal, and then the full path to the individual object. We could try that. I'm pretty sure that I've tried that in all the different things that I've tried. Let me go to Creative Tools and actually pull the prefab list back out. Because it's under rock formations and then fossils, gigantic health, normal, and then that individual one. So we'll grab all of this. And I will grab this and throw it into here so I don't keep losing it. There we go. And grab that, throw this up in this. So rock formations, fossils, gigantic health, normal, and then fossils, gigantic health, normal, 001, and 3 and 5. So no leading slash on that, and go from there. We're going to try this. Will it work? No, it does not work. And if we go into here, what is the error? This prefab path contains no prefabs, which is the same one we got last time. Yeah. Gone. Does not work. Tunnel vision to dev. There's no tunnel vision. I'm doing exactly what we were just talking about, you goblin. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Let me go grab him. See what he said. Just try one node for now? Yeah, we can just get rid of this. Do one weighted path for this. Don't use Hightail assets. And 3, if you unzip the assets, you can open yours. Open ours. Yeah, I'm going to have to go and unzip that. I've been going through the assets.zip and like ripping everything apart. Yeah. Now open? And now remove the fossils, gigantic, normal health 1? Just like that? Does it pull the entire... So it pulls the whole folder then, not the individual ones. I thought it was pulling individual prefabs, but it pulls everything in a folder. Oh. Okay. Does it pull all of those folder items at random? Is the real question. Like a biome. Okay. Nope, still not doing it. Let's find out why. I'm going to read the error log now. I like how chat is just losing its entire mind. It's pretty much the funniest thing on the planet. If a streamer can't troll their own chat, what can they live for? Jesus. There's a million logs. Hightail generator performance report. Oh? Okay. It doesn't look like there's an error this time, but it's not generating it, which means I screwed something else up now. What is this? To be honest, I have no idea what I'm talking about. The level designers are much better at this. Hell yeah. I'm mostly trying to figure out... This should go on soil sand, which we have. We were making the boxes grow on that. Column linear scanner. Get rid of that. I don't think I had that before. Nope. I have no idea. I have no idea. No flat terrain to generate? Does it need flat terrain? I have no idea how prefabs work in this. Like, I have no clue. Yeah, the linear scanner was for the blocks. I'm well aware. They have a scanner that you have to do on this one, too. I mean, I guess we could just get rid of it, right? The molding pattern up there.
Bedside Juggler donated $50 to charity.
What a boss. What a boss.
VVVA with 500 bits said hello Mr. Soft Hair. On the topic of cheese from earlier TTS. Here in Sweden we got a wuss butter, messmore, that is made from whey that is left over after you make cheese.
That sounds amazing.
Little bit of cheese tasting butter with touch of vanilla. It's a spread but you also have regular butter on the toast before you add it.
That sounds amazing. Look at assets.zip and under the common folder should be there. Let me go look. What is it that I'm looking for in the common folder? I don't need to find the asset anymore, man. Like, it found it. That's not the issue. It's not spawning it now is the problem. Are you taking a Zaf? Okay, that's what I was wondering. Because I'm like, we found the asset. I don't think we need that anymore. I guess the one thing that I could do is I could pull out the Hightail generator and see how this is pulled for other assets, for other prefabs. Probably for, if we go into common, actually it'll be on server. We're going to assets.zip, server, and then Hightail generator. And then we can go look in biomes. Basic is not what we want. We need one that's like, not volcanic. Where is our, not default void. Is it under experimental? Oasis. What the hell is rotten pumpkin, my dude? What are you hiding in there, man? Hold the prefab in the hand. See if you can spawn it manually. Sure. Yeah.
Imblanky with 500 bits said 4, don't worry. I have let Mira and Shay know, and you will probably sleep for a long time. Don't
good.
worry, it will be fine.
No, that's not good.
The old faceless woman that lives in your house said she will help put you to sleep. After all, you did have a knee surgery in your birthday, so it is a very tiring process. Go to sleep, you dingus. ORIAM releasing the Fracking 5 files on Facebook with an ice-lop video.
This showed up
Yarcheer
earlier,
500.
and it's not now. Oh dear God, what has happened? Chat, what has happened? Okay, now this one is showing. Why can't I place it? Pasted. There, pasted. I mean, technically it works, right? You know? So, like... But it doesn't do it through World Gen. Also, I've managed to break my UI. Hell yeah. There we go. There it worked. Time for bed. No, that was me manually placing it, dude. That was manual placement. Manual. Okay, so if we do a scanner... Let's just do an origin scanner. And just be, like, done with it, right? That way we're not actually doing any type of scanning. And then I guess for molding pattern... Oh. I wonder. I know, I've never seen chat tell me to go to bed in unison. It's starting to get scary. If we do a block type pattern for this, and then chop it, and just be like, just put it on sand, man. Everything is freaking sand. Put it on the sand. I got no idea. I got nothing, man. I had no idea why it's not going in. I mean, it's at least we're detecting the thing now. At least it's happening. Descrungle yourself with some sleep? I think I'm going to. At least, like, okay, so before I go, to be clear, I actually feel pretty good about today. I managed to, now that I understand the asset editor really, really well, like, I don't feel too troubled by that at all. I managed to play around with World Gen a whole lot. I learned about a bunch of different ways to make the ground work dynamically, being able to put liquids, being able to put like plants and stuff onto it. I don't quite know how to make ceilings yet correctly, but I can make grounds with layers and do all that kind of stuff and make it quite tall. What I want to do next is I want to probably take the Scarak door, which is this one, and I want to take that and turn it into a horizontal model, because right now it only goes this way, but I'd like to go flat, so I'm going to probably bring that into Blockbench and then make a flat version of it, and then put that back in the game, because having that as something that we can open and then fall into would be like way more interesting, to be honest. And then putting those in this desert and then making carvers that can go and like go around the desert and have that, yeah, basically have just an ant farm in here. Because I really like the Scarak. The Scarak are like these horrible insect creatures. The other thing that I did, which is kind of funny, is if we go up here and we look at... I think I got rid of it. I made it so that you could have a Scarak chest that was upside down. Because these automatically look like they should cling to the ceiling. And if you change them to be able to do that for up and down, you can just do it. And they just cling to the ceiling with their gross, like, slime that they have. So we did that earlier today. So I think what I'll end up doing is I'll be building a desert biome that is really vicious, has the Scarak as the primary enemies, and then build them like an ant farm, and then put chests all inside on the ceiling, which I think would be quite fun. I'm happy your thing you made with MongoDB player storage provider, and it works really nicely. I'm really glad. As long as we're on a version that's not vulnerable to Mongo bleed, I'm fine. Mongo only pawn in game of life. So with that in mind, I think this day has been quite good. I think tomorrow what I'll end up doing is I'll sit down and build the rest of this biome and learn more things. The hard part is going to be learning how to build pipes through the environment, because I don't know how to do that yet, and I don't know how to detect where the pipe begins to put our Scarak door on it quite yet. So that may be caused by a plug, maybe. So what I'm thinking about doing is making a very large prefab and then plugging it into the ground like a gigantic tube, and then having holes all through it, and those can just naturally plug into random holes in the environment, which I think would be kind of cool if we build a bunch of tunnels and shit under the ground, and then make it so that those tunnels don't surface. They're only underground, which I think would be really good. So I'm going to do that. That's going to be tomorrow. Yeah.
Blizzaz with 500 bits said if you don't go to bed right now we are going to make you play Victorio till you beat it. Go to bed. You're comfy.
I'm going.
Darwin TNT said GGO to bed Thor.
I'm going to bed. You guys have a wonderful time with the ferrets. I will be back on tomorrow. And thank you for watching the Ferret channel, because if you watch the Ferret channel, the ad revenue from that channel supports an animal rescue. That's what it does. That's why we have that channel. So the longer you watch it, the more people that watch it, the more we can take care of those ferrets. So please do watch it. I hope you have a wonderful day. And I'm going to go take a shower and then go to bed. I've been up way too long. You guys have a good one. Goodbye.
That cranium guy with 500 bits said yar cheer 500 good night kitten.
You'll never win. I'll make all the Batmen. You can't stop me.